in every final battle, the soldiers have a limit to their mental defense. If it remained above this line, they would use their lives to follow instructions. However, the moment it crossed this line, the soldiers would consider their own safety, and defeat would be imminent. The 60,000 Chang race army became the final straw that crushed them. The Alliance army, which was barely holding on, finally experienced a full-scale collapse when they saw another great Xia army approaching. They started to either run or throw down their weapons to surrender. Wei Yan, who was still fervently fighting on the front lines, immediately turned around. He fled toward the north side under the protection of his personal guards. Wei Yan was originally loaned over by the Shu Han dynasty to Swordsman City. Even if Swordsman City was destroyed, he could still return to Shu Han. So why would he fight to the death? However, Wei Yan did not know that someone had been staring at him right from the start of the battle. This person was the one who had lost to him, Lai Huer. Seeing that Wei Yan wanted to escape, Lai Huer did not hesitate and gave chase. Wei Yan, where do you think you're going? Lai Huer hollered as he chased. Seeing this, Wei Yan fled even faster. One group was chasing, and the other was fleeing. They quickly broke away from the battlefield. Using the advantage of his warhorse, Lai Huer finally caught up to Wei Yan. He grinned and swept out viciously at Wei Yan with the spear in his hand. Seeing that he could not flee, Wei Yan gritted his teeth. The personal guards following them also engaged. These two generals, born in different dynasties, were evenly matched, and it was hard to determine the victor right away. However, Wei Yan's heart was set on escaping while Lai Huer pursued victory. Lai Huer was driven by revenge. Their different moods naturally influenced the battle. Within less than 40 rounds, Lai Huer gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing this, his fighting spirit soared, and he wielded his spear with exceptional control. Each strike was lethal, aimed at dismounting Wei Yan. Wei Yan, observing this, broke out in a cold sweat. After 60 rounds, the gap in skill between the two generals became evident. Lai Huer ultimately proved slightly stronger and completely overwhelmed Wei Yan. In another 10 rounds, Wei Yan, caught off guard, was dislodged from his horse by Lai Huer. As he fell, Lai Huer's spear swiftly followed, pointing at his head. Wei Yan, resiliently, declared, "My skills are inferior to yours. Do as you wish." What a man! To everyone's surprise, Lai Huer suddenly laughed, not even glancing at Wei Yan. He instructed his personal guard, "Take this man back." "Yes, General." The battle between the personal guards had concluded long ago, with Lai Huer's men securing a total victory. When Lai Huer and his men returned to the main battlefield, the fighting had already ceased. The Dragon Legion Corps tended to the wounded, cleaned the battlefield, and took prisoners, all in an orderly manner. In this battle, the 220,000-strong Dragon Legion Corps and the 60,000-strong Chang race army suffered 20,000 casualties, killed 50,000 enemies, took 150,000 prisoners, and allowed less than 10,000 to escape. Xiao Chaogui led his forces to chase these men. Without a doubt, this was an exceptional victory. When Lai Huer returned to the tent, Luo Shixing was talking to Fanyang, the commander of the Chang army. Seeing Lai Huer escort Wei Yan back, Luo Shixing smiled, "Thank God that General Lai is so valiant. Otherwise, if both their generals had escaped, I would not know how to explain it to the king." Lai Huer was stunned and asked, "Lianpa escaped?" Logically, Lianpa was within the formation, surrounded by Zhang Liao's forces, so he should not have been able to escape. Zhang Liao, ashamed, replied, "I was too careless. I thought that since he was on the command tower, he wouldn't be able to escape, so I didn't pay attention. Who knew that when our men climbed up, it was just an ordinary soldier in his gear?" Lai Huer said, "That guy is so cunning. Even if they had captured Lianpa, he would not have submitted to Great Xia. Lianpa was branded with the Handan City brand and would not choose another master before it was destroyed." "What a stubborn old man," Lai Huer remarked. As a result, Luo Shixin and the others were not too worried. Since they had captured Wei Yan, they could answer to their marshal and their king. Luo Shixin looked at Lai Huer and said, "General, you have returned at the right time. I have another task for you. Please speak." "General, please lead all your troops to attack Swordsman City and take it down." When Lai Huer heard this, he was moved. Logically, attacking Swordsman City should have been done right after the battle ended. However, Luo Shixin had specifically waited for Lai Huer to return before asking him to attack the city. He was giving all the credit to Lai Huer. With such recognition, reinstating him to his old position was possible. Though the Dragon Legion Corps was bloodthirsty, they were genuinely united and close-knit internally. "Yes, General." Lai Huer tried his best to calm his emotions as he left. At that moment, he truly felt a part of the Dragon Legion Corps and the Great Xia system. Joining the Dragon Legion Corps, I have no regrets in my life. In Swordsman City, the news of the army's defeat spread, causing Feng Qingyang's face to turn sour. This was the day the Feng family lost everything. They not only lost their family base but also enraged the Yanhuang alliance. Their only hope now was the Shuhan dynasty. Although the disappearance of the Shuhan army had caused all this, the Feng family had no other choice. Without hesitation, they packed up and immediately teleported to Chengdu, along with members of the Qingyang sword sect. In the future, the Feng family would likely survive only as a Wulin sect in the wilderness, detached from the battles taking place there. However, when Feng Qingyue left, her eyes glistened, hinting at other plans. At 5 p.m., Lai Huer led his troops to Swordsman City. With the city lord already gone, the people naturally did not resist, and they simply opened the gates and surrendered. Along with the stone steel being personally destroyed by Lai Huer, Swordsman City became a part of history. A limb of the Yanhuang alliance had been severed. This was a historical moment. Night in Chengdu. The Feng family, who had fled hastily, had temporarily settled in Chengdu. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Since they intended to work with Shuhan, the Feng family had obviously left a way out for themselves. A long time ago, they had bought a huge mansion in Chengdu, built exactly like the Swordsman City Lord's manor. It spanned hundreds of mu of land and was well maintained. Therefore, the Feng family was able to settle down quickly. The only drawback was that they were now living under someone else's roof, and they were not as free as they were in Swordsman City. When Liu Bei heard the news, he sent men to greet them. He wanted to convey that the Feng family was one of the top aristocratic families there and was protected by the imperial city. During this expedition, the Shuhan army had not touched a single hair of the Great Xia army. Naturally, Liu Bei felt quite awkward about it. Due to his guilt, he treated the Feng family very well. Even from a practical standpoint, having a player family like the Feng family working for him was beneficial. Liu Bei's words solidified the Feng family's position in Chengdu. At the Feng family mansion, the atmosphere was chilly due to their defeat, and no one was willing to speak. At this moment, Feng Qingyue suddenly sought out her father, Feng Xiaotian. Seeing the loneliness in her daughter's eyes, Feng Xiaotian felt deeply guilty. If his daughter had been in charge of the territory from the start, perhaps Swordsman City would not have fallen to this state. However, what's done is done, and there was no point in dwelling on it. "Qingyue, what are your plans?" Feng Xiaotian asked. The Feng family was a martial arts aristocratic family. However, Feng Qingyue was not interested in martial arts. In Chengdu, the other family members could do whatever they wanted, but it felt no different from a jail to her. Feng Qingyue said, "Father, I would like to take a walk outside." "That's great. Where would you like to go?" "Shanghai City." "What did you say?" Feng Xiaotian suddenly stood up and stared at his daughter. The destruction of Swordsman City by Great Xia meant that the two were mortal enemies. Feng Xiaotian even planned to assassinate Ouyang Shua at an appropriate time to take revenge. However, Feng Qingyue now said she wanted to go to Shanghai City, which naturally infuriated him. Strangely, Feng Qingyue was resolutely certain, as if she was unafraid of her father. "I have thought this through, please allow me," she said. This time, Feng Qingyue wanted to live for herself, not for her family. Feng Xiaoyan's expression changed from anger to surprise, and then to deep thought. This was the first time he had seen his daughter so determined. Was she still the daughter who followed all his orders? Perhaps I have never truly understood her. Feng Xiaotian felt a bitter taste in his heart. After a long pause, he waved his hand, "Do as you wish." When Feng Qingyue saw this, she bowed and left the room. Feng Xiaotian also left to meet his father, the true head of the Feng family, to report the matter. Hearing his words, old Feng remained calm. "It's good that you did not stop her. A family like ours should not put all our eggs in one basket." "You mean?" "I'm saying that Ouyang Shua is not simple. If I'm not mistaken, Feng Qingyue might be able to make a career in Great Xia, and it could serve as another path for our family." Feng Xiaotian couldn't understand. "Father, you're asking us to yield to that commoner? That's such a disgrace." Disappointment flashed in old Feng's eyes. "Xiaotian, times have changed. In such a chaotic world, heroes will fall. If we view the world as we did before, we will fall behind." "Yes, father." Feng Xiaotian felt ashamed. Old Feng shook his head. "We are already living in Chengdu, so whether we yield or not, what difference does it make? Your son is useless, causing you so much hardship." Feng Xiaotian felt truly guilty. "You can back down." Within the room, old Feng let out a long sigh. A new era was arriving, challenging the ideals of the old aristocratic families. Jingdu Province, Handan City. Lianpa abandoned his troops and fled back to Handan, where he informed Di Chen about the specifics of the battle. When Di Chen heard Lianpa's report, his face turned gloomy. The issue he was most concerned about was not Swordsman City but the extreme difficulty the alliance would face after the destruction of the 150,000 reinforcements. Without considering the long term, in the short term, Kaiyun City was certainly lost. The carefully planned strike by Great Xia left the Yanhuang alliance reeling. Juedai Fenghua looked at Di Chen with eyes filled with pity. It wasn't that this man wasn't hardworking or capable, he just faced an opponent who was an absolute genius. Ouyang Shuo's brilliance was simply too bright, making any opponent appear dim in comparison. This was not just Di Chen's tragedy but the tragedy of an entire era. "I'm to blame. I shouldn't have suggested such a plan," Juedai Fenghua blamed herself. Di Chen waved his hand. "It's not your fault. We all agreed to this plan. No one knew that Great Xia had such a powerful tool. Swordsman City deserved to be destroyed. They had the Chang race but didn't know how to use them. Instead, Great Xia seized the opportunity and dealt a fatal blow. So, what should we do now? If I'm not mistaken, that old fox definitely has more plans. Wait for it, there's more to come." Juedai Fenghua nodded, the unease in her heart growing. Pilsun City, City Lord's Manor. After receiving the battle report, Chen Shinjun was equally anxious. The destruction of 150,000 reinforcements meant that Kaiyun City was on the verge of danger. Consequently, the two war-fighting legions of Pilsun City, left in Xiangnan City-State, were suddenly in peril. "This is a difficult situation," Chen Shinjun paced up and down the reading room, using his merchant skills to weigh the pros and cons. In the end, he decided, why not let the army retreat? It's better than feeding the wolf. At this moment, Chen Shinjun could only act according to the situation. The Battle of Swordsman City was quickly reported by various media outlets. The following morning, the front pages were filled with news of the event, attracting widespread attention. The moment the news broke, players were in an uproar. No one expected that the originally evenly matched battle would end with such a lopsided victory. When the battle report was released, many underground casino bosses wished they could kill themselves. Before the battle, these casinos had secretly opened bets, with 90% favoring the Yanhuang alliance. When the results came out, these bosses lost all their money. Fans of the Great Xia, like Lin Jing, earned a substantial amount. October 16, Swordsman City. At 10 a.m., Luo Shixin and his men led the captured prisoners out of Swordsman City. The four generals gathered once more, and Luo Shixin read the decree that Ouyang Shua had sent overnight. The Dragon Legion Corps has done well, spreading the might of our army. However, the war is not over, and the Shu lands are not yet peaceful. The generals must continue to press forward, conquering the remaining bandits. You must not sully the name of our dynasty. As for the rewards, once the battle for the Shu lands is over, I will reward all of you handsomely, the king declared. Yes, my king. Luo Shixin took out a military order from Baichi. The commander has issued orders. We do not need to wait for him to arrive at Swordsman City. We can lead our troops to sweep through Badong Prefecture and then advance on Hanzhong Prefecture to take control of the entire Shu lands. Yes. After reading the decree, the four of them, along with Chen Gong, discussed the specific battle plans. It was not too difficult to take Badong Prefecture. The fall of Swordsman City and Feng Qingyang's escape meant that Badong Prefecture was now an abandoned chess piece, with no army to defend it. Hence, capturing it would be a piece of cake. The only thing they had to consider was how to prevent Pilsun City and Fallen Leaf City from attempting any sneak attacks, as had happened in Guilin Prefecture. Chen Gong said, "Our attack on Badong Prefecture can be characterized as high-profile, swift, and resolute." Strategist, we understand swift and resolute, but what do you mean by high-profile? Luo Shixin asked. To prevent them from trying anything funny, we must show them our determination to take Badong Prefecture. Therefore, we must be bold and not give the enemy any chance to strike, Chen Gong explained. Whether it is Fallen Leaf City or Pilsun City, they are both facing pressure from our allies and would not dare to take the risk. As long as we are resolute, they will not dare to intervene. Luo Shixin and the others nodded in agreement, impressed by his words. This was the advantage of having a strategist with them. Seeing this, Luo Shixin looked at Zhang Liao and said, "Since that's the case, General Zhang will lead the troops to attack Badong Prefecture." In the Dragon Legion Corps, the 3rd Legion led by Zhang Liao and the 4th Legion led by Luo Shixin were the largest. Since they wanted to resolve the matter quickly, Luo Shixin chose Zhang Liao. With Zhang Liao's ingenuity, he would understand the significance of a high-profile attack. Understood. Zhang Liao responded, clearly sensing the opportunity. He was increasingly impressed by Luo Shixin, and his favorable opinion of him was growing. Clearly, Luo Shixin was giving him a chance to earn merit by assigning this task to him. After all, Luo Shixin's troops were mainly composed of cavalry and were equally capable of attacking Badong Prefecture. However, as the temporary decision-maker, Luo Shixin needed to be fair and impartial. The good part was that regardless of which legion gained the credit, Luo Shixin would still play a crucial role. This was the difference between a general and a commander. Badong Prefecture was a relatively easy target, but Hanzhong Prefecture was the real challenge. Not only was it located in the mountainous north of Shu, but it was also not under the control of Swordsman City. Instead, 3 other territories had control over it. The moment Great Xia revealed their intentions to attack Hanzhong, those 3 lords would learn of it from Swordsman City and seek protection from Shuhan. If that happened, the situation would become much more complicated. Chen Gong did not have a second war-stopping talisman at his disposal. How about this? Chen Gong suggested. Leave a legion to defend Swordsman City, and the remaining 2, along with the Chang army, will sneak north through the west around Chang Prefecture to attack Hanzhong Prefecture and catch them off guard. For both Swordsman City and the lords of Hanzhong Prefecture, Chang Prefecture was a forbidden land, and they had very few spies inside it. For the Dragon Legion Corps to go north through Chang Prefecture was much more secretive than through Badong Prefecture. When Luo Shixin and the others heard this suggestion, they had no objections. Just as Luo Shixin was about to decide which troops to send, Lai Huo volunteered to stay behind. He would leave the chance to fight on the battlefield to the other two legions. Although the battle would be tough, it was a good opportunity to earn merit. Lai Huo had already captured Wei Yan and taken down Swordsman City. Naturally, he was not greedy for more. When Luo Shixin saw this, he decided that Xiao Chaogui and himself would lead the troops. With the Chang army leading the way, they would enter Hanzhong through the western route. With the plan set, the two groups of troops went their separate ways that afternoon. Thus, the Battle of Shulands entered its final stages. Who knows what new changes would occur? Just as the Battle of the Shulands resumed, the Xiangnan situation changed. A day earlier, following the instructions of the Yanhuang Alliance, Kaiyun City moved its first legion from Baoqing Prefecture back to Kaiyun City for defense. This retreat gave the lords of Baoqing Prefecture a precious respite. They all sent messages to Great Xia and Li Mu, urging them to quickly occupy Baoqing Prefecture. Chanda Prefecture had already been taken by Li Mu's forces. Meanwhile, Han Xian's Leopard Legion Corps was stationed outside Kaiyun City. Upon seeing the Kaiyun City army return to defend, Han Xian, known for his flexibility, chose not to attack directly. Instead, he left the 2nd Legion, led by Zhang Han, to camp 20 miles outside the city to monitor their every move. The remaining 2 legions did not head to sweep the remaining territories in Yongren Prefecture or attack Guiyang Prefecture, which belonged to Kaiyun City. Instead, they marched straight for Baoqing Prefecture, placing Kaiyun City in a desperate situation. The 1st Legion in Kaiyun City was now trapped, unable to advance or retreat. If they did not leave the city, the 2nd Legion in Baoqing Prefecture would be overwhelmed. However, if they did leave, they might be ambushed by Zhang Han's troops. As a renowned general from the late Qin dynasty, Zhang Han possessed exceptional skills. The 1st Legion of Kaiyun City alone was not enough to break through his encirclement. Their only hope rested on the 150,000 reinforcements from the Yanhuang Alliance. Only their arrival could help them break through Zhang Han's army and head north. However, this hope was dashed in the battle outside Swordsman City. On the afternoon of the 16th day, Di Qin sent a letter to Kaiyun Zenan, informing him that the Yanhuang Alliance had mobilized all available troops, meaning no reinforcements would be coming. This news left Kaiyun Zenan in despair, another abandoned piece in the Yanhuang Alliance's game. The only difference was that he was not a piece they had willingly abandoned. Whether it was Kaiyun Zenan or Di Qin, they both felt extremely bitter. The world was just so cruel, pushing them to the brink countless times and forcing them to make painful decisions. At this moment, Zhang Liang, who had not been favored by Kaiyun Zenan recently, stepped forward. Lord, the best choice is to surrender before Great Xia acts and try to exchange for some promises. Kaiyun Zenan muttered, "Cough, it has already reached this stage. Would they accept my surrender? They will. Our 2 legions are not crushed, and Kaiyun City still stands. They would need to pay a heavy price to take us down. If they can achieve this without sacrificing anything, the magnanimity of the Xia King would likely allow it. He would probably offer you a governor position at the very least." As expected from the strategy saint, Zhang Liang had a good grasp of human nature. A saint strategist knew others as well as he knew himself. Zhang Liang raised this plan to give Kaiyun Zenan a way out, but also because he was unwilling to be buried with him and become a nobody in the wilderness. In today's world, only Great Xia could allow Zhang Liang to display his talents. Kaiyun Zenan was not a resolute person. He had a weakness: when he was desperate, he would immediately agree to the bait Zhang Liang tossed out. The position of governor was enough to tempt Kaiyun Zenan. After Zhang Liang left, Kaiyun Zenan wrote 2 letters. The first was to Ouyang Shua regarding his surrender, the second was to Chen Shinjun to inform him of the impending surrender. Kaiyun Zenan aimed to play both sides, placing bets on each. This man was simply too cunning. In Shanghai City, at the Xia Palace, when Ouyang Shua received Kaiyun Zenan's letter of surrender, he smiled. At least he knows when to give up. As Zhang Liang had predicted, since Kaiyun Zenan was willing to surrender, Ouyang Shua would not treat him harshly. This saved a lot of problems. With Kaiyun City's surrender, the situation in Xiangnan province was essentially settled. Under the attacks of the 2nd Legion of the Guards Legion Corps and the 5th Legion of the Leopard Legion Corps, it was only a matter of time before they took control. With the Shu lands now under Great Xia, the entire southwest belonged to Great Xia. Considering Jiangchuan province, which would eventually fall to him, the land area of Great Xia had effectively doubled. Of course, it would take time to integrate these new provinces. Now that the regional situation in the southwest was resolved, Ouyang Shua could proceed with his other plans. Men. Present. Send my orders. Command the 3rd Legion of the Guards Legion Corps to teleport to Stone City. They will work with the Stone City Legion and the 4th Legion of the Leopard Legion Corps to take down the entire Zhangwu Prefecture. Yes, my king. Before setting sail, the factor that most concerned Ouyang Shua was still Stone City. Now that it was under his control, ensuring its safety was paramount. Apart from establishing the Binhai Squadron, it was more important to deepen its strategic depth. The current Zhangwu Prefecture was divided between Stone City and Handan City. This division meant that the Handan City army could threaten the safety of Stone City at any moment, a situation that Ouyang Shua could not tolerate. Once they took control of the entire prefecture, not only would Stone City gain 2 prefectures of land, which would allow them to earn valuable development time, but its border with Handan City would shrink to a fifth of its current size. With such a narrow border, and with proper defenses and 1 or 2 warfighting legions, they would have sufficient security. During the Battle of Swordsman City, 50,000 of Handan City's elite troops were wiped out. Currently, Handan City needs to defend against fallen Phoenix City in the west and West Chu to the south. No matter what, they would not be able to defend against Great Xia's attack. If Di Chen were wise enough, he would give up on Zhangwu Prefecture and sever ties with Stone City. On the 17th day of the 10th month, in Stone City, at 10 a.m., Lu Bu led his troops to Stone City. Without any pause, he headed straight for Zhangwu Prefecture. Every move of the Great Xia Guard Legion Corps was under the watchful eyes of the Yanhuang Alliance. The moment Lu Bu's legion appeared, Difeng found out and swiftly reported the matter to Di Chen. Upon receiving the report, Di Chen's face turned grave. The old fox is finally moving against us. The moment Lianpa fled back to Handan City, Di Chen had a bad premonition. The more he discussed with Juedai Fenghua, the deeper the unease became. However, at that point, Di Chen was unsure which side the Shanghai Alliance would attack from: Stone City, Fallen Phoenix City, or West Chu. Each direction seemed possible. Only when the Guards Legion Corps teleported to Stone City did the situation become clear. Do you think the old fox just wants half of Zhangwu Prefecture, or does he want to destroy us? Di Chen wondered, feeling a growing sense of fear. The destruction of Swordsman City was like a gaping hole in the Yanhuang Alliance, exposing everyone to the harsh reality. In this battle of the wilderness, even members of the Yanhuang Alliance might be dragged in. Previously, the Yanhuang Alliance did not need to face a direct battle against the Great Xia dynasty. As other remaining lords in the wilderness were eliminated, the Yanhuang Alliance's position became more vulnerable, shattering their once invincible shield. This was the source of Di Chen's fear, and the sudden pressure made him panic. Juedai Fenghua was uncertain. From our sources, neither Fallen Phoenix City nor West Chu shows signs of invading. Great Xia often surprises us, so it's best to prepare for the worst. In your opinion, what should we do? The 2 legions are the pillars of our territory. If they are lost in the battle against Great Xia, we would become significantly weaker. If that happens, even if fallen Phoenix City and West Chu do not intend to invade us, they might seize the opportunity to strike while we are vulnerable. Di Chen's eyes trembled. So you think we should give up Jiangwu Prefecture? Juedai Fenghua nodded. Sometimes, we must give up something to gain something else. Backing out can ensure that both legions survive and allow us to stabilize the eastern situation, making the Stone City army hesitant to advance further. This way, we can also threaten fallen Phoenix City and West Chu, preventing them from considering an attack on us. Di Chen was clearly unwilling. If he abandoned the western part of Jiangwu Prefecture, Handan City would be left with only 3 prefectures. Meanwhile, the unassuming Stone City would control 2 prefectures, a reality that deeply annoyed Di Chen. When did that useless Wufu gain the ability to stand on equal footing with him? This was a humiliation Di Chen found hard to bear. Juedai Fenghua consoled him. To retreat now is to advance in the future. By taking a step back, we can gather strength and deliver an even more powerful strike later. The most important thing right now is Plan Z. If it succeeds, we will be invincible. It's best not to be stubborn and avoid impulsive actions. Di Chen sighed, let's follow your plan. On the 18th of the 10th month, in the morning, before Lu Bu's forces reached the front lines, news spread that Handan City had withdrawn from Jiangwu Prefecture, shocking everyone. When the news broke, many outside observers mocked Di Chen, saying, Great Xia sent some light armored cavalry, and Di Chen was so scared that he wet his pants and fled. Hearing such comments, Di Chen naturally seethed with anger. Men, kill those people. While there was little Di Chen could do against Great Xia, it didn't mean he couldn't deal with these few ordinary players. However, such actions were a bit exaggerated and not something he would usually consider. However, the currently embarrassed and infuriated Di Chen did not care. That day, the few people who mocked him the most were assassinated by Diffing. They died on the spot, causing an uproar. Who would have thought that Di Chen would resort to such actions? In the following period, normal players did not dare to openly insult Handan City. No one wanted to be targeted for a few words. Di Chen's actions were truly terrifying. When Ouyang Shua heard the news, he laughed coldly, he's digging his own grave. However, Di Chen's retreat still surprised Ouyang Shua. Just like that, the other things he had planned could not be used. The battle in the north could only end that way. Who knows who advised Di Chen? What a genius! Ouyang Shua felt regretful but impressed at the same time. The current Ouyang Shua could only meet with the cabinet and the privy court to discuss the arrangements for Stone City. Cabinet Grand Secretary Jiang Shang said, My king, after taking down Jiangwu Prefecture, Stone City will welcome a long period of stable development. Since they are now under us, their structure seems inappropriate. I suggest we use this opportunity to remodel their organizational system to correct their governance and calm the people. The so-called inappropriate part was that, although Wufu was under Great Xia, he still had the rights of a lord to decide all the decisions in Stone City. When Stone City first came under their control, to prevent the people's sentiment from becoming unstable, Ouyang Shua did not interfere in their internal politics and only took charge of their diplomatic matters. However, as Jiang Shang said, it was different now, and the situation in the wilderness had changed. Stone City had finally gained a foothold in the north, and it was time to integrate them into the Great Xia system. How do you think we should proceed? Wufu has helped us a lot, so we must treat him well, said Ouyang Shua, acknowledging the contributions of Wufu, who had largely acted out of necessity due to the pressure from Handan City. Despite this, Ouyang Shua was determined not to treat Wufu unfairly. Jiang Shang smiled and replied, I understand the king's stance. I suggest we establish a province in the north, comprising Fengtian Prefecture and Jiangwu Prefecture, and appoint Wufu as the provincial governor. That's an interesting idea, Ouyang Shua responded, noting that setting up a province with only 2 prefectures was quite unconventional. Zhang continued, while the north currently has only 2 prefectures, its strategic position is outstanding. Internally, it faces the challenge of Handan City, and externally, it borders the Nuzan and Mongol tribes, future strong adversaries of the dynasty. Additionally, it neighbors Korea. Given these strategic considerations, making it a special province is not far-fetched. Ouyang Shua was enlightened. The north would be a critical region for the dynasty's expansion and development in the future. By giving Stone City this elevated status, they would be setting a much higher starting point for their northern endeavors. After pondering this, Ouyang Shua decided, let's do exactly that. Establish the Beijiang province and appoint Wufu as the Beijiang provincial governor. The king is wise. Jiang bowed, a smile on his face, genuinely pleased with the outcome. Ouyang Shua said to Jiang, Beijiang province has a truly important strategic value, so the cabinet must choose the governors wisely. Yes, my king. Jiang understood that although the king had appointed Wufu as the provincial governor, he would not truly allow him to run Beijiang province alone. Naturally, the king needed governors he trusted. This was how rulers balanced power, and Jiang understood this very well. If Jiang could not grasp the king's intentions and chose the wrong people, it would be better for him to resign from the cabinet. Establishing the Beijiang province, the troops in the province also needed to be reorganized. Ouyang Shua looked toward Military Affairs Minister Du Ruhui and asked, what is the Privy Council's opinion on the troop arrangement in Beijiang province? Before the meeting, as Grand Secretary, Jiang had already informed Du Ruhui about this matter in advance. He wanted him to be mentally prepared. This was the role of the cabinet. Even if Ouyang Shua knew, he would not interfere. Therefore, Du Ruhui already had some ideas. The Privy Council thinks that we should follow the model of Morocco and Somalia province and set up a Beijiang formation. Ouyang Shua frowned. A regular formation only has 100,000 troops. That is not enough to defend the entirety of Beijiang. The structure of the formation is not set in stone. I suggest we move the Stone City Legion, the Leopard Legion Corps' 4th Legion, and the Bin Hai Squadron into the Beijiang formation to form a large formation. Of course, the Bin Hai Squadron would be listed under them during wartime, and the daily training would still be led by the Navy headquarters. Ouyang Shua nodded in approval. Du Ruhui's way of thinking was similar to modern-day methods. It seemed that this military affairs minister had been spending a lot of time studying military matters. Great Xia needed people like Du Ruhui, who understood the importance of continuous learning and self-improvement to keep up with the times. They did not need corrupt officials who clung to their outdated values. As a result, Great Xia was different from any other dynasty. Not only was it a highly prosperous dynasty, but it was also one that adapted and evolved with the times. It was a dynasty that was exceptionally confident. Since establishing the territory of the current Great Xia, Ouyang Shua's goals had never changed. Accepting everyone and being tolerant of diversity was instilled in the minds of everyone through the Sinan University, becoming the spirit and motto of the entire dynasty. Only with such a unique quality could a power like the Great Xia be sustained. To allow such special values to permeate the dynasty and to improve with it, constantly evolving, was Ouyang Shua's secret to success. Ouyang Shua called it the way of the king, and it was a completely new interpretation of something that was centuries old. Without understanding this point, one could not grasp how the Great Xia dynasty rose so swiftly in the wilderness. Note: I have made some minor adjustments to improve readability and corrected some names and terms for clarity, such as Ouyang Shua to Ouyang Shua and ASEAN University to Sinan University. The original Leopard Legion Corps 4th Legion will become the 1st Legion of the Beijiang Formation, and the Stone City Legion will become the 2nd Legion. The original Leopard Legion Corps 4th Legion General Qin Yuqing will be promoted to Beijiang Formation Lieutenant General, the original 1st Division Major General Zhang he will be promoted to 1st Legion General, and the original Stone Legion General will become the 2nd Legion General. Ouyang Shuo also had arrangements for the Binhai Squadron that was being formed. The original Yashan Squadron Chief General Kai Mao will be promoted to Binhai Squadron Deputy Fleet Admiral. The establishment of the Binhai Squadron was Kai Mao's responsibility, so Ouyang Shuo took this opportunity to promote him one rank. Whether he could become a Fleet Admiral would require further observation. Du Ruhui noted down the appointment changes one by one and asked, "My king, what about the Leopard Legion Corps?" Original Leopard Legion Corps 1st Division Major General Chao Hong will be promoted to 4th Legion General. The troops of the 4th Legion will be handled after the Southwest battlefield ends. Zhang He and Chao Hong, these two Three Kingdoms generals, were promoted. There were not many top-tier generals during the Three Kingdoms period, especially those skilled in command. However, fortunately, there were many of them, and this was what Great Xia needed now. One could foresee that the Three Kingdoms generals would occupy an important position in the Great Xia army, and this would become more evident as Great Xia continued to expand. Listening to the king's arrangements, Du Ruhui's face was tense. He made a rough calculation and found that after this battle, Great Xia would obtain hundreds of thousands of troops. From the Battle of Dongchuan, they captured around 70,000 prisoners. They had already taken 150,000 prisoners from the Shu lands. After settling Hanzhong Prefecture, there would be a new batch. In Chuanbei Province, there were the armies of territories that pledged allegiance to Great Xia, as well as war prisoners from other territories, estimated at around 180,000. Next would be Xiongnan Province. Apart from the two warfighting legions of Kaiyun City, there were also the 110,000 troops led by Li Mu. Including the war prisoners and the armies of other territories, the total would be over 300,000. Following that would be the 60,000 Chang race army, which needed to be integrated into the Great Xia system. Altogether, there were 700,000 new troops, equivalent to 2 new legion corps. This was truly terrifying. Even after accounting for casualties and injuries, the number remained massive. Organizing such a large number of troops had become the core task of the Privy Court. Thinking about this, how could Du Ruhui be at ease? Of course, the cabinet led by Jiang Shang was also struggling. They had taken over 3 provinces at once. Without mentioning the officials, just the 3 provincial governors and 15 prefectural governors, along with the numerous prefects, county magistrates, and others, the number was substantial. This time, they would probably have to use up the reserve officials that Great Xia had amassed with great effort. Additionally, the cabinet needed to oversee the evaluation of officials and the administrative organization of the 3 provinces. They had to decide which city would serve as the governing area, which prefectures, counties, and other administrative units would be established, and more. Along with the selection of the original officials, they would need to give them new appointments and the like. There is a lot of work to be done. The current cabinet, along with the 4 courts, is busy every day, working till late at night. However, taking control of these 3 provinces is not like a snake swallowing an elephant. Moreover, considering that Great Xia has a solid foundation of talent to support its expansion, they have no choice but to pause to digest all of this. Not to mention other aspects, but even just removing the spies of the Yanhuang alliance hidden in the 3 provinces will be a significant challenge. Not to speak of the Shu lands, which were run by the Feng family, with deep-rooted relations still present despite the Feng family's departure. Yesterday, reports came from the front line that Zhang Liao's forces faced significant resistance in Badong Prefecture. The resistance employed many different methods, both overt and covert. As a result, dealing with the Shu lands will not be an easy matter. Chuanbei Province and Xiongnan Province are also not easy. Due to the establishment of city-states, both provinces have been extensively infiltrated by the Yanhuang alliance and Great Xia. The obvious threats have been dealt with, but those operating in the shadows are not so easily eradicated. Along with the influence of the few lords in the city-states, many hidden undercurrents exist beneath the calm surface of the two provinces. If these cancerous elements are not thoroughly removed, Great Xia's rule in the three provinces will not be stable. Without a doubt, this will be a massive operation, and it will require the Shanghai Guards to work effectively in the shadows. The newly appointed provincial governor, prefects, and other officials must also cooperate to create a series of welfare packages and benefits for the people. They must treat the people well and win their hearts. Only by stabilizing the people's sentiments can the imperial court truly push forward their plans. During this period, Great Xia will focus on stabilizing its rule and will not engage in more wars. It needs to rest and reorganize internally. As a result, Ouyang Shua did not agree to Han Xian's suggestion of attacking Pillar Sun City. On the 18th day of the 10th month, around the same time the Handan City army retreated from Jiangwu Prefecture, the two legions of Pillar Sun City left Xiangnan Province and returned to their territory. This essentially meant that Chen Shenjun had given up on Xiangnan Province and would not interfere further. The unusual actions of Pillar Sun City caught Ouyang Shua's attention. Such a decisive retreat did not align with Chen Shenjuan's typical style. Ouyang Shua considered instructing Han Xian to move past Baoqing Prefecture into Changsha Prefecture to join Li Mu's forces in attacking the Pillar Sun City army. Pillar Sun City had a total of 4 legions, and if they lost 2, Ouyang Shua was confident that the Leopard Legion Corps could continue north to wipe out Pillar Sun City. However, before he could execute this plan, the Pillar Sun City army had already retreated, which made Ouyang Shua suspicious. His first suspicion was that Qaiyun Zenan had tipped them off. This was not an unfounded suspicion, as the surrender of Qaiyun City was a secret. Regardless of Chen Shenjuan's abilities, he should not have been able to discover it. However, since Ouyang Shua had no evidence, he could not act. Otherwise, Westgate Big Official and Gu Hengxiao might misunderstand. Nonetheless, he was wary of Qaiyun Zenan. He was prepared to transfer him to an insignificant prefecture and have the Shanghai Guards monitor him. If the truth matched his suspicions, Qaiyun Zenan would be punished. Ouyang Shua could not tolerate betrayal within his dynasty. On the 20th day of the 10th month, the Great Xia dynasty announced its comprehensive plan for Beijiang province to the public. The news sparked a lot of speculation. By establishing a province and forming a military presence, Great Xia's intention to establish roots in the north became evident. Reflecting on the Handan City army's departure from Jiangwu Prefecture, it left much to the imagination. Has Great Xia started planning to attack the foundation of the Yanhuang alliance? The mere thought excited many players. Some even boldly predicted, perhaps a unified empire will emerge in the China region. Whether Great Xia could achieve what the Great Qin did, conquering 6 states and unifying the nation, remained to be seen. However, one thing was certain, the strength of Great Xia. Suddenly, more and more players applied to join Great Xia, especially those from Dali, Qianzhou, and Qingdu. The population of Great Xia experienced a new surge, with preliminary estimates suggesting that around 3 to 4 million adventure mode players migrated. The 3 provinces that had just been taken over desperately needed this influx of new players. On the 22nd day of the 10th month, with the surrender of Qaiyun City and the retreat of Pil Sun City, the situation in Xiangnan province was stabilized. Han Xian led the Leopard Legion Corps to meet with Li Mu's forces in Changsha Prefecture. These 2 renowned generals met at Guiping Pass. Seeing each other, they naturally felt a mix of emotions. Li Mu, in particular, felt both delight at the prospect of a significant role in Great Xia and worry about whether the army would accept him, especially the mountain barbarian soldiers, who might feel a divide. During the first Guiping Pass battle, the mountain barbarians had suffered heavy casualties. The exact number of their losses was unknown, but many had fallen in that battle. However, as he was serving a different lord, they could not blame Li Mu. Han Xian, as the marshal of the Leopard Legion, was a man of great magnanimity and experience, far from the typical mountain barbarian. Naturally, he knew that the king held Limu in high regard, so he would help to remove this barrier and assist him in merging into the Great Xia army system. During this meeting between the two godly generals, the atmosphere was genuinely friendly. On the 25th day of the 10th month, Tuanbei province was secured. Ma Chao and Zhang Shutua's legions split into two, with the direction of the West Gate family and the support of other territories under Great Xia. They captured city after city. With a guide leading the way, the defending troops lost all hope wherever the army went. Especially after Kaiyun City surrendered and Pilsun City's army withdrew, the few lords that stubbornly resisted felt despair. They realized the Yanhuang alliance could no longer assist them, so more and more decided to surrender. In less than half a month, most of Tuanbei province came under the rule of Great Xia. The war went so smoothly that the Great Xia army could not conduct a military cleansing of the province. Many of those who surrendered were unwilling, leaving behind a significant challenge for future governance. Whether this would prove to be a blessing or a curse could only be determined with time. On the same day, Luo Shixin and Xiao Chaogui's legions, along with the 60,000 Chang army, moved swiftly and suddenly appeared on the west side of Hanzhong Prefecture, catching the enemy off guard. To the west of the prefecture was Zhongyuan City. That afternoon, 1/3 of the territories in Hanzhong Prefecture had fallen. On the 27th, Min City in the middle also fell. Upon hearing the news, Qingqing Xiaofeng, the remaining lord in the east, did not attempt any useless resistance and chose to surrender. At this point, even if he sought protection from the Shu Han dynasty, they could not arrive in time, as it would take 2 to 3 days to get here from Chengdu. Thus, in only 3 days, Hanzhong Prefecture fell. Throughout the battle, the neighboring Fallen Leaf City did not show any signs of interfering. This was because Great Xia had become terrifyingly strong after taking down 3 new provinces. Wandering Magic clearly did not dare to do anything, fearing Great Xia would use it as an excuse to attack Fallen Leaf City. If that happened, he would lose everything for nothing. Successive defeats placed the Yanhuang alliance in a dire situation. With Hanzhong Prefecture taken, the entire southwest battlefield came to a halt. Upon receiving the news, Fallen Phoenix City and West Chu stopped their standoff at the border. Lu Bu's legion, which had been sent to Stone City, had returned to Shanghai City a day ago. At this point, a 2-month battle that impacted the entire wilderness came to an end. As soon as the battle concluded, various media outlets summarized the entire conflict. Unsurprisingly, the outcome was a significant loss for the Yanhuang alliance. They not only failed to save Swordsman City but also lost 150,000 elite troops. Handan City not only lost half of Zhangwu Prefecture but also gained a powerful neighbor. As the saying goes, how can one sleep soundly beside a wall that might collapse? With Great Xia's arrangement in Beijiang Province, Handan City could not remove this chess piece. Although Diqin felt uncomfortable, he had no choice. News spread that on the day Great Xia announced their plan for Beijiang Province, Diqin locked himself in his room for self-reflection all day. The next morning, he gathered his officials and generals to announce a military expansion plan to recruit troops and address the current shortfall. Pilsun City's attack on Xiangnan Province not only failed to gain anything but also exposed their internal weaknesses. It was a case of nice to see but not to use. When Handan City announced their plan to expand their military, Pilsun City, King City, Blood Red City, Fallen Leaf City, and Azura City also declared they would expand their armies. The members of the Yanhuang alliance realized that if they did not take advantage of Great Xia's period of consolidation to expand their forces, the alliance would face serious challenges once the beast became hungry again. Therefore, the 5 families used all their resources and connections to recruit players to their territories to address the population shortfall. In this regard, Wandering Magic found himself in a difficult position. Fallen Leaf City was about to face a direct threat from Great Xia, but it lacked the capacity to recruit large numbers of players. Even if they could, Wandering Magic and his team lacked the ability to manage them. In the end, Wandering Magic could only recruit from his own people, reducing the ratio of civilians to soldiers to 1:9, which posed a significant problem for the city's future development. Di Chen and the others were well aware of this. Since the territory could not be expanded, they needed to expand their army without affecting the running of their territory. Even if they went all out on military expansion, they would only be depleting their current population. The current wilderness had enough space, and each piece of land held a huge amount of potential waiting to be tapped. All the Yanhuang alliance needed to do was to unlock all this potential. Since they could not outsize the Great Xia, they needed to outperform them in quality. This was one of the outcomes of the battle. The seismic battle did not truly end when both sides ceased the war, and its aftereffects would deeply influence the situation in the China region. In this battle, the Yanhuang alliance was not the only ones to suffer. Chuanbei city-state and Xiangnan city-state, which had aligned with the Yanhuang alliance, were now in flames. Both of their leaders had surrendered to the Great Xia. The golden age of the city-states had come to an end. Kaiyun Zenan, who had just joined the Yanhuang alliance camp, also surrendered to the Great Xia. He was seen as a lord without pride, becoming one of the disgraced figures in history. The four lords of Dali Prefecture took the Yanhuang alliance's money but failed to deliver on their promises, and they all met their end, with their territories destroyed. The Xiao alliance changed sides, and the biggest dark horse, the Xiao family, retreated from the scene to lick their wounds in seclusion. The Shu Han dynasty attempted to intervene in the battle but ended up having a fruitless excursion. Worse still, with the four prefectures of the Shu lands now under control, Chengdu was surrounded. The current Shu Han dynasty had become a trapped bird. With the immense strength of the Great Xia and the animosity between the two sides, the fall of the Shu Han dynasty was foreseeable to all. Both players and natives began to leave Chengdu in droves of the ambitious Liu Bei's inability to not only unify the Shu lands but also to avoid a dire fate for himself and his rule. The Dali imperial court, having instigated interference in the Great Xia conflict, faced swift retribution, and the entire Dali prefecture had been laid to waste, reduced to flat lands and desolate wilderness. Its foundations lay in ruins, and the outcomes of the conflict were starkly divided. Some suffered immense losses, while others emerged victorious. The Great Xia secured a significant victory, unifying the southwest region of China and extending its influence toward the center. This new connectivity with the Yanhuang alliance meant that the two powers were now poised for even more intense conflict in the future. 80% of the players favored the Great Xia, and their confidence in the weakening Yanhuang alliance waned day by day. Beside the Great Xia dynasty, the West Gate big official and his clan emerged as the greatest beneficiaries. His strategic decision to align with the great power at a critical juncture had a decisive impact on the southwest battle, accelerating the downfall of the two provinces to the Great Xia. While the outside world might envy them, they also admired the decisiveness of West Gate big official. Some speculated that he was a gambler who had placed a correct bet at a critical moment, securing a pivotal victory for his lineage. On the 30th day of the 10th month, in Shanghai City. Following the end of the battle, the casualties and war prisoners in various regions were tallied and then handed over to the Privy Court before being transferred to Ouyang Shua. After accounting for the losses of each group, retiring the wounded, and establishing the 3 provincial garrison divisions, the final number of troops reached 680,000. This number was enough to form 9 full legions, with an additional 50,000 troops remaining. After discussing with Du Ruhui, Ouyang Shua decided to fill the Leopard Legion Corps with 1 legion and the 3 missing legions from the City Protection Legion Corps. He also planned to form 1 more Legion Corps, the Eagle Legion Corps. As for the remaining 50,000 troops, Ouyang Shua did not form a new legion. Instead, he sent them to fallen Phoenix City. Ouyang Shua had learned that the members of the Yanhuang alliance were expanding their armies. Fallen Phoenix City, surrounded by Handan City and Azura City, needed to expand its forces. Fortunately, the Feng family, comparable in influence to Di Chen's family, had substantial resources and connections. After Feng Qiuwang took the helm, she leveraged these resources and connections, making large-scale recruitment feasible. However, fallen Phoenix City had rarely initiated wars recently. To expand, they had to choose militia from their reserves for training, which was less efficient than selecting directly from war prisoners. The Yanhuang alliance faced similar challenges. The 50,000 troops sent by Ouyang Shua were invaluable to fallen Phoenix City, allowing them to easily form a new legion. This move could be seen as a gesture of gratitude for her assistance during this time. After all, fallen Phoenix City had helped him in this battle but had received nothing in return. Even though they were allies, and he was good friends with her, he would not take advantage of her. If he did, he would only be destroying their relationship. Apart from war prisoners, the biggest catch from this war was a batch of civil servants and officials. Among them, Strategy Saint Zhang Liang and God General Li Mu were the most significant. Besides them, there were Wei Yan, Kaiyun Zenan's Wang Li, and I am called Big Bad Wolf's Li Guang. In addition to these well-known figures, there were 8 other historical generals and 10 historical civil servants. Although they were not as famous and were among the less prominent king-rank talents, they would help solve the current issues facing Great Xia. The 8 generals could become major generals, the 10 civil servants could become governors, and the less prominent ones could serve as prefects or work at the provincial offices. In the following days, Ouyang Shua met with the cabinet, privy court, and grand council to discuss personnel appointments. The first item on the agenda was the arrangements for the generals. The newly formed 9 war-fighting legions were a significant financial burden, nearly depleting the dynasty's expendable gold. Even if they did not need to integrate the 3 provinces, Great Xia had no capacity to continue fighting. Thus, they could only halt the wars. Nearly 2 months of conflict had consumed close to 3 million gold in resources and finances. In war, one fights wealth. This was just the war expenditure. Post-war, the costs for new equipment, building camps, logistical bases, and compensation amounts totaled close to 5 million gold. The Great Xia military system was already quite advanced. Logically, changing equipment was not a difficult task. The challenge lay in the vast amounts of iron ore required to change equipment on such a large scale. At this rate of consumption, the iron ore within their territory would not last for more than 3 years. After the military reorganization was complete, Great Xia would have 6 full legion corps, 3 independent formations, 6 full squadrons, an emperor squadron, and 14 garrison divisions. Altogether, they had nearly 3.33 million troops. Though the number seemed daunting, it was necessary to defend a vast territory like Great Xia. Maintaining such a large army was costly, with salaries alone amounting to 1.5 million gold per month. Including provisions, equipment usage, and other expenses, the total would exceed 3 million. Without the prosperity of trade and significant tax revenues, sustaining such a massive army would be impossible. Hence, it was often said that without financial support, a strong army was nothing more than a dream. On the 2nd day of the 11th month, Great Xia announced a series of general appointments. As expected, God General Li Mu was appointed as the Marshal of the Eagle Legion Corps and awarded the title of Great General. He was also inducted into the Grand Council, placing him at the heart of Great Xia's leadership. Name: Li Mu, God Rank. Title: Top 10 Generals of China. Dynasty: Warring States, Zhao. Identity: Eagle Legion Corps Marshal. Occupation: Special General. Loyalty: 78. Command: 97. Force: 80. Intelligence: 85. Politics: 40. Specialty: Exceptional General, raises troops morale by 30%, increases troops movement speed by 35%, boosts troops killing strength by 30%, and enhances troops stamina by 30%. Cultivation method. Equipment. Evaluation: Li Mu was an exceptional general who helped Zhao defend its borders. He was a cautious person, skilled in archery and riding. He adopted an extremely defensive strategy, which led to accusations of cowardice, and was eventually replaced by a more aggressive general. However, this general was repeatedly defeated in attacks against the Xiongnu. Li Mu was recalled and given a larger army. He concealed his troops and feigned cowardice. When a large Xiongnu force crossed the border, Li Mu surrounded and overwhelmed it. During the end of the Warring States period, Li Mu played a crucial role in stabilizing Zhao, crushing the Xiongnu and halting the Qin. It was said that, if Li Mu died, the Zhao state would fall. Li Mu's career can be divided into two parts: first, his campaigns against the Xiongnu in the north, and second, his defense against Qin. During the Battle of ASEAN, he decisively defeated the Qin army and was awarded the title of Wuan Lord. The Zhao Breaks Xiongnu Battle and the Battle of Fei were his most notable victories. The former is a classic example in Chinese military history of using infantry to defeat a cavalry army, while the latter was an encirclement battle. In 229 BC, the Zhao king fell for a Qin plot and removed Li Mu from power. Shortly after, Li Mu was assassinated. Li Mu's unfortunate death caused Zhao to fall and their descendants to become truly annoyed. Taking charge of the Eagle Legion Corps gave Li Mu a chance to demonstrate his skills. Apart from the Eagle Legion Corps Marshal, the 5 Legion generals were all appointed. Guards Legion Corps 2nd Legion Deputy, Cao Chun, was promoted to 1st Legion General. Dragon Legion Corps 4th Legion Deputy, Legion General Zhongyuan, was promoted to 2nd Legion General. Li Guang would become the Legion General of the 3rd Legion. Name * Li Guang, King rank. Dynasty * West Han. Identity * Eagle Legion Corps 3rd Legion General. Occupation * Advanced General. Loyalty * 70. Command * 68. Force * 78. Intelligence * 50. Politics * 55. Specialty * Flying General, increases troops' combat strength by 10%, increases troops' movement speed by 25%. Cultivation method *. Equipment * New breaking bow. Evaluation * In 70 battles against the Xiongnu, Li Guang had a terrible outcome in each one. He often lost his way in battle and was frequently outnumbered by the enemy. During the Battle of Mabe, a lord named I Am Called Big Bad Wolf completed a branch quest and recruited Li Guang. This lord's territory was in Chuanbei province, and he pledged allegiance to Great Xia. Sima Qian once said that Li Guang did not adhere to rules when leading people and was not harsh toward others. Li Guang was quite casual in his command, allowing his men to act as they wished. In terms of leading troops or fighting wars, Li Guang was just average and could not be compared to Hua Zubing. His fame was largely due to Sima Qian's bias. Nonetheless, he was a highly experienced general with a strong desire to make a name for himself. Thinking about it, Ouyang Shua decided to give him the role of Legion General. Li Guang, on the other hand, had a history of animosity with Hua Zubing. Li Guang's youngest son, Li Gan, was shot by Hua Zubing. When he appeared in the wilderness, his son and grandson, Li Ling, followed him. Ouyang Shua originally wanted to move him to the City Protection Legion Corps. However, considering their relationship, Ouyang Shua decided to move him far away to the Eagle Legion Corps to avoid any issues. Li Gan was also moved to the 2nd Legion of the Eagle Legion Corps and was appointed as a major general. Li Ling, Li Guang's eldest grandson, was skilled in archery while riding. He was once appointed to lead 5,000 infantry against 80,000 Xiongnu troops. Outnumbered, he eventually surrendered. When Emperor Wu of Han misheard rumors, he believed Li Ling was training troops for the Xiongnu and had his family exterminated. The Chanyu then married the princess to Li Ling and granted him control over the Jinkuan tribe. After Emperor Wu of Han's death, the Xiongnu and his relatives tried to persuade Li Ling to return to Han. However, fearing further humiliation, Li Ling refused and chose to remain with the Xiongnu. When he appeared in the wilderness, this historically controversial figure was just a 12-year-old boy. Ouyang Shua sent him to the military academy to study. #### surrendered General Wang Li. Name * Wang Li, King rank. Dynasty * Qin Dynasty. Identity * Great Xia Army Eagle Legion Corps, 4th Legion General. Occupation * Advanced General. Loyalty * 75. Command * 70. Force * 72. Intelligence * 55. Politics * 55. Specialty * Courageous, raises troops' combat strength by 20%, increases troops' movement speed by 15%. Cultivation method *. Equipment * Qin sword. Evaluation * Wang Li was a famous Qin general, the grandson of the renowned Qin dynasty general Wang Jian. After the Battle of Jilu, he was recruited by Qaiyun Zinan. When Qaiyun city surrendered, they not only handed over Zhang Liang but also Wang Li. For this act alone, as long as Qaiyun Zinan did not go too far in the future, Ouyang Shua could consider letting him off once. ### surrendered General Wei Yan. Name * Wei Yan, King rank. Dynasty * 3 Kingdoms, Shu Han. Identity * Great Xia Army Eagle Legion Corps, 5th Legion General. Occupation * Advanced General. Loyalty * 68. Command * 70. Force * 75. Intelligence * 45. Politics * 35. Specialty * Courageous, raises troops' combat strength by 20%, increases troops' movement speed by 15%. Cultivation method *. Equipment * Long knives. Evaluation * Wei Yan was skilled in developing soldiers and was known for his courage. However, his character often led him into trouble. Historically, Wei Yan was overly arrogant and despised talented individuals, which eventually led to his assassination. He was still unhappy about being defeated by Lai Huer and becoming a war prisoner. As a result, his loyalty was the lowest among the few generals. The Eagle Legion Corps primarily recruited new faces, while the City Protection Legion Corps promoted seasoned generals. Major General Ma Tang from the 3rd Legion's 1st Division of the Guards Legion Corps was promoted to the 3rd Legion's Legion General. Major General Bai Lisher from the 5th Legion's 1st Division of the Tiger Legion Corps was promoted to the 4th Legion's Legion General. Ma Tang's promotion indicated a full-scale rise of the Three Kingdoms generals. There were several Legion generals, including Ma Chao, Lu Bu, Ma Tung, Zhang Liao, Chao Hong, Chao Chun, Xiaohe Yuan, Wei Yan, and Zhang He. If one included the naval fleet admirals Zhou Yu and Gan Ning, the total was 11. With this round of general adjustments, most of the historical generals in the army were promoted to Legion General. This promotion cycle left the general reserve quite depleted. Consequently, the last Legion General of the City Protection Legion Corps was a bit special. Major General Lin Yi from the 2nd Legion's 2nd Division of the City Protection Legion Corps was promoted to Legion General, becoming the first native general to achieve this rank. Fortunately, he had already advanced to King rank general. Otherwise, many would have disagreed with his promotion. Similar to Lin Yi, other native generals such as Zhao Sihu, Lei Jingtian, Shihu, Shanzhu, Guo Liang, Liao Kai, Dai Qin, Sun Tunjiao, Sun Chuanlin, Jiang Kai, Heike, Xiaobu, and others had all become king rank generals. This batch of generals, who had grown alongside the territory, had become the most loyal and reliable backup for the Great Xia. Due to the significant changes at the dynasty's borders, Ouyang Shua decided to use this opportunity to reorganize the troops and adjust the defense zones of the various legion corps. In the east, the dynasty aimed to threaten King City, and the Tiger Legion Corps, led by Sun Bin, would remain in charge. The only difference was that taking down Xiangnan province had removed the northern threat to Lingnan province. Therefore, the Tiger Legion Corps would move out of Lingnan province and stay in Minnan province, increasing the pressure on King City. Additionally, the Tiger Legion Corps would monitor the Great Sui dynasty. Though Great Sui currently appeared weak, it still had 1 million troops and should not be underestimated. In the north, the Leopard Legion Corps, led by Han Xian, would move from Chuanan province into Xiangnan province to monitor Pil Sun city. In the west, the Eagle Legion Corps, led by Li Mu, would enter the Shu lands to monitor the Shu Han dynasty and Fallen Leaf city. The Dragon Legion Corps currently stationed there would move back to Yunnan province. Similar to the Tiger Legion Corps, the Dragon Legion Corps would be responsible for monitoring the Dali imperial court. There were reasons for these arrangements. The Shu Han dynasty and Fallen Leaf city were only short-term threats in the Shu lands. The true problems came from West Xia in the north, Tibet in the west, and the Mongols further north. Moving the Dragon Legion Corps, led by Baichi, to Yunnan province might seem like no action, but south of Yunnan across the border were the ASEAN states. Ouyang Shuo was planning ahead. He wanted Baichi to focus on expeditions against the ASEAN states in the future, to spread the name of the Azura across the 4 seas. Apart from the 4 Legion Corps, the City Protection Legion Corps underwent some changes. Since the entire City Protection Legion Corps had reached full strength, housing them all in the Lianzhou Basin would be wasteful. Therefore, the 5 legions were each assigned their own defense regions. The 1st Legion would enter the city's west camp, while the 2nd Legion, led by Mu Guiying, would remain in Mulan's stronghold to defend the capital city's northern pass. The 3rd Legion, under Ma Tang, would take over the defense duties of the 5th Legion of the Leopard Legion Corps and move into Tianjing City to protect the satellite city. The 4th Legion, led by Bai Lishur, would move to Beihai City to guard the capital city's southern region. The 5th Legion, led by Lin Yi, would be stationed in the city's east camp outside Shanghai City. With these changes, the City Protection Legion Corps truly lived up to its name, providing airtight protection for Shanghai City. After the army adjusted their defense regions, they also needed to build new strongholds, castles, and sentry posts. Unlike before, the defense technology this time was much more advanced. Apart from the usual defense work, they needed to build cannon posts primarily equipped with P1 type cannons. Such a defensive line was quite costly, so it was mainly designed for the narrow border between Beijiang province and Handan City. For the northern, eastern, and western borders, Great Xia held the initiative, so building such an expensive and underutilized line was unnecessary. The exception was that the Combat Logistics Department would build a special defense line targeting the Shu Han dynasty. The Shu Han dynasty was now alone, with no one to depend on. Ouyang Shuo wanted to ensure it stayed that way. He planned to build castles around the mountains of Qingdu Prefecture, equipped with cannons, to lock down Qingdu. As a result, the Shu Han guards would not be able to leave the basin where Qingdu Prefecture was located. Although this plan required a lot of resources and time, Ouyang Shuo felt it was worth it. To take down an imperial city with 1 million troops, a forced attack was clearly a bad idea. Trapping them to force a surrender was the best solution. The entire Qingdu Prefecture, a huge basin, provided the ideal geography for this. Quanzhou and Dali, being on vast and open land, could not use this plan. Therefore, Ouyang Shuo instructed the Combat Logistics Department to work with the Dragon Legion Corps and the Tiger Legion Corps to set up hidden defenses and monitoring around Dali and Quanzhou Prefecture. This was not to block the dynasty guards, but to send them a warning. Appointing generals, adjusting defense regions, and planning defense lines were the focus of this round of military organization. Additionally, Ouyang Shuo wanted to use this opportunity to modernize the army, with a focus on firearms. After several large wars, the use of firearms on the battlefield had become increasingly prominent, and they were becoming the star. Furthermore, the dynasty's industrialization had progressed, and firearm manufacturing had become more efficient. With these conditions, Ouyang Shua ordered the Privy Court to gradually allocate each warfighting legion with a subordinate firearms squad and a cannon squad. At the same time, on the legion corps level, they planned to provide each of the 4 warfighting legions with a flying squad for patrolling and strategic bombing. There were 2 reasons behind this decision. First, he wanted to open the eyes of the great Xia generals and make the use of firearms commonplace. He aimed to help the generals, or at the very least the legion generals, recognize the importance of firearms to the army. Ouyang Shua had even discussed with Sun Wu the possibility of hiring real-life experts to teach them about thermal weapon warfare. The goal was to ensure the dynasty's generals progressed with the times and focused on the future. In the future, whether in the game or on Planet Hope, cold weapons would no longer be the primary weapons. The wars would be decided by thermal weapons and even more advanced energy weapons. Although the current firearms could not yet replace cold weapons, Ouyang Shua needed to plan for the future. Of course, the era of thermal weapons did not mean that generals would become obsolete. For instance, when they eventually reach Planet Hope, generals could use mechanized suits. In any era, a person's combat skills would not be entirely replaced by weapons. Secondly, this decision aimed to give the Great Xia Army a chance to train its troops. Commanding a firearms squad requires more than just education from the Army Military Academy. It also demands practical experience, which often needs to be accumulated over time. Having firearm and cannon squads at the Legion level would provide Legion generals with learning and training opportunities. At an appropriate time, these units could be expanded to the division, regiment, and even unit levels. On the 3rd day of the 11th month, Zhang Liang, the West Gate chief officer, and others gathered in Shanghai City, initiating the reshuffling of civil servant appointments. Joining them were Li Mu, Bai Lishur, Ma Tang, and other newly appointed generals. Before the army's reorganization was complete, the Legion generals could not contact their troops and needed to undergo a short period of study at the Army Military Academy. Only after the Privy Court's work was done could they be officially appointed. This opportunity allowed Ma Tang and other generals to learn about thermal weapons warfare, while Li Mu and other generals who had surrendered learned about the Great Xia army system and took lessons on loyalty to the king. The moment Zhang Liang arrived in Shanghai City, a system notification sounded. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiue Wui for assembling the 3 heroes of early Han, Xiao He, Han Xian, and Zhang Liang. The player is awarded an Emperor rank talisman and 100,000 reputation points. When the notification was announced, everyone felt envious. Ouyang Shua himself did not foresee this surprise. As for the Emperor rank talisman he received, Ouyang Shua did not rush to use it. Zhang Liang, Li Mu, and the others gradually arrived in Shanghai City. As the ruler, Ouyang Shua welcomed each one personally to ensure the ruler-minister relationship and to set them at ease. For those as stubborn as Wei Yan, Ouyang Shua even had to calm him to boost his loyalty stat. The morning of the next day, the Great Xia dynasty announced a series of personnel appointments, with Zhang Liang named as the chief secretary of the administrative mentor court. His position was even higher than that of Jia Su. Name asterisk Zhang Liang, Saint rank. Title asterisk Strategy Saint. Dynasty asterisk End of Qin, Start of Han. Identity asterisk Great Xia Administrative Mentor, Court Head Secretary. Occupation asterisk Special Strategist. Loyalty asterisk 80. Command asterisk 80. Force asterisk 50. Intelligence asterisk 100. Politics asterisk 80. Specialty asterisk Strategizing, raises military index of the dynasty by 5%, increases chances of strategies succeeding by 55%, improves ability to grasp opportunities in battle by 50%, and boosts the success rate of dynasty strategists breaking through bottlenecks by 25%. Evaluation asterisk. Zhang Liang made significant contributions to the establishment of the Han dynasty. After his death, Emperor Gaozu honored him with the posthumous title Marquis Wenchang. Zhang Liang was not a talented commander or a leader in famous battles, nor was he an administrative genius with notable achievements. However, he was the dream of any emperor or king. This was because he was a brilliant strategist with a remarkable ability to understand people and see through complex situations. He could identify the core issues and make the right decisions. The administrative mentor court he led was the brain trust beside Ouyang Shua, playing a crucial role in policy-making and guiding the direction of the dynasty. The original Mengding Prefecture Governor, Tian Wenjing, was promoted to Shu Lan's provincial governor. Tian Wenjing had served as the administration director, Jiangzhou Prefecture Governor, and Mengding Prefecture Governor. Similar to Chuanan Province Provincial Governor Fan Zhongyuan, he was one of the longest-serving officials in the territory. He was skilled in internal affairs and was also a rare expert in handling ethnic relations. He was also at the helm of the Qiongzhou Voyage trading, and his horizons had been expanded. As a result, he was the best choice for the Shu lands. The West Gate Big official was appointed as the Xiangnan provincial governor and given the rank of third-class marquis. During his entry into the city, the West Gate Big official knew his place. He did not wait for Ouyang Shua to ask and requested to move the West Gate family to Shanghai City. His performance as provincial governor would affect the fate of his family and Ouyang Shua's treatment of the other talents in his family. Among the three prefectures, only Chuanbei Province did not have a provincial governor due to Ouyang Shua's inability to find a suitable person for the role. Luckily, it was about to reach the 5th year of the Gaia era, and the recruitment hall, general appointment stage, Wanming Pagoda, and Golden Stage could all complete a round of recruitment. Ouyang Shua did not believe he would be unable to recruit a suitable provincial governor. Apart from the 2 provincial governors, the remaining 15 governors were all appointed at once. For instance, Chang race leader Fu Jian would become the Chang Prefecture governor, Kaiyun Zinan would become the Chuanbei Province Xingyi Prefecture governor, and Gu Hengxiao would become the Xiangnan Province Yangzhou Prefecture governor. Fu Jian was over 40 years old and did not come from the military, so commanding troops was just a matter of expediency. Being the person with the most fame in the Chang race, he was the best choice to be the prefecture governor of Chang Prefecture. In Chang Prefecture, Great Xia would similarly allow the race to self-rule. The Chang race army would be moved into the Eagle Legion Corps' 1st Legion. To calm the Chang race, Ouyang Shua would move Fu Jian's son, Fu Zhe, into the 1st Division. As they say, a tiger does not beget a dog as a son. Fu Zhe was just 20, and he was the most famous young general among the Chang race. Ouyang Shua looked forward to Fu Zhe being like Shihu and Shanzhu. He hoped Fu Zhe would become the core of the army's spine. The remaining governors were either captured civil servants or promoted prefects. Along with the civil servants and generals receiving their appointments, only the execution was left. The Grand Council and the Cabinet would handle these appointments. After dealing with the matters at hand, it was time for Ouyang Shua to start the 2nd voyage. At this very moment, 2 special people arrived in Shanghai City. One of them was the Shu Han Dynasty advisor, Pang Tong. After the battle outside Swordsman City, although the Shu Han army led by Zhao Yun became a passing crowd, the event let Pang Tong realize the strength of Great Xia. Along with the 4 prefectures of the Shu lands being taken by Great Xia, the Shu Han dynasty was in a precarious position. Anyone with brains could see that they were just a trapped beast, a bird in a cage. Moreover, as he was unhappy there, and with Zhou Yu persuading him, Pang Tong finally decided to leave Chengdu. Learning that Pang Tong had left, Liu Bei was naturally furious, while Zhuge Liang was delighted. If Liu Bei knew that his advisor actually switched sides to his enemy, who knows how mad he would be. After Pang Tong came over, Ouyang Shua naturally welcomed him. Without much consideration, Ouyang Shua appointed him as an advisor to the administrative mentor court. His status was lower than Jiasu but higher than Qin Gong's. Name, Pang Tong. Dynasty, end of the Eastern Han. Identity, administrative mentor, court advisor. Occupation, Special Strategist. Loyalty, 75. Command, 75. Force, 45. Intelligence, 90. Politics, 75. Specialty, Strategic Battle, raises chances of strategies succeeding by 35%, raises troop morale by 25%, enhances ability to grasp opportunities by 30%, and reduces enemy morale by 15%. Evaluation, originally a minor official in Nan Commandery, Jing Province, Pang Tong began serving Liu Bei in 209 after Liu Bei became provincial governor. In the early 210s, he accompanied Liu Bei on a military campaign to seize control of Yi Province from the warlord Liu Zhang. However, he was killed by a stray arrow during a battle at Luo County. With Pang Tong's addition, the administrative mentor court had 4 top strategists. This might have been a waste of talent. Therefore, Ouyang Shua established a rule that, apart from Zhang Liang, Jia Su, Pang Tong, and Chen Gong could all head to the front lines during wartime and serve as advisors. This allowed them to demonstrate their abilities and ensure the effective use of the administrative mentor court. The other guest was even more special. She was Feng Qingyue, a person who had left her home. Even Ouyang Shua, usually very composed, was shocked to learn that Feng Qingyue had come. In the Xia Palace, Imperial Reading Room, this was their first meeting. Her first impression on him was that she was exceptionally clear and beautiful. Her purity was tinged with a touch of pride, like a moon hanging high in the night sky. Just like her name. Different from Feng Qiuhuang, who exuded grandeur, Feng Qingyue gave off the feel of a delicate jade. Her aura perfectly complemented the ancient backdrop of the game. At first glance, one could easily be drawn to her presence rather than her appearance. On closer inspection, however, she was a top beauty. She had gracefully curved, long, and shapely eyebrows, and a pair of elegant eyes that everyone would fall for. The only drawback was her height. She was even shorter than Xing Yi. Ouyang Shua said, "I didn't expect you to come here." Hearing this, she cast a faint glance at Ouyang Shua. Great Xia claims to welcome everyone. Are you not going to accept me? Great Xia welcomes everyone. The issue is your purpose for coming. Are you here to spy or to assassinate? I've heard rumors that your family is sending people to take revenge on me. When speaking to intelligent people, Ouyang Shua did not mind being straightforward. Feng Qingyue was taken aback. She hadn't expected Great Xia's intelligence network to be so adept, not even the slightest hint had escaped their notice. Licking her lips, she asked, "How can I prove myself to you?" She had anticipated that things wouldn't be easy. No matter how confident Ouyang Shua was, he wouldn't easily accept the daughter of an enemy. Seeing her reaction, Ouyang Shua had an idea. We've just taken over the Shu lands, and there are many underlying tensions. If you can help Provincial Governor Tian Wenjing calm them down, I'll believe you. The Shu lands were in turmoil because of the Feng family. As a core member of the Feng family, if she agreed to appear in the Shu lands as an official of Great Xia, no matter what her intentions, she could calm the situation. As a result, Ouyang Shua was in a winning position regardless. When Feng Qingyue heard this, she looked deeply at Ouyang Shua. Okay, I agree. Feng Qingyue left and appeared in the Shu lands as the assistant to the provincial governor. Pang Tong remained in Shanghai City, where he would work together with Jia Su, Chen Gong, and others to assist Zhang Liang in planning for the 5th year of Gaia. This was a major task Ouyang Shua received from the administrative mentor court after meeting Zhang Liang. By the time Ouyang Shua returned from his second voyage, it would already be the 5th year of Gaia. How would the Great Xia navigate these new waves in the new year? Ouyang Shua needed this group of intelligent people to voice their thoughts. Ouyang Shua looked forward to the surprising ideas Zhang Liang could produce. After dispatching Feng Qingyue, Ouyang Shua tore the rank talisman that Gaia bestowed upon him. A white light shone across, and a red-faced man with a white mustache appeared in the reading room. "Greetings, my king." He bowed. System notification: congratulations, player Chiue Wui, for successfully recruiting the emperor rank historical person, Li Hongzhang. Ouyang Shua was stunned. He did not expect to recruit such a distinguished talent. Name: Li Hongzhang, emperor rank. Dynasty: Qing Dynasty. Identity: civil servant of the Great Xia. Occupation: civil servant. Loyalty: 80. Command: 85. Force of 50. Intelligence: 75. Politics: 88. Specialty: all-round, raises dynasty industrialization efficiency by 15%, raises dynasty administrative efficiency by 25%, and raises dynasty naval combat strength by 20%. Evaluation: a renowned minister during the late Qing dynasty, a founder of the Beiyang Navy. A major proponent of the self-strengthening movement. He was named one of the 4 famous ministers of Zhongxin, alongside Zhang Guofan, Zhang Jidong, and Zhuozongtong. Japanese Prime Minister Ito Hirobumi called him the only person in the Great Qing dynasty who could compete with the best in the world. The West listed him as one of the top 3 people of the 19th century. However, in recent Chinese history, he was deemed an infamous traitor. The few unfair trade agreements China signed in recent history were attributed to him. Many people wanted to beat Li Hongzhang and wished to send him to hell, cursing him to be unable to reincarnate. Empress Dowager Cixi termed him as the person who brought back the fame and prosperity of China. Li Hongzhang himself felt that he was the carpenter of the straw house that was the Great Qing. When a big storm came, even a skilled carpenter could not save it from collapsing. One small story illustrates his character. It is said that during a sporting event, all countries raised their flags and played their national anthems. When it was China's turn, only the yellow dragon flag rose in silence. The Great Qing Empire did not even have a national anthem, leading to mockery from Westerners. At that moment, Li Hongzhang, over 70 years old, stepped out. Although his steps were unsteady, he was full of energy. He walked under the yellow dragon flag, straightened his back as best as he could, and began to sing a song he had known since his youth, an Anhui folk song, Jasmine Flower. The crowd fell silent, and only Li Hongzhang's voice could be heard. Once he finished, thunderous applause erupted from all around, honoring this fellow who had gone all out to protect the pride and honor of his nation. If Li Hongzhang had been born 100 years earlier, he could not have become a famous minister like Zhang Tingyu. After recruiting Zhang Tingyu and Tian Wenjing, these 2 Qing dynasty officials, Ouyang Shua looked forward to gathering the 4 famous ministers of late Qing. If he could assemble all 4, it would undoubtedly be a great legacy. After greeting Li Hongzhang, Ouyang Shua pondered how to best assign him. Li Hongzhang was a well-rounded talent, excelling in military, administrative, and diplomatic spheres. Moreover, his ideals were forward-thinking, and his mindset was truly modern. With the dynasty's industrialization on the right path and maritime trade flourishing, a new way of thinking was beginning to challenge the old ideals among the officials and generals. Li Hongzhang's arrival could help lead this new wave of ideas. Even Ouyang Shua couldn't force this change upon them. He couldn't alter their traditional thinking overnight. The ideals of the late Qing self-strengthening movement offered the best transition. Reflecting on this, Ouyang Shua decided to appoint Li Hongzhang as the Navy Minister. His primary goal was to establish a Great Xia Navy Academy in Beihai City. Since the Navy's formation, they lacked a proper academy to develop naval talent. Building a modern Navy Academy, Li Hongzhang was undoubtedly the right choice. Ouyang Shua allocated 1 million gold to construct the academy, and Li Hongzhang gratefully accepted the appointment. As Ouyang Shua was meeting with Li Hongzhang, a system notification suddenly sounded. World notification: congratulations to America's Lord Jack Dawson for establishing the Dawson Dynasty, becoming the 2nd player in the world to become a king. He has been awarded 120,000 merit points, 250,000 reputation points, a hidden building known as the Statue of Liberty, and one special reward. The moment this notification was announced, the world erupted in uproar. After the Great Xia dynasty, the second dynasty in the world was born. The establishment of the Dawson Empire undoubtedly escalated the global battle for supremacy. In the following period, more and more dynasties would emerge. One lord after another would bear their fans in the world. Even Ouyang Shuo felt a little pressure. It seemed that Great Xia needed to expedite their global plans. Russia region, St. Petersburg. While the Great Xia dynasty shone across the ocean and the Free City shone in America, Russia, located in the northern part of Asia, remained totally silent. It had not appeared in the field of vision of all the players in the world. As the country in the world with the largest land area, Russia spanned 2 continents. To its north was the Arctic, to the east was the Atlantic Ocean, to the west was the Pacific, and to its northwest, the Baltic Sea, Gulf of Finland. Every day, significant changes were happening in this quiet country. A lord known as Pushkin was like the scorching sun, rising from the East Plains and sweeping across the lands, expanding the territory of St. Petersburg. On this day, the entire East European plains belonged to St. Petersburg. This was an amazing feat, as Russia's population was lopsided, with the West having 52 to 77 people per square kilometer, and this number even peaked at 261 in some places. Conversely, the northeast part had less than 1 person per square kilometer. Taking over the East European plains effectively meant claiming 90% of Russia. St. Petersburg was on the verge of establishing a dynasty, and Pushkin endeavored to become the world's first. He aimed to step onto the global stage and astonish everyone. Who would have thought that the China region would give rise to a figure like Ouyang Shuo? If it were just Great Xia, Pushkin could have accepted it. Pushkin had been elevated to duke, and St. Petersburg had become a capital city. However, who could have predicted that while he was on the mission of founding a country, the Dawson dynasty would be established? This left Pushkin deeply disheartened. 3rd place, I can't afford to miss it. Pushkin committed to this goal. England region, Avik Fort. In reality, William and Jack Dawson were good friends. In the game, Avik Fort was the first territory to trade with Free City, and the 2 territories had a close relationship. When Jack Dawson held his ascension ceremony, William was one of the VIPs. It wasn't that the 2 of them had differences in their attitudes toward Great Xia. William and Ouyang Shuo had dealings, and they adhered to market law. Strategically, Avik Fort followed Silver Hand's arrangements, but this didn't stop them from collaborating with Great Xia. Jack was different. He was a staunch believer and activist for the organization, preferring to work with the Yanhuang alliance, which was slightly weaker than Great Xia. Ouyang Shuo was the only person Jack considered his rival. As rivals, their main goal was naturally to defeat the other. The moment the Dawson dynasty was established, it had already claimed 80% of America. In terms of land area, the Dawson dynasty was not far behind Great Xia. Jack was truly ambitious and began to look beyond America, northward to Canada and southward to Mexico. In his words, let's first set a small target, like unifying North America. This was obviously him being boastful. Not to mention other regions, but Canada alone was larger than America. It was the 2nd largest region in the world, only behind Russia in terms of size. Luckily, its population was sparse, with less than half the density of Russia. It had a total of 3 million players. If its population density were placed in China, it would be less than 1/30 of the Chinese population. So, while his words were boastful, they were still viable. Population in the game was a significant advantage. It not only determined the number of Imperial City troops but also the number of NPCs, which, to an extent, decided the overall strength of a country. This was ironic, but true. In this aspect, Asia had the absolute advantage. With over 600 million players, the China region alone exceeded the entirety of Europe, America, and Africa. Of course, there were pros and cons to this, as Asia was also the most intense region. The only region that could compete with Asia was probably Europe. Europe had a small land area, but the highest population density. With many countries, unifying Europe was just a dream. Conversely, with a smaller population, it was easier to have regional overlords in America. Thus, Jack's dream of unifying North America was not entirely impossible. Although Africa had similar conditions to America, it was destined not to become the main focus of the world. On this point, William was really envious of Jack. The current Avik fort was unable to unify the United Kingdom region, let alone Europe. Using all his effort, he was able to unify England. However, establishing a dynasty was still a distant prospect. The establishment of the Dawson dynasty stirred up the stale waters. Ouyang Shua immediately decided to set the date of the second voyage for the 6th day of the 11th month. After reading through a day of memorials, he returned to the back palace at night. Ouyang Shua had dinner with Song Jia. 2 months had passed, and Song Jia's tummy had bulged slightly, showing that the 2 newborns were growing in her womb. With Song Jia pregnant, Ouyang Shuo's mentality began to shift. He took on a new role, that of a father, a heavy mantle to bear. Perhaps at this moment, Ouyang Shua truly grew up. "How's the holdings coming along?" Ouyang Shua attentively picked dishes for his wife and asked. Song Jia was not one to sit at home and do nothing. After becoming pregnant, she could not cultivate, so she focused her energy on the mountain and sea entertainment holdings. Seeing her husband so caring, her heart felt really sweet, and she smiled. "We are currently filming Hua Mulan. Zhongyuan's training is also complete, and we are preparing to hold the first concert in the capital city next month." Song Jia really knew how to make the most of resources. Not long after Hua Mulan established the imperial court female guards, she caught Song Jia's eye and was thrown into the movie industry. Isn't this her not focusing on her job? Such a thought only briefly crossed Ouyang Shua's mind, and he did not dare say it out loud. As for Wang Zhajuan's concert, it was not much of a concern to Ouyang Shua, as he was the one who had recommended her. Song Jia continued, "Dawson has already agreed to be the dancer in her concert." Cough. Ouyang Shua coughed, "Wang Zhaojun and Dawson? Who can resist such a divine combination? Well done." Ouyang Shua gave her a thumbs up. Song Jia smiled with delight. "Oh, by the way, there's one more thing I wanted to talk to you about." "What is it?" Although the Qingyang sword sect has moved to Chengdu, their sect headquarters is still there. Lin Yu is asking if the imperial court can hand it over to the Dongli sword sect so he can establish a branch in the Shu lands. Ouyang Shua was taken aback. Lin Yu has grand ambitions. The Shu lands were home to many heroes, and both Wuxia and Shenxia cultures were deeply rooted there. Lin Yu was using this opportunity to enter the Shu lands underworld. As long as he follows the rules, it should be fine. I will speak to Tian Wenjing about it. Since the Dongli sword sect was interested in expanding, Ouyang Shua would not stand in their way. Seeing this, Ouyang Shua thought of something. "While I'm away, you need to keep an eye on her studies. That little imp is getting more and more playful." "Where is she now?" Ouyang Shua noticed that Binger was not at the dinner table. Song Jia pouted. "Don't worry, she's been very well behaved. Today, Bai Shui invited her to the Wei Manor." Ouyang Shua nodded, surprised that Bai Shui and Binger were close. On the 6th day of the 11th month, at Beihai port. The bustling Beihai city was unusually solemn and serious. Many officials and generals came to see the king off. Compared to the first voyage, the second was more meticulously planned. The squadron would first head to Xingzhou Prefecture, where Ouyang Shua would meet the ASEAN lords to discuss the Atlantic Trading Partner Agreement. Afterward, the squadron would pass through the Straits of Malacca and enter the Indian Ocean. Unlike the first voyage, the Emperor's squadron would not head west but south toward Australia. Along the way, Ouyang Shuo also wanted to see if he could activate the scenario quest of the Lemuria civilization. If time allowed, he planned to visit New Zealand before returning to prepare for the second global auction. The schedule was tight, but the Honglu Temple had sent envoys to ASEAN, Australia, and New Zealand to lay the groundwork. The significance of this voyage extended far beyond the interests involved. After praying to Ma Zu as he usually did, Ouyang Shuo got up, and the emperor and the entire squadron set sail. One Z-1 type warship after another surrounded the emperor and gradually sailed out of the port, flanked by closely packed Mengchong warships and Sima boats, creating a truly majestic scene. Compared to the turreted ships, the Z-1 type warships had 3 improvements. First, they incorporated the advantages of a man-o-war type warship to redesign the sails. In an era powered by manual labor, the man-o-war was undoubtedly the most advanced. Second, they revamped the cannon designs, increasing the number on both sides of the warships to a total of 90 cannons. This combination of Z-1 and Z-2 cannons enhanced the firepower network without adding weight to the warships. Apart from that, 2 super cannons were added to the front and rear of the warship. In terms of range and firepower, these cannons surpassed the Z-1 type cannon. However, their large size meant that they could only be used for intimidation and could not be placed all around the ship. Even so, with these 2 cannons, the Z-1 type warships were no longer restricted to left-to-right formations. They could also cause damage while charging and retreating. Thirdly, the accumulation of many new technologies and techniques. Whether it was the bartering ram, the iron bars, or the watertight cabin technology, these ship-changing innovations led by Old Sun were integrated into the Z-1 type warship. One could say that, in terms of speed, weight, or firepower, it was a significant upgrade from the turreted warship. Its capabilities surpassed any wooden warship in China. Old Sun had claimed that even British man-o-war type warships could not compare to it. The success of the Z-1 type warship could be seen as a result of the Great Xia shipbuilding industry's progress. If the Z-1 type warship was the most advanced warship of its time, then the Emperor was an overlord of the seas. Compared to the Z-1 type warship, the Emperor was larger, with 120 cannons and a weight of 3,600 tons, surpassing even a Grade 1 man-o-war series warship. The Emperor's deck featured a specially designed docking bay for the takeoff and landing of mimicry flying devices. Most crucially, the Emperor used a steam engine as auxiliary power, marking the era of machines replacing human labor. The currently developing Z-2 type warship will entirely rely on steam engines, ushering in another revolution. Beihai Bay, Spratly Islands, Zhongsha Islands, South Sea. As Ouyang Shuo circumnavigated these areas, he was filled with many emotions. None of these islands were desolate, instead, they were listed as explored territories in Qiangzhou Prefecture, each showing signs of activity by China region players. On the ocean surface, one could often see groups of fishing boats. With the development of the shipbuilding industry, the Dynasty's fishing industry had expanded from the coastal waters to the deep sea. Seafood was no longer a novelty on the tables of Shanghai city residents. As he passed Beihai Bay, not a single Annan ship was in sight. There were no fishing boats, merchant ships, or warships. Although the Annan squadron had been rebuilt, they felt threatened by Yashan City and did not dare venture out to sea. On the 9th day of the 11th month, the Emperor's squadron passed the Spratly Islands. Ouyang Shuo recalled his last visit to the Spratly Islands, when the Voyage squadron had faced a storm and battled octopus beasts. This led to his unintentional discovery of the unnamed island and the dragon vein. The dragon bones of the Emperor were from that very island. Just as they passed the Spratly Islands, a loud dragon roar echoed from the skies above. What sound is that? Be on alert. Cannons, get ready. The Emperor remained vigilant, but he did not panic, and Ouyang Shuo was truly impressed. Raising his head, one could see a 1,000-meter-long golden dragon in the clouds. Its golden scales, thick body, and gleaming claws were awe-inspiring. Dragon, a god dragon. The Fate Dragon had appeared several times, so the people of Great Xia were not unfamiliar with it. Their first reaction was that they thought it was the appearance of the god dragon. Weirdly, the dragon they saw before was purple, while this one was gold. Not to mention, it really looked like the one on the Great Xia country flag. The golden dragon in the sky scratched its head with its claws, a look of confusion in its eyes. Shouldn't they be afraid? Why are they so calm? The moment he saw the golden dragon, Ouyang Shua recalled his time on the unnamed island and the story the Qilin had told him. Ouyang Shua asked, "Did you come from the Dragon Island?" The golden dragon was shocked and subconsciously asked, "How do you know that?" The moment he said those words, he regretted it. Ouyang Shua smiled, "I was fortunate enough to hear Senior Qilin speak about it." Scoff. The dragon did not believe it. "Human, tell me why I smell the scent of my race. If you do not give me a satisfying answer, do not blame me." Naturally, the dragon was referring to the emperor. When Ouyang Shua decided to use the bones of the black dragon to build the emperor, he had foreseen this. After building it, the emperor did not disappoint. It gave off the aura of a dragon. While they sailed, no matter what ocean beast they came across, it would flee when it sensed this aura. The stronger the ocean beast, the further it ran to hide. Thus, the emperor's squadron did not face a single ocean beast along the way. Ouyang Shua did not hide anything and told the golden dragon everything about the black dragon. The Qilin had told Ouyang Shua that the black dragon was a bastard of the dragon race and a notorious criminal. Since the golden dragon came from Dragon Island, there was no reason for him to be enemies with Ouyang Shua. As expected, after listening to Ouyang Shua's description, the golden dragon became a little emotional and clawed out. A claw, an accumulation of energy, passed through the emperor and scratched some of the aura of the black dragon. The golden dragon sniffed the aura and confirmed the story. When Ouyang Shua saw this, his eyes focused. This golden dragon was truly amazing. With the misunderstanding resolved, the golden dragon felt a bit awkward, and a pained expression appeared on its face. With a schwa, a white stone appeared in its claws. "Human, you have removed a problem for our dragon race. We thank you for it, this is for you." The white stone gently floated into his hand, and then the dragon swept its tail and disappeared into the horizon. Ouyang Shua received the stone and examined its stats. Contract Beast Wishing Stone. Use gold to make a wish and summon a beast egg of a contract beast. Friendly reminder, desolate beasts start from 1,000 gold, spirit beasts from 10,000, god beast subspecies from 100,000, and god beasts from 1 million gold. If a normal player received this wishing stone, it would not be of much use. Not to mention 1 million gold, even those who could afford 100,000 gold were rare. However, in Ouyang Shua's hands, it was different. With the Fate Dragon, Little Green, Little White, and other god beast subspecies, Ouyang Shua did not lack for beasts. Subconsciously, he thought about his unborn children. If the two little ones could have a god beast protect them as soon as they were born, it would be a truly fortunate thing. Ouyang Shua had only 2 million gold, and he did not dare to use it right away. It was better to wait until the global auction ended before he used it. Thinking about this, Ouyang Shua placed the wishing stone into his storage bag. On the 11th day of the 11th month, after a brief interruption, the Emperor's squadron smoothly arrived in Xingzhou Prefecture. Under the accompaniment of Gu Xiuwen, Ouyang Shua excitedly toured Lion City. As the former Singapore imperial city, Lion City had a deep foundation. With the Great Xia running it effectively, it became a core point of global trade. Internally, the city was truly prosperous, with nearly half of the shops dedicated to voyage trading. Beyond the thriving trade, the conflict on the surrounding islands never ceased. The daily massacres between Chinese and Java players produced hundreds of PK enthusiasts. The vast player base was the reason Java felt confident challenging the Great Xia and China. Not only Java, but the player base of the 10 ASEAN countries was also substantial. Apart from Singapore, Annan had 8 million, Nanjing had 600,000, Jinla had 1.2 million, Siam had 5 million, Piao Country had 4.5 million, Luzon had 8 million, Johor had 2.5 million, and Brunei had the smallest with 40,000 players. The 9 remaining ASEAN countries had nearly 50 million players, equivalent to half of China's player base. A year and a half had passed, and each ASEAN country had undergone significant changes. Ouyang Shuo was most concerned about the regional overlords who had risen in each of the 9 countries. Each one now had only one lord remaining. For example, Johor once had Perak City and Sabah City. Now, only Perak City remains. Guayennan, of Chinese descent, fell to Shantha, and his territory was absorbed into Perak City. Behind the rapid mergers in various ASEAN states, there were indications of Silver Hand's involvement. The Silver Hand had discerned Ouyang Shuo's strategic intention to take over ASEAN, so they attempted to muddy the waters. With only 9 lords remaining within the entirety of ASEAN, their internal decisions faced far less resistance. This also caused the efforts of Great Xia to nurture trusted individuals in ASEAN to be in vain. Among the 9 lords, the 3 heads were Lord Java of Java, Lord Wan Tian Ke of Annan, and Lord Mating of Luzon. The second tier included Lord T. Lade of Siam, Lord Mo Anin of Piao, Lord Shantha of Johor, Lord Bai Wenlai of Zhenla, Lord Sualong of Nanjing, and Lord Abdul of Brunei. These last 3 lords had virtually no speaking rights in ASEAN and followed the 3 heads. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the 3 heads were all adversaries of Shanghai City. To this day, Java, Annan, and Luzon had no trade relations with Great Xia. Without a doubt, Java and China had deep-seated animosity that could not be resolved. Annan was attacked twice by Great Xia, which naturally made them unhappy about the situation. Luzon and Great Xia had both historical factors and conflicting interests. The Great Xia dynasty expanding into the Spratly Islands and Nansha Islands reduced the ocean space of Luzon. ASEAN was silently divided into 2 factions. One side sought war, while the other side aimed for peace. Without a doubt, the 3 heads desired combat. Alongside Nanjing, which bordered Great Xia, the remaining 5 had trade ties with Great Xia and federated towards peace. The 2 sides were in equilibrium, and a single group changing stances might disrupt this equilibrium. To break this balance, Ouyang Shuo aimed to sign a trade agreement with the ASEAN lords. The goal was to strengthen their ties with the other lords and bolster the presence of Great Xia in ASEAN. Of course, one could view the trade agreement as a diversion or bait that Ouyang Shuo had dangled out to numb ASEAN. Regardless, disrupting ASEAN so they couldn't pose a threat was Ouyang Shuo's long-term aim. To fulfill this, bloodshed could not be avoided. However, before wielding his knife, Ouyang Shuo couldn't let the ASEAN lords discern his true intentions, or they would unite. If this occurred, Ouyang Shuo would lack the assurance to destabilize ASEAN. Not to mention, but the 50 million players alone were not something Great Xia could undervalue. The sole method would be to dismantle them individually. Before Ouyang Shuo arrived at Xingzhou Prefecture, Honglu Temple, and the Ministry of Trade had already gone through 3 rounds of negotiations with the countries. Unfortunately, the outcomes were unsatisfactory, so Ouyang Shuo needed to come in person. After 2 p.m., Xingzhou Port. To show his sincerity, Ouyang Shuo specially greeted the 5 lords at the port. At the appointed time, T. Lade, Mo Ongjin, Shantha, and Abdul were invited into Lion City. What made Ouyang Shuo frown was that Jinla Lord Bai Wenlai did not come, signaling that Jinla was determined to oppose. Ouyang Shuo was unsure if there were signals from the Silver Hand amidst all this. No matter what, under such a scene, Bai Wenlia's sudden disappearance made Ouyang Shuo feel truly humiliated, and it was like a slap to his face. Before the discussions even began, there was a dark cloud hanging over. Although he was furious in his heart, he still smiled on the surface as he shook hands with them one by one. Among the four, the only person Ouyang Shua had contact with was Shantha. Without a doubt, they were all young and handsome, born from noble families or members of the royal family. No wonder they were able to unify their respective country so swiftly. Their identities had a natural connection with the Silver Hand. Perhaps their families did not have the rights to join the Silver Hand in reality. However, due to the complex nature of the game, the Silver Hand would not stick purely to the rules, and they did not mind accepting new members. This was why the Silver Hand was really scary. Facing outside threats, they would still be willing to change their ideals. As they greeted one another, Shantha and the others could not help but look at the west of the port. There, the Emperor's squadron was quietly docked, and the Emperor was especially eye-catching. Shantha and the others were expressionless, but their eyes froze and their moods became really serious. The main warships of ASEAN were either turreted warships from Great Xia or man-o-war warships from the west. They had never seen the Z-1 type warship before. Without a doubt, this was a new type of warship designed by Great Xia. What ASEAN worried the most about was the strong navy of Great Xia. Shantha and the others thought that after bringing in the turreted warships, the navy could be closer to Great Xia. Who knew that they actually designed a new type of warship? Such an impact was really huge. When Ouyang Shua saw that, he laughed to himself. He specifically welcomed them at the dock and positioned the Emperor's squadron in a conspicuous place to warn them. You all might want to fight, but if it really comes to that, Shanghai City has some trump cards. Ouyang Shua led them to the governor's mansion of Lion City and started a new round of discussions. What made Ouyang Shua frown was that, even with his personal involvement, they still made many unreasonable requests. Ouyang Shua laughed coldly, thinking to himself, they really think that with the help of the Silver Hand, they don't have to fear anything? Seeing this, Ouyang Shua looked around and smiled. Taking this opportunity, I want to announce a piece of news. Shantha's heart trembled, and he forced a smile, we are all ears. This time, it showed that his confidence was not as strong as he displayed. Ouyang Shua said, to keep pirates at bay, the Great Xia Dynasty will set up an ocean checkpoint in the Gulf of Aden to inspect merchant ships. Ships that do not pass will not be able to enter the Mediterranean. Shantha and others exchanged glances with one another. Ouyang Shua's words were clear, they could only pass the checkpoint if they cooperated with Great Xia. Otherwise, the ASEAN merchant ships could forget about entering the Mediterranean. Shantha and the others looked solemn and said, Xia King, we need to discuss this alone for a while. Please. Ouyang Shua was confident. Since Shantha and the others had enjoyed the huge profits from Voyage trading, they would not be willing to give it up. This trading route, which Great Xia had worked so hard to maintain, could sometimes be a valuable bargaining chip. In a guest room next door, the four gathered together. What now? Siam Lord Thiraj asked. They exchanged glances. Before coming, they did not expect Ouyang Shua's stance to be so firm. Piao Country Lord Mo Anin said, why don't we sign it? Among the 9 countries, Piao was located in the northwest corner, quite far from the ASEAN system. Additionally, it bordered the Indian Ocean, so Western trade was one of Mo Anin's main financial sources. If trade stopped, the consequences would be catastrophic. That's true. We have no choice but to lower our heads when we are under their power, Thiraj agreed. Shantha was a bit worried, how will we explain this to Weiss? We are only cooperating for trade. We cannot give up gold for the sake of our pride, Mo Anin's stance was firm. Seeing this, Shantha gritted his teeth, all right, let's do it this way. From start to finish, they did not bother to seek Abdul's opinion. In reality, Brunei became one of the richest countries in the world due to its oil and natural gas reserves. However, in the game, these resources had no place to be utilized. Brunei was small, with a small population, so it did not have much influence. After their discussions concluded, the four of them returned to the negotiation table. Seeing this, Ouyang Shua gave a smile that did not quite seem like a smile and said, "Have you all finished your discussions?" In truth, their conversation had already reached his ears. Shantha and the others nodded. The Great Xia is magnanimous and willing to share the profits from Voyage trading with us. As friends, how could we refuse? We were just discussing some minor matters. Well said, we are friends. The negotiation then proceeded smoothly, point by point, leading to the signing of the agreement. The specific details would, of course, be handled by professionals. After the signing, Ouyang Shua smiled. This is a significant matter, and we should share it with more people. The Great Xia has invited various media outlets and is prepared to hold a news conference. What? Shantha and the others were caught off guard again. Ouyang Shuo's face turned serious. Why, are you unwilling? We will go. Shantha and the others' smiles were more like grimaces. They could imagine the consequences if the news spread. But since it had come to this, they had no choice. During the news conference, Shantha and the others smiled as they answered questions, and Ouyang Shua felt truly delighted. When the news reports were released, they could not deny it even if they wanted to. After settling the agreement, the next morning, the Emperor's squadron set sail once more. Pretty much at the same time, news of the agreement that Shantha and the others had signed was swiftly spread by the Black Snake Guards to the various ASEAN states. In Java country, Badong City, Waze's face turned dark as he gritted his teeth. Those jerks really became Great Xia's dogs. Scoff, they fear Great Xia, but I don't. A blood glow shone in his eyes as he shouted, "Men! Present! Inform the Badong squadron that they have a mission." Yes. Crossing the Strait of Malacca, the Emperor's squadron entered the Indian Ocean. They passed the ocean region near Java and headed south. On the Emperor, Ouyang Shua took out a map. His eyes were filled with excitement. Lemuria Civilization Ruins Exploration Map *. Using this map, players can trigger relevant scenario quests in the ocean region near the Lemuria Civilization Ruins. If nothing went wrong, Lemuria would be between Java and Australia. To ensure success, Ouyang Shua specially instructed the Emperor's Squadron Fleet Admiral, Cunning, to spread out the Sima boats and Mengchong warships to expand the search area and trigger the scenario quest. They had traveled for 4 days but had not seen anything. As they approached Australia, Ouyang Shua couldn't help but feel disappointed. That can't be it. My luck stat is so high, so how can I miss it? Ouyang Shua was a little dejected. At that moment, an alert sounded from the front. The Emperor, located at the center of the squadron and surrounded, prevented Ouyang Shua from knowing what was happening. Luckily, the communication conches from Atlantis made communication more reliable. Quickly, Ning came over to report. What happened? Ouyang Shua asked. My king, the Sima boats at the front sent a signal before losing contact. Ouyang Shua's eyes narrowed, and he asked, did someone ambush us? I've already dispatched the Mengchong warships, Ning replied, without giving a definite answer. Ouyang Shua nodded. Send out the mimicry flying devices. Ouyang Shua's instincts were sharp. Since entering the Indian Ocean, he had sensed that someone was watching them. Yes, my king. At that moment, a series of cannon shots echoed, boom. 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 No need to check, someone had definitely ambushed the Emperor's squadron. Remaining calm, Ouyang Shua instructed Ning, go all out. I want to see the results of our training. This battle will show whether we are a horse or a mule. Yes, my king. Ning bowed and turned away. Ouyang Shua gazed at the ocean before him. Is it Java? The only party with the audacity to attack the Great Xia Emperor squadron was likely Java. Ouyang Shua's guess was right. The attackers were the Badong squadron sent by Uwais. To counteract the effects of the trade agreement, Uwais chose the most direct and effective retaliation. Crushing the Emperor squadron would change the entire situation. The Indian Ocean region near Java was prone to frequent storms, with the potential for one to occur at any time. On the 16th day of the 11th month, this ocean region would become special due to a meticulously planned naval battle. The Java Badong Squadron had set a trap to surround the Emperor Squadron. Comprising 200 turreted warships, 500 Mengchong warships, and thousands of Sima boats, the Badong Squadron formed a vast fleet that covered the ocean surface, inspiring awe. Above the Badong Squadron, Java Lord Uwais stood atop the deck, feeling a sense of freedom and smiling. The Great Xia Squadron is not as fearsome as rumored. They were easily surrounded by us. Let's see how they plan to escape, he said. Hearing these words, the general beside him concurred, My lord is wise and valiant, the Great Xia Squadron is useless. To those unaware, it seemed the Badong Squadron had already claimed victory. Haha Uwais intended to use this battle to quell Shantha and others who sought peace. Seeing the Badong Squadron surround them, Cunning remained remarkably calm, maneuvering the fleet without a hint of panic. The 40 Z-1 type warships formed a single line, creating the standard man-o-war formation. Each ship opened its cannon ports, revealing their guns. Boom! 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 As the cannons fired, the scene was both astonishing and, paradoxically, unthrilling. The two sides engaged in combat, each firing in turn, much like two boxers exchanging blows. There were no intricate maneuvers or strategies, only a relentless exchange until one side was utterly defeated. This time, the power of the Z-1 type warships was on full display. The 90 new cannons were like fire dragons, devouring one enemy ship after another. Whether in firepower or cannon density, the Emperor Squadron far outmatched the Badong Squadron. Consequently, in less than an hour after the battle began, despite the numerical advantage of the Java Squadron, they were gradually forced onto the defensive. It was a miraculous sight. At that moment, the once calm ocean surface was roiled by huge waves, and the clear blue sky turned gloomy, with lightning striking instantaneously. It seemed a massive ocean storm was about to descend, making the ocean surface appear to be boiling. The numerous warships, bobbing up and down in the churning waves, were unable to control their fates. One massive wave swept across and capsized a Sima boat, and even Mengchong warships were overturned. Only the turreted warships and Z-1 type warships managed to avoid such a fate. Damn it, why are we so unlucky? Uwais clung to the barrier for dear life, cursing. Struck by such waves, the Badong Squadron could not even fire, let alone aim at the enemy. Their accuracy plummeted, and they posed no threat to the Emperor Squadron. Sometimes, a single massive wave would cause the warship to shift, and a cannon aimed at the enemy would veer toward their own vessel. The entire Badong Squadron was in chaos. At that moment, the storm that had been brewing for so long finally arrived, disrupting the command of the Badong Squadron. Now, the entire squadron seemed paralyzed. The Emperor Squadron, which had been surrounded, presented a miraculous sight. Protected by Mazu, the Great Xia Squadron's ability to weather storms surpassed that of any other. Although this storm was intense, it could not compare to the first storm they faced during their previous voyage. As the huge waves tossed and turned, the Emperor Squadron remained as stable as a mountain. The Emperor Squadron's command system was more advanced than Java's. Besides flag language, they used drums. Despite the storm, the entire squadron continued to run orderly, showing no signs of panic. Cunning naturally would not miss such an opportunity and ordered the squadron to launch their assault on the enemy. Boom! 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 Even the thunder could not drown out the sound of the cannons. The cannons, thunder, and flashing lightning made it seem as if the end of the world had arrived. This time, the Badong Squadron was in a terrible state. They were like sitting ducks, able only to be hit without striking back. In just half an hour, 10 warships were sunk, leaving Weiss genuinely heartbroken. When he built the Badong squadron, Weiss had spent all his money and resources. To keep it a secret, the Badong squadron had been very low profile, attacking only pirates in the Indian Ocean. Even the other lords of ASEAN were unaware of its existence. Who knew they would falter during their first performance? Weiss' face was ashen, like the lightning, as he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Flee." If this continued, he would be risking the entire foundation of his territory. The Great Xia was vast, and even if the Emperor's squadron suffered heavy losses, it would not be a significant problem for them. Thus, Weiss naturally dared not take such a risk. This was the result of a skill gap. Even the retreat order confused the Badong squadron when they received it. Fortunately, the soldiers were already fearful. Seeing other squadrons retreating, they did not bother to verify the orders and retreated immediately. The originally packed ocean surface instantly became open. A sudden ocean war had ended, just like that, due to a sudden storm. Seeing the Badong squadron escape, Cunning only then stopped chasing. This kind of bad weather had an impact on the Emperor's squadron as well. If they were not careful, it might backfire instead. In the end, they had a numerical disadvantage, and it was a hard-fought victory. They lost 8 Z-1-type warships, 20 Ming warships, and hundreds of Sima boats. Though the price was enormous, the rewards were significant too. During this battle, they had destroyed 35 Badong squadrons' turreted warships, eliminating a division of their numbers. They had given the enemy a significant blow. After this battle, Java would likely need to lie low for a period, which would truly benefit the Great Xia's plans in ASEAN. Ouyang Shua stood on deck. The storm rained down, but it was unable to shake him. He stood upright, focused on the Badong squadron slowly sailing away. "Do our best to rescue our men who fell into the water," he commanded. "Yes, my king." The messenger soldier turned and left. It was a vast storm, so whether it was the Badong squadron or the Emperor's squadron, many soldiers had fallen into the water. During such a vast storm, if they didn't save them in time, their chances of survival would be very low. With one wave, who knows where they would be swept to? Ouyang Shua, no matter what, could not abandon his comrades. Once the storm passed, the Emperor's squadron tried their best, but they were only able to save less than half of them. Who knows where the remaining soldiers were swept to, but their chances of survival were really low. After searching the battlefield, the Emperor's squadron set off again. Not long after the Emperor's squadron set sail once more, news spread through the ASEAN states that the Java squadron had ambushed the Emperor's squadron and failed. The might and power of the Great Xia dynasty were revealed to the public. Weiss' embarrassment turned to anger, and his prestige in ASEAN was affected. Shantha and the others were stunned and felt grateful. Fortunately, we did not reject Great Xia's suggestion. Among them, the Jinla Lord, Bai Wenlai, felt the most regret. Due to the pressure from Ruan Tianke and Sua Langgong, Bai Wenlai had given up on trading with Great Xia. In hindsight, it seemed like a truly foolish decision. Bai Wenlai tried to contact the Great Xia Xingzhou prefecture to see if he could still sign the agreement. The response he received chilled him to the bone. Great Xia had officially cut off trade with Zhenla. "I'm finished." Bai Wenlai despaired. Ouyang Shua did not pay much attention to the chaos in ASEAN. He was leading the Emperor's squadron, riding the waves across the vast Indian Ocean to try and find the legendary Lemuria continent. For 2 days, there were no signs. On the 11th month, 18th day, a white fog suddenly appeared on the ocean's surface. At first, it was as thin as a veil, like smoke. Then, it grew thicker and thicker, layered like clouds. Along with the blue ocean surface, it was impossible to tell where the sky ended and the ocean began. By morning, visibility was less than 20 meters. In such weather, the squadron did not dare to continue advancing. Many portable lighthouses were lit, giving off a greenish glow. Ouyang Shua remembered the white fog he encountered during his first voyage around the unnamed island. As the saying goes, if unusual things happen, something is definitely up. If such a large-scale fog appeared on the ocean, unusual events were bound to follow. Ouyang Shua suddenly thought of the Lemuria civilization. Are we close to our destination? Ouyang Shua's brows furrowed as he decisively gave the order, "Men, try to head toward the center of the fog." "Sir." Ning hesitated, "This fog is a bit strange. I'm worried." Ouyang Shua waved his hand, "How do you catch a tiger if you don't enter its den?" "Understood." Ning gritted his teeth and followed the order. As soon as he left, he gave the command, "All troops, be on high alert. We must protect the king's safety." Ouyang Shua took out the exploration map and stared at the fog ahead. He was eager for an unexpected change. They proceeded for another hour when a system notification resonated in his ear. System notification, "Congratulations, player Chiue Wui, you are nearing the Lemuria civilization, triggering a B-rank scenario quest, the Lost Lemuria." Along with the system notification, a whirlwind suddenly appeared on the calm ocean surface. The white fog gathered toward the whirlwind, forming a fog mountain. As time passed, the mountain grew larger and taller. When hundreds of square miles of fog disappeared, a massive mountain peak, reaching 500 to 600 meters high, slowly rose from the ocean surface, piercing the sky. The soldiers were all speechless. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew across the fog mountain. The moment the white fog encountered the wind, it seemed to meet its nemesis, and it suddenly vanished. Once all the fog disappeared, a huge mountain became visible. Looking out, one could see dense forests and many flowers in full bloom. Streams trickled down the mountains, and wild deer roamed the area. This entire place was like a hidden paradise, severed from the outside world. "A sign from the heavens," the soldiers exclaimed, bowing down in worship. Despite their many experiences, they could not fathom how a mountain could appear out of nowhere. However, Ouyang Shua could roughly guess what was happening. Since the divine mountain had emerged unexpectedly, there must be a method to conceal it for camouflage purposes. Ouyang Shua possessed a crucial tool to trigger the scenario quest, which was why he could make the mountain visible. Otherwise, even a ship sailing beside the mountain would not be able to see it. "My king?" Ning was also astonished. He rushed over to seek Ouyang Shua's opinion. Although he mentioned that Ouyang Shua had triggered the quest, he did not disclose the next step. Ouyang Shua stared at the towering mountain peak before him. His mind replayed snippets of historical information he had read about Lemuria, in search of a clue. Legends told of a diamond-shaped continent, stretching 3,500 kilometers from east to west and 4,700 meters from north to south, that suddenly emerged from the ocean. This continent was forested with lush vegetation, rich soil, and was called Lemuria. The Lemurians were described as small and frail, lacking the strength to contend with wild beasts and other races on the land. Consequently, they lived underground. Even so, their technology levels were higher than those of the Atlantis people. Hiding underground. Ouyang Shua's eyes lit up, as he had grasped the key point. Ning. Present. Ouyang Shua ordered, "Lead the troops to defend here. Do not wander off." "Yes, my king." Su Chu. Present. As the captain of the personal guards, Su Chu was always within 3 meters of Ouyang Shua, except at night. Ouyang Shua instructed, "Take the divine martial guards and follow me up the mountain." To complete this mission, they needed to ascend the God Mountain. "Yes, my king." Su Chu answered. Seeing this, Ning did not stop him. With 3,000 divine martial guards, Ning could not think of anything that could endanger the king. Very quickly, Ouyang Shua and his group boarded Sima boats and began their ascent up the God Mountain. This was an extraordinary experience. As the breeze blew, it carried not only fresh air but also the scent of flowers. It was deep autumn, yet the mountains here were in full bloom, which was highly unusual. Looking around, there were glimpses of small animals in the forest, deer, rabbits, and even Australian kangaroos and koalas. This only made Ouyang Shua more certain that the traces of the Lemuria civilization were hidden within this mountain. He immediately ordered, "Spread out and search. Focus on caves and any other suspicious entrances." "Yes, my king." The well-trained divine martial guards immediately fanned out and began to sweep the mountains. Ouyang Shua, naturally, did not remain idle. Under the protection of his personal guards, he ventured deeper into the mountains. Along the way, he encountered deer and other animals that were entirely unafraid of strangers. It seems like it's been a long time since outsiders came here. Not long after Ouyang Shua entered the deep mountains, he heard shouts coming from behind. A divine martial guard ran over. "My king, we found a cave." Let's go take a look," Ouyang Shua said. Very quickly, Ouyang Shua and his group arrived outside a cave that was covered by shrubs. As it was completely concealed by vines and leaves, and the stone was covered with algae due to the passage of time, one could easily miss it if they were not careful. Ouyang Shua praised, "Thankfully, you are all attentive." The young divine martial guard's chest swelled with pride as he tried to hide his joy. To them, receiving praise from the king was the greatest honor and a source of pride for a lifetime. Pushing aside the shrubs, a pitch-black mountain cave appeared before them. "Torch!" Ouyang Shua commanded as he stepped into the cave. The divine martial guards lit their torches and followed Ouyang Shua inside. Su Chu, like an iron tower, quietly followed behind the king, his eyes brimming with energy and focus as he scanned the surroundings. After walking about 20 meters, they suddenly arrived in a vast, open space. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, and the sound of dripping water could be heard. Ouyang Shua had an idea and followed the sound of the water. Using the light of the torch, he saw an unusual stalactite. It was entirely white like milk, lustrous, shiny, and even emitted a pleasant scent. Below it was a small pool, about the size of a face-washing basin. The sound of water droplets came from the white liquid dripping from the stalactite into the pool. The pool was already half full with the white liquid, looking as if it were filled with milk. If one came close to the pool, they could smell an even thicker scent. Not only that, it was entirely refreshing, opening up all your pores and making you feel really good. Ouyang Shua's eyes narrowed, for he knew he had come across a treasure. Luck is truly a magical thing. "Finally, I have a fortuitous encounter," Ouyang Shua said, delighted as he used his scouting technique on the pool. 10,000-year stalactite, platinum rank rare spirit item. It can be used directly to increase cultivation and can also be made into pills. "What a treasure!" Ouyang Shua exclaimed happily. He took out 4 yellow-colored flasks from his storage bag. These were not ordinary flasks, but extremely valuable tools used to store liquid medicine. They not only preserved the effectiveness of the medicine but also enhanced it. The 4 flasks were gifts from the medical saint Zhang. Since Ouyang Shua was entering a treasure trove, he couldn't leave empty-handed. The 4 flasks were filled to the brim with the liquid, not a single drop wasted. "Here." Ouyang Shua handed one of the flasks to Su Chu. "My king?" Even the usually calm Su Chu looked surprised. As a general, his cultivation was remarkable, and he could naturally sense that the liquid was extraordinary. He never expected the king to give such a gift to him. Ouyang Shua smiled. "This is the 10,000-year stalactite. After using it, it can increase your cultivation. When you return to the ship, arrange the 3,000 divine martial guards and share it with them." "Thank you, my king, for your good grace." The iron-willed man seemed like he was about to be touched to tears. "Thank you, my king, for your good grace." The divine martial guards around them all bowed to express their gratitude. Being able to serve such a ruler, they would obviously be willing to give up their lives for him. Ouyang Shua waved his hand, and he stored the remaining 3 flasks in his storage bag. The Divine Martial Guards were his most loyal soldiers. Since there were benefits, how could he forget them? Furthermore, this raised their strength, which was the same as increasing his own safety. Since he could make them happy this way, why not? The dynasty title of Great Xia was Xinwu, and Ouyang Shua was not satisfied with the current strength of the Divine Martial Guards. He looked forward to building a truly invincible guard to follow him as he conquered the world. The 10,000-year stalactite was likely a good opportunity. In the entire hall, there was just this small pool, and there were no other treasures. On the other hand, there was a staircase on the left. It looked really deep, and one could not see clearly. Let's go. Ouyang Shua led the way, walking toward the steps. Staircases meant that there were intelligent life forms, which proved that they had not come to the wrong place. As expected, this staircase went down. It was not a straight staircase, but a spiral one that wound around the mountain. There was spiral after spiral leading underground. Ouyang Shua guessed that if they were on the outside, they would have been underwater. This mountain was not just floating on the ocean surface, after all. It still had to take root somewhere. Thinking about it, one would feel absolutely terrified. The Lemurians were able to hide the tracks of such a huge mountain and ensure they wouldn't accidentally collide with ships. Who knows what technology they used? Ouyang Shua's guesses were correct. The further they descended, the larger the circumference of the spiral, revealing that the mountain's body grew bigger as they went down. As they continued, it became no different from a small land. Increase our speed, Ouyang Shua ordered. The further they went, the thinner the air became, and even the well-trained Divine Martial Guards found it hard to breathe. Only by reaching their destination quickly could they feel at ease. Since the Lemurians lived in caves, they must have had other means of ventilation. 3 hours passed, and they finally saw a shining blue light coming from the bottom. It was as if they had arrived in a fantasy land. The deeper they went, the brighter the blue light became. Eventually, Ouyang Shua saw a massive blue hall at the end of the staircase. The thin air instantly returned to normal, allowing him to heave a sigh of relief. Upon entering the hall, they saw that it was a perfect circle stretching over 800 meters. Its ceiling was oval-shaped, and the entire hall was made of a special blue stone that emitted the blue light. The hall was beautifully constructed, with each corner adorned by lifelike statues that showcased the remarkable artistic skills of the craftsmen. The entire hall was a masterpiece. It was clear that, despite living underground, the Lemurians had artistic skills that reached an exceptionally high level. This was a race that lived with great attention to detail. Even the statues and buildings in Atlantis could not compare to those in front of him. Who knows, maybe this was just the tip of the iceberg. Ouyang Shua was growing increasingly curious about this mysterious civilization. At that moment, a voice spoke from somewhere unknown. Fated person, welcome to the Lemuria Empire. Who is speaking? Su Chu looked around, on high alert. At that moment, a small door on the side of the hall opened, and out came a green-skinned, freckle-faced, long-eared, peculiar old man, less than a meter tall. Although the old man was small, his eyes were wise and not to be underestimated. Ouyang Shua's sharp senses even noticed the blue light in the sky edging closer to the old man, enfolding him. The old man walked to the front of Ouyang Shua, gave an ancient bow, and said, Fated one, I am the leader of the Lemuria tribe, Poliska. Welcome to the Lemuria continent. Ouyang Shua reciprocated with a bow, Greetings, race leader. I come from the eastern nation, the Great Xia Dynasty. When Su Chu saw this, he exclaimed, This is our king. A light flickered in Poliska's eyes, a truly fated one, I must have shown a lack of manners. I dare not accept such a greeting. Ouyang Shua was careful not to use his status at this moment, as he hoped to gain some technology from the Lemuria people. Follow me. Poliska was a decisive person. He turned and walked through the door. As they walked, Poliska suddenly turned around. Fated one, please ask your men to wait in the hall. My people are quite shy and have never seen so many outsiders before. Hearing this, Ouyang Shua signaled for Su Chu to follow him, leaving the remaining divine martial guards in the hall. It was not that Ouyang Shua was arrogant, but that this was a scenario quest he had activated. Gaia had no reason to deceive him. Furthermore, Su Chu was better than 1,000 troops. If something were to happen, the divine martial guards he brought would not be of much use. Crossing the threshold, they entered another exquisite hall, though this one was much smaller. In the center stood a transparent circular pillar containing an iron cage inside. Follow me, Poliska said, leading the way toward the pillar. A look of curiosity flashed in his eyes. The mechanism inside the pillar seemed familiar to him. Poliska pressed a button on the pillar, and the cage opened. He stepped in and gestured to Ouyang Shua and Su Chu, signaling them to join him. A light bulb went off in his mind. Isn't this a lift, he thought. How could he have expected the Lemuria civilization to be so advanced? No wonder they surpassed the Atlantis civilization. Ouyang Shua felt increasingly excited as he watched. After closing the iron cage, it began to descend into the underground. This was the first time Su Chu had seen such a magical device, and his eyes were filled with surprise and shock. Thankfully, he managed to remain calm, though his thoughts would be completely overturned upon his return. After descending about 100 meters, the elevator slowly came to a stop. As expected, another similar hall greeted them. One had to admire the Lemurians' wealth, even their elevator halls were extravagantly constructed. Following Poliska, Ouyang Shua approached another door. The moment he pushed it open, the sight before him made him draw a sharp breath, despite having seen many wonders in his life. Su Chu's mouth hung open, he was at a loss for words. They stood on a platform overlooking an expansive space. Buildings stood tall, and it was a bustling mid-sized city. However, this city was located beneath the Indian Ocean, at depths unknown. Such a marvel was probably something one could only see in a game. Please. Poliska appeared genuinely delighted. This underwater city was the pride of the Lemuria people. It was a testament to the technology and artistry of Lemuria. Every garden, every building, and every statue showcased their artistic talent. They had spent a total of 800 years to complete it. Along the way, one could see small people like Poliska. In Ouyang Shua's eyes, these Lemuria people all looked the same. They had green skin, a wrinkled head, and long ears. Whether male or female, young or old, they all looked identical. Even children under a meter tall had a head full of wrinkles. Clearly, this was not a sign of age but a natural trait from birth. Ouyang Shua thought of Yoda from Star Wars. They truly looked similar. Incidentally, Yoda was a top fighter in the game, and the force he cultivated was somewhat akin to the spiritual cultivation of Lemuria. Ouyang Shua wondered if the design of Yoda had been leaked by the Lemurians. If not, why such a coincidence? Who knows which Lemuria person might have sneaked out and left such a prank? Seeing Ouyang Shua and Su Chu, these two giants, the Lemurians were terrified. Thankfully, they saw Poliska, so they did not react too emotionally. Under his guidance, Ouyang Shua toured this mystical city. Afterwards, Poliska led them to a 3-story high domed building. At the front was a huge sign written in Lemurian language. Ouyang Shua could not read the text, and Poliska introduced, "This is our technology hall. It gathers all the knowledge of our race." Ouyang Shua felt delighted. The main attraction had finally arrived. He wondered what price he would need to pay to acquire these technologies this time. Back when he completed the scenario quest for Atlantis, he had used 2 million gold. Luckily, Ouyang Shua was prepared. Walking into the technology hall, a modern aura overwhelmed him. Numerous technologies, similar to those of the modern era, were listed in the hall. Poliska seemed eager to brag as he introduced them one by one. Magic elevator making technique. This was for the elevator Ouyang Shua had just used. Magic cutting machine technique. Similar to modern large-scale cutting equipment, it could even cut through steel plates. Magic submarine making technology. This was similar to modern submarines. Biological Reina rearing technique. When Ouyang Shua asked Poliska about this, he learned that it referred to creatures similar to bats. They used sonar to achieve a radar-like scouting effect. These technologies dazzled Ouyang Shua and made him drool. The core of the Atlantis civilization revolved around magnetic lodestones and precise carving techniques, forming a unique system. The Lemurian civilization, on the other hand, was known primarily for its magic crystals. After touring the technology hall, Poliska said to Ouyang Shua, "Fortunate one, as a favor to our race, you can choose one technology to take away for free." "Choose directly?" Ouyang Shua's face was clouded with doubt. "Yes," Poliska affirmed. "No additional terms?" "No." "Wow, really that direct," Ouyang Shua remarked. Despite the hall listing nearly 100 technologies, the one that captivated him the most was the magic submarine manufacturing technique. For a navy, having or not having submarines made all the difference. Submarines were a common military asset, vital for tasks such as attacking enemy ships, shore protection, breaking through blockades, reconnaissance, and stealth operations. While the frogmen of Great Xia were impressive, they moved slowly underwater and lacked proficiency in long-distance covert operations. Pairing frogmen with submarines would create a synergistic effect. Ouyang Shua inquired from Poliska on the specifics and stats of the submarines. Submarine name: Magic-powered submarine. Length: 95 meters. Width: 11 meters. Beam: 5 meters. Displacement: 3,000 tons on the surface, 4,500 tons submerged. Depth: 100 meters. Crew capacity: 100. Power source: magic-powered. Loudness: 90 decibels. Main weapon: underwater magic crystal cannon. Note: the magic-powered submarine is a unique asset to the Lemurian civilization. Powered by magic crystals, it silently traverses the ocean's depths. Ouyang Shua made his choice, and Poliska promptly handed him a thick manual. Ouyang Shua received it and carefully stored it in his bag. "Leader, can the magic crystal be recharged?" Ouyang Shua asked. Poliska smiled. The magic crystal is a consumable and cannot be recharged like the magnetic oolite of Atlantis. Moreover, this magic crystal is only produced here in Lemuria. Black lines covered Ouyang Shua's head. "So, are you going to give me a batch of magic crystals?" Ouyang Shua asked, acting as if he were really relaxed. Poliska smiled again. This smile gave Ouyang Shua goosebumps. He was too familiar with that smile, it was the smile of a despicable merchant. Poliska said, "It's really difficult to harvest the magic crystal. Even as the race leader, I have no power to give it away. You can use gold to purchase it." Ouyang Shua gave a bitter smile, so that was what he was waiting for. Based on Poliska's introduction, maintaining a magic submarine for a year required 100 units of crystals, and each one was sold for 2,000 gold. Therefore, running a magic submarine for a year would cost 200,000 gold. Ouyang Shua was helpless. He spent 2 million gold to buy 1,000 units of magic crystals, which were enough to power 10 submarines for a year. It seemed impossible to supply the Navy with large numbers of submarines. Ouyang Shua asked, "If I finish it, can I come back to purchase more?" "Naturally, you can." The quick completion of such a huge deal made Poliska really delighted. He handed Ouyang Shua a blue stone. "With this, you will be able to find us." Ouyang Shua understood. Without this, one would be unable to see the mountain. While touring Lemuria, Ouyang Shua asked Poliska if he had any thoughts of resurfacing to the world. Poliska was frank and told him that they were already accustomed to living underwater and were unwilling to interfere with the outside world. When Ouyang Shua heard this, he knew he couldn't force them. Each civilization had its unique way of surviving, whether in the light or the dark. For this, Ouyang Shua and Poliska signed a long-term contract. Starting from the 5th year, Great Xia would purchase no less than 1,000 units of magic crystals annually. After signing the contract, Poliska's frowning face broke into a smile. Since the Xia king is so generous, I cannot be stingy either. I will give Great Xia a magic-powered submarine for free. With the deal signed, the way Poliska addressed Ouyang Shua changed. Thank you. Ouyang Shua was delighted. With the experience of developing the mimicry flying device, even with Great Xia's current standards, building a magic-powered submarine would take at least half a year. Having one in advance was naturally a great advantage. This submarine could be used to train troops and for research into submarine construction. They could use it to train a batch of skilled individuals. Once the deal was completed, Ouyang Shua didn't linger any longer. He took the magic-powered elevator back to the hall at the beginning, where the divine martial guards were still standing loyally. Before leaving, Poliska asked, Xia King, would you like to experience the magic-powered submarine? Of course. Ouyang Shua agreed happily and chose 50 personal guards to accompany him. A magic-powered submarine could carry at most 100 people. Given the simplicity of its mechanisms, Poliska arranged for 20 Lemurian teachers to be in charge of maneuvering the Black Shark, the submarine gifted to Great Xia. These 20 Lemurian teachers would not stay in Great Xia permanently. Once Great Xia sent a second batch of people to purchase magic crystals, the Lemurians would accompany them back to Lemuria, revealing their resolve to remain in obscurity. Poliska pressed a button on the west wall of the hall, revealing a tunnel that led to a parked magic-powered submarine. The 20 Lemurian teachers were waiting there. Ouyang Shua boarded the submarine and bid farewell to Poliska. Unlike contemporary submarines, this one was divided into 3 sections: the bow, the midship, and the stern. The bow served as the command center, the midship housed the kitchen and living quarters, while the stern contained the diving apparatus and various systems. The submarine was equipped with a single underwater magic crystal cannon located at the bottom. Driven by curiosity, Ouyang Shua entered the command center of the Black Shark, which measured no more than 100 square meters. In the middle of the space was the captain's station. At the front of the command center, command computers lined up, where 10 Lemurians sat. Above these computers was a large arched window, offering a clear view of the outside. The enigmatic underwater world unfolded before Ouyang Shua's eyes. When the Black Shark appeared like a giant ocean beast on the surface, the Emperor's squadron was instantly alerted and aimed their cannons at it. If the Black Shark showed any sign of hostility, they would immediately fire. The Lemurians in the command center remained calm. The Black Shark was covered in layers of steel. These backward cannons could not cause effective damage to the submarine. The Black Shark used magic similar to the nuclear-powered submarines of real life, allowing it to stay underwater for long periods. Unlike fuel-powered submarines, it did not need to surface to recharge. Seeing General Su Chu emerge from the back of the beast, Ning immediately deactivated the alarm. The following matters were straightforward. Once the divine martial guards returned to the surface and met with the squadron, the Emperor's squadron set sail once more. The only difference was that they had a new member, the Black Shark. Ouyang Shua had already instructed Ning to add the Black Shark to the Emperor's squadron. Simultaneously, they arranged for elite members to join the Black Shark to learn from the Lemurians about piloting the submarine. After the Emperor's squadron left, a white light shone, and the mountain disappeared from the ocean surface once again. Who knew that such a strong and powerful civilization was hidden in the ocean? 28th day of the 11th month, Melbourne. After making a large circle, the Emperor's squadron finally arrived at Melbourne Port, Australia. The continent was named the Southern Land by Europeans when they discovered it in the 17th century, believing it was headed toward the Arctic. Thus, they named it Australia. The imperial city of Canberra is located in the southeast. Australia is surrounded by water on all sides and is the only country that covers an entire continent. At the same time, it was termed as the country that sat on mine carts and rode on sheep's back. 70% of Australia is desert or semi-desert, and the central region is not suitable for human habitation. As a result, only 260,000 square kilometers are suitable for farming and animal husbandry. People mainly settled along the southeast coast. In reality, Melbourne and Sydney alone account for more than half of Australia's population. Consequently, in the game, Australia was left with only one territory under Lord Avera, with its main city in Melbourne, the largest city apart from the imperial city of Canberra. Australia is rich in mining resources, with a total of 70 types. Bauxite, gold, iron ore, coal, lithium, manganese, silver, and others are among the world's top few reserves. Australia is also the world's largest exporter of coal, bauxite, lead, diamonds, and zinc. It is the second largest exporter of aluminum, iron ore, and uranium ore, and the third largest gold exporter. These abundant resources are what attracted Ouyang Shuo. The Emperor's squadron's smooth docking at Melbourne was due to the efforts of the envoy sent by the Honglu Temple beforehand. Apart from its mineral resources, Australia does not hold any strategic location on Earth and is a remote land. Given this, Ouyang Shuo naturally did not intend to attack and send them to the land of trials. Doing so would only make Great Xia the enemy of the entire world, which would not be beneficial for Ouyang Shuo or Great Xia upon their arrival on Planet Hope. To obtain the greatest benefits with the smallest sacrifice and use cooperation to create a win-win situation. Raise the influence of Great Xia in the world, expanding their friend circle. This had become the core objective of Great Xia. Hence, 2 months ago, Honglu Temple brought with them the peace promise from Ouyang Shuo. For Avera, not having a war and being able to trade was the best scenario. The game was not like real life, the global trade network was not yet advanced. Even with shocking resources, they could not sell them to far regions for profit. They could only turn them into useless copper and iron, a waste of a treasure. Opening a trade route with Great Xia was naturally a win-win situation. That night, in the Melbourne City Lord's Manor, Avera held a welcome feast for them. Not only did the core Melbourne players attend the feast, but even the adventure game mode elites from Canberra were present. Most of the elite Australian players had gathered. The arrival of the Emperor Squadron was a historic event for them. "Welcome, my friend, Great Xia." Avera raised his wine glass, cheers. In the dark, Avera was not as excited as he appeared. Long before Great Xia arrived, Silverhand had warned him not to get too close to Great Xia. When the Emperor's squadron stopped in Xingzhou Prefecture, Avera was still uncertain. However, when the Badong squadron was crushed by the Emperor's squadron despite having an advantage, Avera finally put away all his worries. Silverhand cannot save Melbourne. Only Great Xia can. Of course, being able to stand out in Australia proved that Avera was not a simple person. Trading with Great Xia was not a solitary deal. He had already spoken to William and expressed that he could start trade with Avik Fort at prices even better than those he had with Great Xia. The prerequisite, however, would be to open the trade route between the two. After all, the histories of the two were closely linked. England could be said to be Australia's suzerain. Apart from the native Maori people, most Australians were 19th and 20th century English immigrants. Cheers! Ouyang Shuo raised his cup. His face was covered with a smile, but his heart remained calm. Somewhere along the way, the Great Xia dynasty's reputation in the world had surpassed any other Chinese dynasty in history. If one was not Chinese, it would be difficult to understand such racial pride. Let me complete the unfinished work of our past dynasties. Ouyang Shuo thought to himself. The goal in his heart had reached a new level. That night, Ouyang Shua secretly met a peculiarly dressed middle-aged man at the man's home. The man was known as Cupe, the representative of the Australian Maori people. Prior to this, he had come into contact with the Black Snake Guards hiding in Australia. While Ouyang Shua had no intentions of starting a war in Australia, this did not mean he would trust Avera unconditionally. Ouyang Shua was well aware of the deep ties between Australia and the West. Along with the Silver Hand, which infiltrated every sphere, Ouyang Shua needed to have some defenses. The best approach would be to establish a win-win situation by planting supporters of the Great Xia to prevent any potential collapse. The Maori, who harbored a deep resentment towards the Westerners, naturally became Ouyang Shua's top choice. The two talked for an hour before Cupe departed under the cover of night. Ouyang Shua promised Cupe that the Great Xia would use or trading as a cover to send advanced equipment and even generals to help train the Maori in the future. Australia has a vast amount of land, and Avera would not be able to monitor everything. Furthermore, the Maori are the true natives, familiar with every mountain and river. After sending Cupe away, Ouyang Shua was deep in thought. In truth, many Chinese-born people live in Australia, but Ouyang Shua had no time to meet them. After many generations, although they have Chinese blood, they do not have a Chinese heart. Moreover, Chinese people are craftier and not as carefree as the Maori. The following week, Ouyang Shua personally visited several large iron ore and coal mines, also taking the opportunity to sightsee. On the 6th day of the 12th month, in addition to including Australia in the Atlantic Trading Partner Agreement, Ouyang Shua, representing the Great Xia Dynasty, signed a separate iron trading deal with Melbourne. The agreement specified the types, quantities, and prices of the ore. Once the agreement was settled, the Great Xia's ore shortage would be resolved, allowing the dynasty's industrialization to proceed at full speed. Ouyang Shua was also interested in Australian wool, which, with the sheep population being 20 times that of the human population, made it the world's largest wool exporter. Wool could become the third major material, after silk and cotton, for developing the garment industry. Avera was naturally pleased to comply. Melbourne is also known as the New Gold Mountain and has vast gold mines. Historically, it experienced a gold rush, which led to a population boom and rapid wealth. Avera built his main city in Melbourne, retaining its name. As such, even on a global scale, Avera could be considered a wealthy lord. Even so, no one would complain about having too much money. Preliminary calculations suggested that once these two agreements were finalized, exporting ore and wool to Great Xia would earn Melbourne 4 million gold annually. With Great Xia's industrialization on the rise, this trade volume would continue to increase. To meet these demands, Avera had no choice but to allocate more manpower to the mining and animal husbandry industries. While cooperating, Avera also expressed his interest in purchasing weapons and Z-1 type warships. However, Ouyang Shua rejected him. What a joke! Ouyang Shua did not want to foster a militarily strong Australia. The following morning, the Emperor's squadron set off once more, heading to the final destination of their voyage, New Zealand. There, one person was waiting for the Emperor's squadron. On the 8th day of the 12th month, the Emperor's squadron arrived at Auckland Port in New Zealand and was warmly welcomed by Lord Jason. New Zealand is situated in the southwestern part of the Pacific Ocean and consists of two major islands divided by the Cook Strait. The capital, Wellington, and the city of Auckland, the only territory ruled by a lord, are both located on the North Island. The entire land area of New Zealand is comparable to a single province in China, with a population totaling 400,000 inhabitants. Similar to Australia, the indigenous people of New Zealand are the Maori. Historically, they were British colonies, but unlike Australia, New Zealand did not boast as rich mineral deposits, and its terrain is predominantly hilly and mountainous, covering 75% of its land area. Dairy and meat are the primary export products of New Zealand. Lord Jason of Auckland, a youthful 24-year-old, known for his musculature and good looks, had sent congratulations upon the founding of the Great Xia dynasty, thereby establishing a cordial relationship between the two. This connection served as the basis for Ouyang Shua's visit. "Welcome, Lord of the Xia Kingdom," greeted Jason with sincerity, a trait that set him apart from Avera. Considering it was less than a month until the 5th year, Ouyang Shua had initially planned to spend only a brief time in Auckland before heading straight back to Lion City and then teleporting to Shanghai City, as the timing would be ideal. However, he had not anticipated Jason's repeated invitations and earnest assurances that he would not squander Ouyang Shua's time. Unable to discern Jason's true intentions, Ouyang Shua accepted the invitations. Following the welcome feast held at the City Lord's Manor in Auckland, Jason requested a private conversation with Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua raised a rare glass cup and drank the New Zealand-produced hot milk. Glancing at Jason, he said, "Lord Jason, you can reveal the puzzle now, right? I would like to lead Auckland and join the Great Xia dynasty. I'm not sure if the Xia king is willing to accept us." Cough. Ouyang Shua choked and asked, "What did you say?" Seeing this, Jason got up and solemnly bowed to Ouyang Shua. "Auckland volunteers to join Great Xia. Please accept me." Ouyang Shua put down the glass, and his eyes instantly sharpened. Reason? Before coming, Ouyang Shua had not expected Jason to do this. Jason smiled bitterly and self-mockingly, "There's no reason. I just want someone to rely on. The game world is not peaceful, and I can already sense that a global war is about to begin. Although New Zealand is in a corner, we will not be able to escape it. Not to mention Java or Australia, but any lord in the world with ambition would eye us." Listening to this, Jason paused. "I do not want to hide it from you. Not long ago, Java's Badong squadron disturbed our territory." Ouyang Shua was shocked. Jason's judgment was correct. With each country in the world being unified, the lords would turn their eyes outward. The 5th year of Gaia would be the year of wars. Given that, New Zealand needs to find a suzerain to rely on, Jason said. Ouyang Shua nodded. However, he still could not understand it. Why would you choose Great Xia and not revisit Fort or Dawson Dynasty, which are more suitable to your culture? New Zealand is a Western country, so it does not fit well with an Eastern country like Great Xia. Jason smiled. The current Great Xia is not a pure Eastern country. Its territory spans continents, and its influence reaches far and wide. I've heard the Xia King accepts everyone and even plans to collaborate with South Africa. Given this, New Zealand wants to be a part of Great Xia. Ouyang Shua was moved, but that reason was not sufficient. That's not enough. Joining a dynasty is no trivial matter. Since Jason managed to unify New Zealand, he was clearly not a simple person. Facing Ouyang Shua's questions, Jason remained calm. Finally, he revealed his true reasons. I do not want to hide it from you. The reason I chose to join Great Xia is simple. I do not want to be controlled by Silver Hand. Ouyang Shua's eyes narrowed, as this was the first time an overseas lord had mentioned Silver Hand to him. I can only say you have great insight, Ouyang Shua remarked without further elaboration. Jason saw this and a memory flashed across his mind. Xia King, would you like to listen to a story? Sure. It happened before the planetary migration, in a quiet room, where Jason's low and descriptive voice was the only sound to be heard. It was actually a very old story. Long ago, when Silver Hand was just established, the family Jason was from held considerable power. However, in response to the actions of the academic faction, Silver Hand chose to abandon the Jason family, forcing them to shoulder the blame. They became the scapegoats of the organization. From that point on, the Jason family faced significant hardships. Not long after, my grandfather passed away from depression, Jason said, expressing his pain. In the aftermath, Silver Hand, showing a rare glimmer of conscience, offered assistance to the Jason family. This support allowed the family, which was on the verge of collapse, to survive. In the game, Jason seized the opportunity to alter his family's fate. Leveraging his exceptional gaming skills and a bit of luck, he defeated each opponent on his path and rose to the pinnacle of New Zealand. "But my grandfather won't be coming back," Jason said, the note of sorrow still lingering in his voice. Ouyang Shua couldn't fathom the depth of their relationship, which caused Jason so much pain. Suddenly, Jason smiled, ironically, "When I reached the peak of New Zealand, Silver Hand came to invite our family to join their ranks once more." Ouyang Shua was puzzled. In the eyes of Silver Hand, family interests outweighed everything else. They felt no guilt in abandoning others, viewing it merely as a means to an end. Confronted with the organization's offer, the Jason family had no logical reason to decline. Compared to the family's heritage, individual deaths didn't matter much, he said. "But I don't see it that way. I don't wish for those I care about to descend into hell, so why would I join them?" The moment I turned down Silver Hand's offer, I knew that Auckland and I had no way out. As he spoke, he looked directly at Ouyang Shua. "I know you're a thorn in Silver Hand's side. I also believe you can bring down Silver Hand. I have no other wish. I only want to help take revenge and appease my grandfather's soul." "Did you think that maybe your grandfather wouldn't agree to it?" When Jason heard this, he mocked himself. "I know that the way I'm acting is different from other aristocratic family members. However, no matter what, I'll continue down this path." Ouyang Shua was stunned, as this was the first time he saw a young man with such determination. Although in age he was also a young man, his mentality was that of an old man. "I agree." Ouyang Shua made his decision and shook hands with Jason, smiling. "Welcome to the great Xia dynasty family." Thank you. Jason was emotional, and he gripped Ouyang Shuo's hand with a bit too much strength before letting go. He stood there awkwardly. Ouyang Shua did not mind it and smiled. "It's already night, let's discuss this further tomorrow." "Great." Jason agreed right away. Returning to his resting quarters, Ouyang Shua was not in a rush to fall asleep. Although Jason was really sincere in what he said, Ouyang Shua would not entirely believe someone he just met. Furthermore, this matter involved Silver Hand. Naturally, he had to be cautious. Ouyang Shua took out a special snowflake letter and sent a message to a special person to ask for verification of Jason's words and to determine if Jason was a person Silver Hand intended to plant in the Great Xia. Although the worldwide intelligence network of the Black Snake Guards was becoming more and more perfect, they were helpless when it came to certain intelligence. The moment he finished writing, the letter transformed into white light and disappeared. At the same time, City in the Skies. This text has been cleaned and simplified while maintaining the original narrative and character voices. In the same small courtyard, the Federation president was gazing at the clouds. Suddenly, a letter appeared before him. After glancing at it, the old man smiled. "That's great, that little fox finally has something to ask from me. I was worried he would keep going like that." "Go check it out," the old man said to the air. Strangely, a mysterious man in black suddenly materialized from midair, took the letter, and disappeared once more. The old man acted as if nothing unusual had happened and continued to enjoy the scenery. The smile on his face did not fade, and his mood was very good. In the following 2 days, Ouyang Shua continued to tour New Zealand. He had assigned men to discuss matters with Jason, mostly adhering to the agreement Stone City had signed with Great Xia. However, Ouyang Shua delayed the signing. This was because he was waiting for a reply from the president. Before confirming Jason's true intentions, he did not want to welcome a wolf into his house. To Great Xia, Auckland's joining would not bring many benefits. Thus, Ouyang Shua was in no rush. On the other hand, Jason, seeing Ouyang Shua delay repeatedly, had to make more concessions on the agreement. On the 11th day, at night, Ouyang Shua finally received a snowflake letter. It contained 2 words, "You can." "This old fox, he really doesn't talk much," Ouyang Shua muttered to himself. Thousands of miles away, in the city in the skies, the old man tending to his plants suddenly sneezed. Who is bad-mouthing me behind my back? Here is the cleaned and grammatically edited version of the text. On the 12th day of the 12th month, in Auckland, after receiving the reply from the old man, Ouyang Shua finally signed his name on the agreement. Based on the agreement, Jason was appointed as the Great Xia Dynasty's Auckland governor. Aside from politics, military matters, and diplomacy, which would be controlled by the Great Xia, other matters would be left to Jason. The imperial city of New Zealand had not been taken down and was not under Jason's control. Therefore, this appointment targeted only his territory, the Auckland region. Jason was the most special governor in the Great Xia, as he was a regional governor. Relatively, the Great Xia had a purpose to ensure the safety of New Zealand. Ouyang Shua renamed the Yanhuaya Antai Xingzhou Squadron to the Indian Ocean Squadron to elevate the strategic vision of the squadron and to show the Great Xia's intention to enter the Indian Ocean. To ensure the ocean's safety of Auckland, especially to prevent disturbances by Java's Badong Squadron, Ouyang Shua decided to move the 5th Division of the Indian Ocean Squadron to Auckland. On the way, it could monitor Australia, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Militarily, Auckland's current army would form the Auckland Formation at an appropriate time, and it would be under the leadership of the Privy Court and the Grand Council. Of course, the choice of Lieutenant General would be decided by Jason. At 10 a.m., Ouyang Shua and Jason attended a joint conference to announce the matter to the world. Very quickly, this news spread like wildfire across the globe, creating great uproar. Great Xia is so amazing. They are able to recruit little brothers overseas, well done. The China region players naturally felt pride. For them, taking down Auckland, which was on the western side, was much better than taking down Somalia and Morocco. The media outlets in the country even reported it as a milestone event. The wind of Great Xia sweeps toward the west. European and American players were resentful, and their words betrayed their dissatisfaction with William and Jack. They felt that they had lost face. Without exception, the Western media gave little coverage, only briefly mentioning it in a corner. When Lord Avera of Australia received the news, he let out a bitter smile. What is this? Am I going to become collateral damage? With Great Xia moving troops into Auckland, the future of Australia would become one of the main battlefields, and this was not good news for Avera. This is tough. Surviving between nations tested the political acumen of the Lords. The New Zealand players felt the most conflicted. On one side, they resented Auckland joining Great Xia, while on the other, they felt at ease with Great Xia's protection. Such conflicting thoughts were hard to reconcile. City in the skies, unnamed courtyard. Silverhand's mysterious number 3 lived in this small courtyard. Upon learning that Auckland had joined Great Xia, his eyes flashed. The little monkey has jumped out of the cage. The matter involving the Jason family was planned by number 3. No one knew what he was thinking, but he looked at the east courtyard and muttered, "Old fox, what role did you play in this? Things are getting more and more interesting." On the 13th day of the 12th month, Ouyang Shua led the Divine Martial Guards and teleported from Auckland to Shanghai City. The Emperor's squadron would return on its own and was expected to arrive at Beihai Port in the middle of the first month. In Xia Palace, in the Imperial Reading Room, Ouyang Shua asked Xing Yi, "While I was away, what major events took place?" Communication and travel were quite inconvenient during those times. Aside from emergency letters, Ouyang Shua had more or less lost contact with the state affairs. Xing Yi pondered for a moment, then opted to start with the most pressing matters. "A week ago, Wannan province fell to the Yanhuang alliance," he reported. Ouyang Shua's brow furrowed. What happened? Without Ouyang Shua's oversight, many events had unfolded in the China region. As a significant battle had just concluded, the Great Xia was busy with reconstruction. The Yanhuang alliance, however, began to expand their forces, aiming to withstand the strengthening Great Xia. The general perception was that the war issues in the fourth year of Kaiyuan had concluded. Not long after Ouyang Shua set sail, the flames of war once again flickered in the southern wilderness, this time led by the Yanhuang alliance. On the 11th month, 13th day, soon after Ouyang Shua's departure from Xingzhou Prefecture, the Yanhuang alliance assembled 300,000 allied troops, led by Wuqi, Lianpa, and Tiandan. These troops divided into three, advancing into Jing, Chu, Jiangnan, and Donghai provinces to invade Wannan province. Speaking of which, it's essential to discuss Wannan province. This matter began in the second year. Back then, the Huangchao uprising army was annihilated by Xinba and Zhan Lang. Following it, the Qiansheng uprising army in the Zhongyuan prefecture was wiped out by Chen Xinjun and Di Chen. Under normal circumstances, Yanhuang alliance would not have been able to capture Shanghai city or assume control of the two provinces to expand their territory. After the two wars, winter arrived, making travel difficult. As a result, they lost their chance to claim the two provinces. In the blink of an eye, the third year of Gaia had arrived, and another information leak was released. This had totally messed up the plans of the Yanhuang alliance. The empty provinces were taken over by aristocratic families, so the Yanhuang alliance completely lost their chances to occupy the two provinces. At that time, whether it was Zhan Lang, Xiangba, or Chen Xinjun, they were all filled with regret. As time passed, these two provinces fell into chaos, becoming battlegrounds for hundreds of aristocratic families. However, these aristocratic families were just that, families. Though they fought among themselves, the moment an outsider tried to corrupt the two provinces, they would band together against the rest. Of course, the Yanhuang alliance never gave up on the hope of reclaiming the two provinces. After wiping out the two uprising armies, they had planted many strategic pieces in the two provinces. The Yanhuang alliance was an aristocratic family. When it came to going against other aristocratic families, their ability was something that Ouyang Shua could not compare to. In the latter half of the fourth year of Gaia, the Yanhuang alliance's preparations were basically complete. Occupying the two provinces was also listed as a part of Plan Z and moved up on their agenda. Just as the Yanhuang alliance was ready to act, Ouyang Shua suddenly started a war in the China region. Not only did they take down Swordsman City, but they also merged with the two city-states. This hurt the Yanhuang alliance, and all their plans were delayed. Luckily, the heavens did not turn its back on them, and Ouyang Shua went on their voyage. Seeing that winter was coming once more, if they missed their chance and Great Xia rested up, Yanhuang alliance would have no way to reclaim the two provinces in the fifth year of Gaia. At this stage, Di Chen and the others had no choice. They expanded their troops and quickened the occupation of the two provinces. Unfortunately, Swordsman City was destroyed, and Yanhuang alliance lost one of its strongholds. Outside of Swordsman City, 150,000 of their troops were captured by Great Xia, significantly weakening Yanhuang alliance. Their plan to take down the two provinces was changed to capturing Wannan province. This time, their gamble paid off. 300,000 soldiers fought together, and using their strategic positions, they swept through Wannan province. As a result, Yanhuang alliance recovered from the loss of Swordsman City, and their overall strength increased rather than declined. The presence of aristocratic families in Wannan province also meant a wealth of talent. By capturing Wannan province, they not only secured 200,000 prisoners but also strengthened their military significantly. They also gained a large pool of talent that improved the foundations of their territories. If not for Ouyang Shua rushing back to Shanghai City, Di Chen and the others were planning to capture Zhongyuan province as well. This time, even the heavens seemed to be on Yanhuang alliance's side. Even in the 12th month, winter had not arrived, allowing Yanhuang alliance to fully integrate Wannan province. Ouyang Shua could do nothing about this. The fall of Wannan province was all but certain, and Great Xia was reorganizing its troops. At the moment, they could not afford to start another war. Moreover, winter was about to arrive, and starting a war now would be courting disaster. Certainly, here is the cleaned and grammatically edited version of the text. When they sent troops, we did not react? Ouyang Shua asked. Although Yanhuang Alliance's main forces were not engaged in the battlefield of the previous war, their borders were undoubtedly weakened after moving 300,000 troops. Logically, the Shanghai Alliance should have done something. Although Ouyang Shua did not show his anger, his tone still gave Xing Yi a lot of pressure. However, since this involved military matters, it was something beyond her understanding. Ouyang Shua laughed bitterly. I was too anxious. Upon reflection, the reasoning wasn't hard to guess. First, the Tiger Legion Corps was stationed in Minnan Province, while the other Legion Corps were all being reorganized. They were either heading to new defense zones or swapping roles, which meant everything was in disarray. Additionally, Ouyang Shua was not within the country. At most, the Great Xia army could only be active at the borders and not enter Yanhuang Alliance territory to start another war. Second, only Jiangchuan province, which did not belong to Great Xia, connected to Wannan province. Gong Chengshi did not have the courage or ability to gather the troops there to enter the Battle of Wannan. In the end, being too strong within the alliance was sometimes a bad thing. Di Qin and the others likely saw through this and decided to take a gamble. Ouyang Shua took a deep breath and asked, "Is there any good news?" Some parts of the text are not grammatically correct. Here is a cleaned and grammatically corrected version. Yes. Xing Yi smiled. Half a month ago, the Pei family's representative and his son came here. That is good news. Quickly, invite them over. Ouyang Shua delayed the matters of Wannan province and was prepared to meet the father and son duo. Yes, my king. Pei Renji came from the Hedong Pei family. They served Emperor Wen of Sui before they joined to overthrow the Chen dynasty. They assisted in the attack on Tuyuhun and gained high commendations and rewards for their efforts. In the 13th year of Day, while under orders to defend against the Weigong army, Pei Renji was captured by Xiao Huijing and forced to surrender to Li Mi. In the first year of Wuda, while suggesting to Li Mi not to fight against Wang Shicheng, Pei Renji ended up captured by the Wang Shicheng army and appointed as Minister of Rights. In the second year of Wuda, after Wang Shicheng became emperor, Pei Renji and Yuan Shucheng planned to assassinate him. However, Pei Xingyan was also killed in the process. His father was more famous. Pei Xingyan, great in battle and undefeated in every battle he took part in, was given the nickname Thousand-Men Enemy for his valor. He was known as one of the 3 great men of Sui Tang and wielded the silver hammer, one of the 8 hammers of Tang. After a short while, Xing Yi invited the two into the imperial reading room. Although Pei Renji was close to 50, he was still in excellent health. He had a long white mustache and wore a purple robe with a cloud pattern. He also donned a golden helmet. Pei Xingyan followed his father, wearing a silver-blue robe that made him look truly majestic. I am Pei Renji, Pei Xingyan, and I greet you, my king. Both bowed respectfully. In the Pei family, Pei Ju was appointed as the governor of Somalia province, and Pei Yun was the director of administration. Many of their relatives also held positions in the imperial court or local offices. The Pei family had firmly established themselves in Great Xia. As expected, Pei Renji and his son had arrived. Ouyang Shua was not the only one pleased. Pei Ju and Pei Yun were also secretly delighted. After all, the Pei family had taken root among the civil servants but lacked military influence. The arrival of these two would help fill that gap. The Pei family was sure to shine in Great Xia and become a noble family. Ouyang Shua said, "Generals, please rise. Both of you are remarkable commanders." "Thank you, my king, for your kind words." Pei Renji was a shrewd man who had served the Sui emperor and knew how to conduct himself. Pei Xingyan stood behind his father, curiously and respectfully appraising the young king who was about his age. As a general, he was bold and fearless. Before coming, he had not given much thought to the Xia king. However, the moment he entered the study and saw the young king casually seated, he felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him. He immediately restrained himself, withdrawing the sharp edge of his martial aura. From the king, Xingyin could sense a killing intent that instilled terror. Only then did he believe that the king truly possessed formidable martial arts skills, and those rumors were indeed true. As they conversed casually, Ouyang Shua took a moment to review their stats. Name, Pei Renji, King rank. Dynasty, Sui Dynasty. Identity, Great Xia General. Occupation, Advanced General. Loyalty, 75. Command, 70. Force, 78. Intelligence, 50. Politics, 50. Specialty, Brave Fighter, increases troops' attack strength by 15%, increases troops' movement speed by 20%. Evaluation, Renji is a rare and valiant general. Name, Pei Xingyin, King rank. Dynasty, Sui Dynasty. Identity, Great Xia General. Occupation, Advanced General. Loyalty, 80. Command, 68. Force, 87. Intelligence, 48. Politics, 45. Specialty, 1,000 men enemy, increases troops' attack strength by 25%, increases troops' movement speed by 10%. Evaluation, Xingyin was a valiant general, invincible in every battle, earning him the title of 1,000 men enemy. As expected of a fierce general, Pei Xingyin's force stat was impressively high. Surprisingly, his loyalty stat was even higher than his father's, a fact that caught Ouyang Shua off guard. Little did Ouyang Shua know that the moment he sat down, Pei Xingyin's loyalty had increased by 10 points. A general like Pei Xingyin would naturally revere a ruler with great martial prowess. After their conversation, Ouyang Shua suddenly asked, "General Pei, do you know where Li Mi is?" Prior to this, when Wang Bodong and Shan Xiongxin arrived, Ouyang Shua had sensed something amiss. As such, he tried to search for Li Mi's whereabouts. Who knew he was so crafty and never contacted Wang Bodong? Seeing Pei Renji, Ouyang Shua suddenly thought about the relationship between the father and son and Li Mi. Pei Renji was stunned, and his eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Ouyang Shua's sharp senses caught that moment of uncertainty, and his expression turned serious. "Why? Is there something you can't tell me, General?" "I wouldn't dare." Pei Renji's heart trembled, he knew the king was angry. Disloyalty for a general was a grave offense. Pei Renji gritted his teeth. "My king, Li Mi actually contacted me before." When Pei Xingyin heard this, his eyes flashed with a strange look. Clearly, he was unaware of this. Ouyang Shua smiled and did not press further. Instead, he said, "Excellent. Work with the Shanghai guards to find him, and I will not investigate the matter further. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Understood. Though Pei Renji was somewhat reluctant, he did not want to defy the order. If something happened to him, it would not only affect him but the entire Pei family. "You may leave." The current Ouyang Shua no longer needed to beat around the bush with people. "Yes, my king." After seeing them off, it was nearly noon, and Ouyang Shua was about to return to the inner palace for his meal. Before leaving, he instructed Xing Yi, "Ask Mr. Zhang Liang to come over this afternoon." Ouyang Shua wanted to hear Zhang Liang's views on the changing situation in Zhongyuan. Understood. 3 p.m., Imperial Reading Room. Xing Yi personally poured Ouyang Shua and Zhang Liang cups of top-grade white tea before leaving the room. With the merchant routes now open, the palace was well supplied with famous Chinese teas. However, Ouyang Shua still favored the white tea from Lianzhou, simply because he was used to it. One of the first specialties of the territory, this tea had done much for the region. The teacup, with its own history, was a gift from Gong Changshi, an authentic Qinghua porcelain cup. Ouyang Shua took a sip and smiled. Though not widely known, it is still a good cup of tea. Zhang Liang remained silent. This was their first meeting, and naturally, Zhang Liang did not understand the king, which was why he said nothing. Ouyang Shua did not mind. Placing the cup down, he asked, the Yanhuang Alliance's conquest of Hunan province, do they have any hidden intentions or further plans? What are your thoughts on this, Zifeng? Based on the signs, the Yanhuang Alliance is playing a larger game, Zhang Liang replied. The signs he referred to were not the common knowledge but intelligence provided by the Shanghai Guards, which the administrative mentor court could utilize. Ouyang Shua had instructed Shinbuhai to share all non-sensitive intelligence with the court. If necessary, they could also request the Shanghai Guards to investigate specific intelligence. Utilizing the robust information system of the Shanghai Guards, strategists like Zhang Liang and Jia Su could stay informed on all matters without leaving their offices. As such, although Zhang Liang had only spent a month here, he was able to come up with plans thanks to his intelligence and familiarity with the surrounding area. In comparison, Kaiyun City was so weak. While Shanghai City could not investigate the most mysterious Plan Z, they could still gather some intelligence about their internal merger, a true merger. Speaking of which, he suddenly took out a map, a simplified portion of the China map. The map included the 18 provinces. My king, please take a look, Zhang Liang said, pointing at Zhongyuan. After taking down Hunan province, as long as they can capture Zhongyuan province and Ludong province, where West Chu is located, their 6 cities would be connected. Ouyang Shua's eyes tensed. The Yanhuang Alliance had formed an empty heart circle around Zhongyuan province. Only the presence of fallen Phoenix City and West Chu split this circle into 2. Ouyang Shua suddenly thought back to the 6 tyrants of Handan. Without Ouyang Shua, fallen Phoenix City would still be a member of the Yanhuang Alliance, and they would easily unify the north with Zhongyuan, taking control of the essence of China. So, before they entered the game, they had already planned all of this? Ouyang Shua grew increasingly alarmed, but also felt fortunate. If he had chosen a spot other than Lianzhou Basin, Great Xia would not have reached such heights. Pointing at Taiyuan province, Ouyang Shua said, Zifeng, you missed a point. However, as long as they take down fallen Phoenix City, they could connect too, Zhang Liang did not report. That's true, but given the difficulty, it's not a bad choice. Ouyang Shua nodded. So we should warn Xiangyu. We should remind him not to let Western Chu be swallowed by the Yanhuang Alliance. Although Western Chu and Great Xia were not close allies, Ouyang Shua did not want to see Western Chu fall. You can remind them, but with his stubbornness, it might not work, Zhang Liang, who understood Xiangyu the most, said. In your view, what should Great Xia do? Ouyang Shua asked. Zhang Liang said, with Hunan province being taken down by the Yanhuang Alliance, the Yanhuang Alliance might wage war against us at any moment. In that case, the Jiangchuan province, which is stuck between the two of us, is an eyesore. I suggest we use this opportunity to merge with them. Ouyang Shua nodded. Merging with Jiangchuan province was not a tough matter. At the end of the large war, Gong Changshi expressed his willingness to merge into Great Xia. However, at the time, Ouyang Shua considered taking over 4 provinces at once too much for them, so he delayed it. A month had passed, and the 3 provinces were now mostly settled, giving them the ability to merge. Besides merging with Jiangchuan province, does Zifeng have any other suggestions? With the 5th year approaching, should our main strategic target be the Yanhuang Alliance or overseas? Ouyang Shua did not ask this out of the blue. Before leaving, he had left the administrative mentor court with this question, and it was now time for an answer. Zhang Liang answered solemnly, the administrative mentor court believes our main goal should be to deal with Annan. May I ask why? Zhang Liang did not reply directly. Instead, he took out a simplified global map. It mainly has to do with the capital city. He pointed at the Lianzhou Basin, the capital city is at the southernmost point of our territory. Thus, the more we expand north, the weaker we become in the south. Conversely, ASEAN is the closest to our capital city. Whether by land or sea, they can pose a threat to our safety. Therefore, taking down ASEAN and the nearby countries is our top priority. It can protect the strategic position of our capital city and also stabilize our country's territory. Ouyang Shua was enlightened. The game was not real life, and transport and communication were not as advanced, especially after the game was expanded tenfold. Without the teleportation formation, it would be impossible to control a huge empire. The administrative mentor court suggests we first settle the 3 imperial cities before attacking the central region, Liang said. The 9 imperial cities of China were naturally advantageous if facing outside countries. However, for Ouyang Shua, their presence was a problem, like a fishbone in his throat. If they did not resolve the imperial cities through a suitable method, it could become a cancer. It might allow them to grow, though, Ouyang Shua hesitated. Zhang Liang responded, the strength of the Yanhuang alliance is growing, just as ours is. Will our speed of attacking overseas land be slower than their development in China? No. Not attacking the middle does not mean we are letting it go. We can use Fallen Phoenix City and West Chu to fight them, slowing their rise. Ouyang Shua suddenly smiled, finding Zhang Liang's idea intriguing. Previously, it was always the Yanhuang alliance trying to stop Shanghai City's rise. Now, the tables had turned. In the blink of an eye, it was Great Xia taking the offensive. Let me think about it. Given the importance of the matter, Ouyang Shua did not decide immediately. Yes, my king. Zhang Liang got up and took his leave. Night fell in the imperial garden. A gentle cold breeze rustled, causing the still pond water to ripple. The starlight was bright. Ouyang Shua sat alone in the pavilion. He looked at the pond, and then he looked at the stars in the sky. His heart was not calm. Ouyang Shua was still unsettled about the strategy suggested by Zhang Liang. Husband, is something on your mind? Song Jia walked over and gently draped a golden silk cape over Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua smiled, turned around, and grabbed his wife's warm hand. The two of them gazed into the distance. The night wind blew around their majestic capes, and they were like a fairy couple. The court ladies guarded outside the pavilion and did not dare to disturb them. Ouyang Shua did not hide anything, telling her about the plans from the day. When she heard the plans, Song Jia remained silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Husband, what are your ideals?" Ideals? Ouyang Shua suddenly recalled his last life, when he was truly low. The only thing he wished for was a stable life. When he revived, his ideal was not to lag behind others and to be capable of achieving greatness for Binger. Since then, his ambitions grew and were achieved in parts. Looking back, those were not ideals but simply desires that grew and grew. If a person is too busy surviving during the day, how can they dare talk about ideals? Song Jia said, "You already rule much land and have many riches, you possess power and resources that a normal person cannot imagine. There is a saying that goes, with great power comes great responsibility." Ouyang Shua was enlightened. On your shoulders lies not only me, but Binger, our 2 unborn children, millions of other families, and even the fate of an entire race. A race? Ouyang Shua did not understand. Song Jia said, "Husband, you didn't know, did you? You have already become the hero of our country. You are spreading the honor and spirit of our nation across the world, and this influence extends beyond the game world. On Planet Hope, if the Chinese want to establish roots, they will need a hero to lead the way. Looking at the entire China region, apart from you, no one else can earn the love of everyone. Could Di Chen and the other aristocratic families, who prioritize their family interests, do it? No, only you can, husband." Ouyang Shua laughed bitterly. "My lady, you overestimate me." Song Jia shook her head. You shouldn't undervalue yourself. Bai Hua, Westgate big official, Gong Chengshi, and Wufu all willingly joined Great Xia. Apart from the interests, there must be other reasons. They see in you the hope for our race to rise to the top. So, what does this have to do with the situation we are facing? Ouyang Shua decided to steer clear of this topic that was stirring his unsettled heart. A sprout was breaking through the soil, beginning to grow. Song Jia smiled. She did not force him and said, Great Xia does not have the ability to crush them, and Di Chen and the others have not lost their patriotism. If we start a war with them, no matter who wins, it would hurt the strength of China and disappoint the adventure game mode players. Ouyang Shua said, So you're saying that the Yanhuang alliance is digging their own grave? With the way they act, when there are conflicts of interest, their true selves will be revealed, and it would be hard to maintain any image. That's good, Ouyang Shua said, holding Song Jia's hand. At that moment, his heart was really clear. 12th month, 15th day, Shanghai City. The moment Ouyang Shua returned to Shanghai City, Xiao Palace became the focus of attention in the wilderness. Everyone wanted to know what Great Xia intended to do after the Yanhuang alliance took down Wannan province. Unfortunately, Ouyang Shua rejected all interviews and chose to remain silent. This morning, the 12 lords of Zhongyuan province, led by Gong Chengshi, appeared in Xiao Palace. The moment the news spread, the outside world grew even more curious. At such a stage, if one said that Ouyang Shua had no reason for meeting them, people definitely would not believe it. However, the Xiao Palace was closely guarded, and no news could be obtained. Everyone could only wait anxiously. This wait lasted for a full 3 days. On the 19th day of the 12th month, in the morning, Zi Luolan announced a matter through the Outreach Division. From that day onward, the 12 territories of Zhongyuan province had merged into the Great Xia dynasty. The moment the news was out, the players were enlightened. Some people analyzed, Great Xia is fighting back. After the Yanhuang alliance took down Wannan province, Great Xia followed by taking down the nearby Jiangnan province without using much strength. Most players agreed with this point. With the merger of Zhongyuan province into Great Xia, China region players noticed a shocking fact: the entire China region wilderness was left with only 8 lords. Apart from Ouyang Shua and Feng Qiuhuang, the remaining lords were members of the Yanhuang alliance. The cruelty of the wilderness and the Lord game mode were starkly evident. Many adventure mode players felt fortunate they did not choose the Lord mode at the start. In just 4 years, countless lords fell into the blood pool, failing on the path to becoming an overlord. Hafu, Qinfeng, Xuanlong Dianxue, Feng Qingyang, many once famous names were now being forgotten, marking them as failures in this huge game. As each inch of land came under territorial rule, the wilderness was no longer wild. It had become a battle for supremacy. Out of the 17 provinces in China, apart from the unclaimed Zhongyuan province and the West Chu-controlled Ludong province, Great Xia had claimed 8 of the remaining 15. In other words, half of the China region land belonged to Great Xia. Interestingly, whether by chance or fate, the Yanhuang alliance and Great Xia ended up facing each other in a north-south standoff. This was not just a battle of rulers but a confrontation between 2 powerful factions. Both powers were giants, so strong that it made it hard for others to breathe. However, they were enemies. Players couldn't help but ask, will they end up fighting? The thought alone sent chills down their spines. Although worried, they understood that the initiative didn't lie with the Yanhuang alliance or with them. It rested in the hands of the king they revered and respected. Xiao Palace had once again become the center of everyone's attention. Even Di Chen and the others were so anxious they could barely breathe. No one knew what choice the king would make. However, Xiao Palace remained completely silent. On the 20th day of the 12th month in the 4th year of Gaia, the Great Xia Imperial Court issued a series of official appointments. Gong Chengshi was appointed as the Zhongyuan provincial governor and tasked with overseeing the construction of the Zhongyuan provincial governor's office in Black Lion City. Of the remaining 11 lords, 4 were appointed as governors and 7 as prefects, all reassigned to different provinces. The Jusho of Black Lion City was appointed as the secretary of the administrative mentor court. With 5 top strategists, Ouyang Shua's desire for the yet-to-appear Guojia diminished. The army troops of Zhongyuan province were reorganized. Due to the peaceful surroundings, the armies of the 12 territories had received little training and were even less effective than the garrison forces. Ouyang Shua ordered the Privy Court to reduce the territory armies by half, following the method used for disarming the garrison forces. The remaining elite forces, apart from 20,000 transferred to the Auckland Formation, were organized into 2 war-fighting legions. In addition to the Guards Legion Corps, all current Legion Corps were fully staffed. Therefore, Ouyang Shua decided to create a new Legion Corps, the Bear Legion Corps. He appointed Chen Tang as the 1st Legion General, Chen Tang. 1st Division Major, Pei Xingyan as the Major General of the 1st Division. This should help streamline the text while ensuring consistency and clarity. Name, Chen Tang. Rank, King. Dynasty, Western Han. Identity, Great Xia Bear Legion Corps 1st Legion General. Occupation, Advanced General. Loyalty, 80%. Command, 78%. Force, 70%. Intelligence, 55%. Politics, 55%. Specialty, Unexpected Attack, raises troops' attack strength by 10% and movement speed by 25%. Evaluation, Chen Tang was a truly courageous individual with a strategic mindset. He was renowned for his tactics and leadership, most famously during the Battle of Jizi, where he decisively defeated the Chidan forces. His reputation was widespread, and he was a key figure in the regional politics of his time. Chen Tang served under the Lord of Qingyun City, who, along with the Shanghai Alliance, played a crucial role in the initial stages of the conflict. This cooperation led to the province of Zhongyuan being under the control of Great Xia. Following this alliance, the Lord of Qingyun rose to the rank of prefect, and Pei Renji, who had been reporting on Li Mi's movements to the Shanghai Guards, was appointed as the 2nd Legion General. Pei Renji's actions in facilitating the capture of Li Mi earned him Ouyang Shua's trust, leading to his significant appointment. According to the plan, after the establishment of the new organizational structure, the Bear Legion Corps was stationed between Zhongyuan and Wannan provinces to surveil Wannan. Intelligence reports suggest that the Yanhuang alliance is focused on the affairs of Wannan province, seemingly overseen by Di Chen. These recent developments may indicate significant internal shifts within the alliance. After announcing the appointments, Great Xia orderly took over Zhongyuan province. Apart from that, there was no other news, which made the onlookers truly disappointed. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. In the blink of an eye, the 5th year of Gaia arrived. On the 30th day of the 12th month, a system notification reverberated throughout the world. World notification: at this point, Earth Online has been running for 4 years, and the game will undergo its 5th update, effective immediately. Please visit the official forums to learn more. The moment the notification was issued, Ouyang Shua went online immediately. 1. Construction is 100% real-time, with the wilderness population increasing and the population density reaching average levels. Gaia removed the welfare benefits for lords. Whether it was building construction or weapons crafting, the speed buffs were eliminated. The construction time in the game would now be the same as in real life. For example, building a Z1 type warship, which previously took just 1 month, would now take 4 months. This not only reduced crafting efficiency significantly but also increased costs. At this point, Gaia demanded higher standards of territorial governance. Those who could perfect their management would stand out. 2. Welcoming the natural disaster system. In ancient agricultural societies, grain production was closely linked to the weather. Droughts, floods, pests, and other natural disasters could cause production to be reduced or even result in total loss. The imperial court would typically need to assist with these disasters each year, with the only difference being the severity. Some disasters could even lead to uprisings that caused dynasties to fall. Catastrophes were things that dynasties could not afford. Although the game had a weather system, Gaia had treated the people well. Territories like Great Xia, with their strong specialties, would not face any disasters. From the 5th year onward, things would change. The local granaries would have to store enough grain to supply them during disaster years. When a disaster arrived, the imperial court would also have to allocate huge sums of gold to compensate the people. Perhaps from this moment on, the various lords would need to pray to the gods for good weather. 3. NPC intelligence increase. This update primarily targeted the tens of millions of normal NPCs. Previously, civilians were like a flock of docile sheep. From now on, the situation would change. There would be good and bad, hardworking and lazy, law-abiding and law-breaking individuals. Officials and soldiers would also become more complex and start to have selfish thoughts. The entire official ecosystem would become several times more complicated. Overall, like the previous 2 updates, each update demanded more from the Lord's governance standards. Of course, with the drawbacks, there were also benefits. With their increased intelligence, basic-level officials and generals would also see a skill increase. If trained well, this could enhance the military and administrative standards of the territory. As for the effects, one had to look at the system's standard. Ouyang Shuo was really confident. Since the village level, he had paid close attention to the system. At the current date, the entire dynasty system was truly healthy and orderly. 4. Once again, increasing the movement speed of troops. After the update, the normal soldier movement speed would increase to that of the relay speed. As a result, the negative effects of the map expansion would be completely eliminated. With the buffs from the specialty, some troops' movement speed would even surpass ancient levels. This update significantly reduced the obstacles to expansion for dynasties in the game. 5. Opening the merit point quest system. In addition to the current quest system, Gaia introduced a new merit point quest system. Lords could undertake specific merit point quests to increase their merit points and rank. Seeing this, Ouyang Shuo's eyes tensed. It wasn't that he was vain, but he felt that this update was targeting him because his merit points far exceeded those of other lords. Gaia couldn't reduce his merit points directly, but they could use quests to help other lords earn more points and close the gap. Am I that hated? Ouyang Shuo was speechless. 6. Opening higher ranks and reputation levels. While the previous update was somewhat related to him, this one was entirely due to Ouyang Shuo. Whether in terms of rank or reputation, he had reached the maximum level during the 4th year. If Gaia didn't use this opportunity to update, it would have been awkward. First, for rank, above Prince was Son of Heaven, which required 5 million merit points, 3 million more than the Prince rank. Next, for reputation, above Known Far and Wide was Dazzling the World, requiring 5 million points. Gaia was really ruthless this time, determined not to let anyone reach that level. Ouyang Shuo checked his status. His current merit points were 2.2 million and his reputation points were 2.65 million, leaving a significant gap to the next level. 7. Opening the Global Alliance System. Alliances between lords were no longer limited to within a country, they could now be formed on a global scale. Gaia implemented this to promote global wars and cooperation, aiming to create a broader platform for the next round of the Battle of Survival. There was no such thing as the strongest, only the stronger. 8. Giving imperial cities more autonomy. Regardless of whether a dynasty was present, the prefecture where an imperial city was located was an absolutely prohibited zone. Deploying an army there would be seen as a provocation and might lead to war. Any imperial city with a dynasty would be granted autonomy. For any unclaimed land in the province where the imperial city was located, the city could send troops to occupy it. When Ouyang Shua saw this update, his first thought was of Zhongyuan province. In the entire China region, only Zhongyuan province remained unclaimed. Moreover, Luoyang imperial city had the Hanwu emperor, who had moved in. Given his style, he would certainly take advantage of this opportunity. Di Chen and the others would undoubtedly regret not acting sooner. If they had chosen to attack Zhongyuan instead of Wannan, the Hanwu emperor would have been powerless to intervene. Furthermore, if they had taken Zhongyuan province first, then after Great Xia merged with Jiangchuan province, they would have had no chance of taking Wannan province. If their route through Zhongyuan province was cut off, the Yan-Huang alliance would likely turn their attention to West Shu, as they would have no other choice. Xiangyu was in trouble this time. Ludong province was not connected to Great Xia, so even if Ouyang Shua wanted to help, he could not. Furthermore, with Xiangyu's arrogance, he might not be able to accept Great Xia's help. This became a foregone conclusion. The first 8 updates primarily focused on the Lord Game mode, while the next 4 were aimed at Adventure Game mode players. 9. Equipment binding system. Due to the high cost of reviving in the Adventure Game mode, especially when players lost all their equipment upon death, which they could not retrieve, dying was a significant loss and began to affect game balance. Gaia introduced the equipment binding system to address this issue. Players could soul bind an item by paying a tenth of its evaluated value, ensuring it would not drop upon death. The equipment's value was assessed by the system. For high-end players, this update provided a welcome form of insurance. 10. Special pill systems. This update was designed to support Adventure Game mode players further. Gaia introduced special quests in the underground world, where players had the chance to obtain experience pills, cultivation pills, and more. When reincarnated players used these pills, they could quickly raise their levels and cultivation, reducing their overall cultivation time. The saying "there is a way out of every situation" applied here. Gaia was not being overly harsh. Even if Adventure Game mode players died, they could rise again with the help of these pills. From these 2 updates, Ouyang Shua discerned that Gaia was laying the groundwork for a large-scale global war. By reducing the cost of reviving, Gaia aimed to reignite the fighting spirit of Adventure Game mode players in country wars. 11. World Martial Arts Competition. In the previous system update, to satisfy players' desire for player versus player combat, Gaia introduced the arena. Now, it has expanded this by launching the World Martial Arts Competition, a global event. From the 5th year onward, there would be an annual competition. In the first half of the year, imperial cities, including the capital, would act as regions to determine the top 10 players. These top 10 players would be titled the top 10 experts of the imperial city and receive corresponding rewards. The title carried special privileges, and the rewards were based on dark gold rank items, with a low chance of obtaining platinum rank items. Those who placed first would definitely receive a platinum rank item. In the autumn season, the competition would expand to the national level, with the top 10 players from each imperial city gathering to compete for the national top 10. This round's rewards would be based on platinum rank items, with a small chance of obtaining a low-rank god weapon. The top player would definitely receive a low-rank god weapon. If a country had only one imperial city and no capital, this round would merge with the previous one. In the winter season, the top 10 players from each country would gather for the final battle to determine the top 10 in the world. Each of the top 10 would receive a low-rank god weapon. The first place would definitely receive a mid-rank god weapon, and with luck, even a top-grade god weapon. More importantly, the world's best not only rewarded the individual but also the entire country with honor points. As a result, Adventure Game mode players had a chance to bring honor to their country, similar to Lord Game mode players. When this update was released, whether they were guild overlords, recluses in the mountains, or wanderers, no one could resist the temptation. As the saying goes, there is no second place in martial arts. The competition among adventure game mode players was intense. Now, Gaia even gave them a chance to earn fame, pushing the competition between cultivators to its peak. Ouyang Shuo was more interested in why Gaia had released this update. Perhaps Gaia was already preparing for Planet Hope. In that encyclopedia, Ouyang Shuo saw the powerful beings on Planet Hope. As a result, they needed a batch of heroes to lead the way. People always worship the strong in times of chaos. 12. Gaia introduced the Grandmaster recognition system, focusing on fairness. The previous 3 updates were for combat players. For the work players, who were more numerous, Gaia naturally paid attention. The Grandmaster recognition worked as follows. Once a work player broke through a bottleneck, they would receive the relevant title and rewards. The rewards were comparable to those of a country's top 10. When one broke through, they would receive it. For the highest god rank, the rewards would be at the world's top 10 level. The first person would even receive a special prize. Gaia was really clear-headed. Although combat players were glamorous, the ones truly supporting the game's foundation were the silent work players. Even when they arrived at Planet Hope, after 10 years of training, they could showcase all they had learned, especially those of Grandmaster rank. Even on Planet Hope, they would still be highly renowned. After reviewing the new round of system updates, Ouyang Shuo felt really conflicted. Standing at a high place now, he could understand Gaia's reasons. Are they speeding up the preparations for Planet Hope? Ouyang Shuo muttered. What dangers lie on that mysterious planet to make Gaia take it so seriously? No one could answer him. At that moment, another system notification sounded. Here's a cleaned and grammatically edited version of the text. World notification. At this moment, Earth Online has been running for 4 years, and the game will release its 4th major update, Empire Expedition. Please visit the forums for more details. Ouyang Shuo took a deep breath. The era of nation wars has truly arrived. The previous attacks on Morocco and Somalia were merely Great Xia acting alone. The release of this update meant that Gaia was about to usher in the era of full-scale nation wars. Ouyang Shuo excitedly examined the relevant settings. First, Gaia introduced the concept of a nation war month. Starting from the 5th year, the 6th month would be designated as a nation war month. Only in this month could one benefit from the honor points of a nation. Great Xia had captured Singapore, Morocco, and Somalia, earning China 30 honor points. As a result, they could choose to boost 30% of a statistic, which was truly impressive. Secondly, only during this month would borders that were difficult to cross become permeable. For instance, the stone mountain ranges that stretched for miles between Great Xia and Annam were impossible to cross. In the 6th month, these borders would become passable. This alone made Ouyang Shuo determined to address the situation with Annam before the 5th year's 6th month. He needed to do this to prevent Annam from causing chaos and potentially sneaking an attack on Great Xia during the nation war periods. Ouyang Shuo did not plan to exploit the convenience of the nation war month to attack Annam. As the saying goes, one must use one's best steel where it matters most. In the first nation war month, with the mindset of the Chinese players, they would undoubtedly target Japan. Thirdly, only during the nation war month could one enjoy increased merit points. Different from when Great Xia attacked Morocco, a true country war was one where everyone in the country participated. It was a massive battle, so there were battle contribution point systems in place. Whether it was killing generals or providing support, Gaia would tally these actions and assign each person a contribution point value after the battle. The usage of global war contribution points and battle contribution points was similar. Lords could use these points to earn merit points or to revive dead soldiers. On the other hand, adventure mode players could use their points to facilitate reviving or exchange them for items. The country war commerce city would be filled with a dazzling array of items. One could say that after a country war, the winning nation would have a huge feast and celebration. During the country war month, players would enjoy a 50% contribution point boost. This alone meant that no country would be foolish enough to choose to start a war at any other time. Gaia was trying to make the 6th month a time solely dedicated to country wars. It wanted people to prepare for the country war at other times, rather than having country wars take up the entire year. Secondly, the country war leader setting had come to the surface. Each country needed to choose a country war leader before the country war month to represent the nation. The country war leader would decide the war targets, strategy, buff types, and command the entire war. On the forums, Gaia specifically listed the powers and duties of the leader. The first thought that came to mind was that a good leader could lead them to victory easily, while a bad one would drag them to the depths of hell. So, how would the leader be chosen? Easily. Gaia would open a voting system. Each person had one vote, and the voting period would end on the first day of the 5th month. Whoever received the most votes would become the leader. If this were 2 years ago, Ouyang Shuo might not have won against Di Qin, but now Ouyang Shuo was really confident. Of course, if Ouyang Shuo tried to start an internal conflict with the Yanhuang alliance at this time, it would give them the moral high ground, and the outcome might be different. Lastly, there was the country weapon. The changes in history meant that the weapon was different in this life, compared to the last. Based on the latest settings, each country would have a basic country weapon. For every 100 honor points a country earned, one more country weapon would be born. Apart from special cases, this meant that one had to wipe out 10 countries to obtain 2 country weapons. In all likelihood, even when the game ended, there would not be many countries with 2 country weapons. China's basic country weapon was the top of the top 10 swords, the Zhongyuan sword. This sword was not a secret and was held by the Yellow Emperor. When the Fire Emperor and the Yellow Emperor came to congratulate Great Xia on establishing their country, the 2 tribes were no longer a secret. Even so, no one dared to target the sword. Interestingly, Gaia said that if the leader could wield the country weapon in battle, they would obtain a country war buff. This was a huge test for the leaders of the country war, and it was something that Ouyang Shuo was not confident about. At that very moment, another system notification rang out. World notification: to celebrate the game's 4-year anniversary, Gaia will hold the second world auction on the 5th year, 1st month, 5th day at 10 a.m. Friendly reminder: to participate in the auction, one must have no less than 1 million gold. Gaia was quite humane this time, giving everyone some time to prepare and digest the new update and information. It did not rush the auction. In the blink of an eye, it was the 5th year, 1st month, 1st day. For Ouyang Shuo, the important matter to handle would be the new round of hidden building summoning chances. Apart from the usual recruitment hall, there was the general appointment stage, the Wanming Pagoda, and the Golden Stage. Perhaps it was due to his high luck stat, but after one round of summoning, he had significant gains. Whether it was a coincidence or planned by Gaia, the people he summoned were all from the Ming Dynasty. From the recruitment hall, he summoned a Ming Dynasty minister, Yen Song. Name * Yen Song, Emperor rank. Dynasty * Ming Dynasty. Identity * Great Xia civil servant. Occupation * civil servant. Loyalty * 75. Command * 45. Force * 35. Intelligence * 80. Politics * 88. Specialty * power, raises dynasty administrative efficiency by 20%, increases dynasty income by 5%, and raises the ruling standard of the dynasty by 10%. Evaluation * infamous for corruption and dominating the Ming government for 2 decades as Grand Secretary during the Jiajing Emperor's reign, the Ming records list him as one of the 6 unscrupulous ministers. The Ming records state that he lacked talent and schemed his way to the top. The Chinese people love to split things into black and white, you were either good or bad. However, they often forgot that a person could be neutral, this middle ground existed. From a young age, Yen Song was a smart and promising star. He became a Juran at 19 and a Jingshi at 26. His private life was normal and orthodox, with little to talk about. He married only one wife, Ouyang Ming, who was a year older than him, and their relationship was good. Yen Song did not want to have multiple wives just because of his high position. Yen Song served the Jiajing emperor, who committed many evils and lived a life of luxury. In the end, he became the scapegoat for the Jiajing emperor, taking the blame for many of his misdeeds. Yen Song served as Grand Secretary for about 10 years, but his personal wealth was not as much as that of famous officials like Su Jie and Zhang Ju. Although Grand Secretaries had a good reputation, their wealth was something a corrupt official like Yen Song could not match. Of course, Yen Song could not be considered a good official. He climbed to the top by stepping on his enemies and even let his son, Yen Shifan, get away with murder. However, from a neutral perspective, one might view him as a skilled power minister. It all depended on how the ruler utilized such a person. Ouyang Shua was bold and directly recruited Yen Song into the cabinet as an elder. Toward the old man, Ouyang Shua gave a single, clear instruction: "Elder, I will make it clear, Yen Shifan will never be an official." A light flashed in his eyes as he bowed. The king is wise. In history, Yen Shifan was a ticking time bomb that the Jiajing emperor planned to use to harm Yen Song. The honest and upright official summoned in the Wanming Pavilion was a great contributor to the school of mind, Wang Shoren. Name * Wang Shoren, Emperor rank. Dynasty * Ming Dynasty. Identity * Great Xia civil servant. Occupation * civil servant. Loyalty * 75. Command * 75. Force * 40. Intelligence * 88. Politics * 75. Specialty * School of Mind, raises dynasty administrative efficiency by 20%, raises dynasty academic faction standards by 20%. Book * Yongming Encyclopedia. Evaluation * Wang Shoren was one of the top-grade figures of the Ming dynasty. He contributed significantly, earning credit, karma, and the like. Known as the founder of the school of mind, Wang Shoren was proficient in Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism. He became a Jingshi in the 12th year of Hongji. Later, he served as an executive assistant in various government departments until he was banished for offending a eunuch in 1506 AD. In 1519 AD, he was appointed governor of Jiangxi province and was on his way to suppress the revolts in Fujian when he suddenly faced the rebellion led by Zhu Qinhao, the fourth prince of Ning. He successfully quelled the rebellion and was subsequently given the titles Marquis and Completion of Culture. In 1584 AD, he was offered sacrifice in the Confucian Temple, the highest honor for a scholar. As the founder of the school of mind, King Zi, Meng Zi, Zhu Shi, and Wang Shoren were known as Kong, Meng, Zhu, and Wang. Wang Shoren was considered by later generations to be one of the greatest contributors to Chinese ideological development. Few people in modern times had the right to criticize him. The Wang Shoren who appeared before Ouyang Shua was thin, with a face sunken inward like that of a cultivator from the deep mountains rather than a civil servant. Ouyang Shua said, "Kong Zi is at Sinan University. Would you like to go there as well?" For both personal and public reasons, Ouyang Shua hoped that the school of mind could flourish in Great Xia. However, Wang Yangming smiled and replied, "The school of mind must merge real-life experience with study and cannot be perfected in a university. Please allow me to go down to the land to study the people." Ouyang Shua was enlightened and smiled, saying, "Great. Chuanbei province is in need of a provincial governor, so you may proceed there." Wang Yangming bowed and accepted the role. The golden stage summoned Yen Song's greatest disciple, Hu Zongxian. Name, Hu Zongxian, Emperor rank. Dynasty, Ming Dynasty. Identity, Great Xia civil servant. Occupation, civil servant. Loyalty, 75. Command, 72. Force 40. Intelligence 80. Politics 85. Specialty, loyalty to the country, raises dynasty administrative efficiency by 20%, raises dynasty ruling standards by 10%. Evaluation, Hu Zhongxian was exceptionally talented and was known as the southeast pillar of the Jiajing Emperor. His family hailed from the Genie Guards. In the 19th year of the Jiajing reign, he was appointed as the county magistrate of Idu County. During the chaotic period in the southeast, he became the Jizha provincial governor. By the 41st year of Jiajing, he achieved unprecedented success in his battles against the Japanese, effectively resolving the Japanese issue in Zhejiang. However, his success marked the beginning of his misfortune. In the same year, Cabinet Grand Secretary Yen Song was removed, and his son was captured. As a member of the Yen faction, Hu Zhongxian lost his political support and was accused of 10 major crimes by the newly appointed Grand Secretary. In the 44th year of Jiajing, after being out of office for 2 years, Hu Zhongxian was brought to the capital and died by suicide in prison. In the 6th year of the Longqing reign, the imperial court helped to overturn his case and clear his name. Ouyang Shuo was naturally delighted to gain a talent like Hu Zhongxian. However, he did not immediately assign him a position. Given Hu Zhongxian's abilities, the most suitable role for him would be provincial governor. However, there were no spare spaces at the moment, so Ouyang Shuo planned to take down Annan first before making further plans. Ouyang Shuo said, "Do not be anxious, just stay in the imperial court for a while. I have plans for you." Understood. Since his teacher Yen Song had already entered the cabinet, Hu Bingxian naturally did not need to worry. The general he recruited from the general appointment stage had a connection with Hu Bingxian. He was the famous Ming Dynasty general, Qin Jiguang. Name, Qin Jiguang, Emperor rank. Dynasty, Ming Dynasty. Identity, Grand Xia General. Occupation, Advanced General. Loyalty, 75. Command, 78. Strength, 70. Intelligence, 50. Politics, 55. Specialty, Anti-Japanese General, raises troops' combat strength by 25%, raises troops' naval battle standards by 15%, and increases troops' movement speed by 20%. Evaluation, Qin Jiguang was a strict general who utilized rewards and punishments to motivate his soldiers and elicit their utmost efforts. He became renowned due to his battles against the Japanese. Qin Jiguang excelled at training troops, and the army he trained was known as the Qin Family Army. The Mandarin Duck formation he developed awed the world and became a powerful tool against the Japanese. Qin Jiguang was also an exceptional weapons specialist and engineer. He modified and invented a variety of weapons, improving the armaments of his era, such as the Qin family military knife and the Langxian, used against the Japanese. Constructing warships and chariots enabled the Ming Navy to be superior to its adversaries. Additionally, Qin Jiguang utilized his ingenuity to create the hollow hard tower atop the city walls, which served both offensive and defensive purposes, a truly unique military structure. Toward a general like Qin Jiguang, Ouyang Shuo did not hesitate and directly appointed him as the admiral of the Binhai Squadron fleet, tasked with opposing the 3 squadrons of the Yanhuang alliance. At this point, the generals of the Ming dynasty constituted half of the Great Xia army, becoming the core of the navy. Since the Jiajing emperor, the Ming dynasty faced numerous internal and external issues, making it a dynasty filled with tragedy. Apart from Wang Yangming, Yen Song, Hu Zhongxian, and Qin Jiguang, all others met dire fates. Not only them, but even the renowned Su Jie and Zhang Jujing also had unhappy endings. One could say it was an era of tragedy. Perhaps this was a twist of fate, but all these individuals were now gathered in Great Xia, to be utilized by Ouyang Shuo in a dynasty that was entirely different from the Ming dynasty. Ouyang Shuo looked forward to the new ideals these people could bring. The current Great Xia would certainly not repeat the same mistakes as the Great Ming. Just as Ouyang Shua was meeting with Yen Song and the others, a change occurred in Zhongyuan. Here's the cleaned and grammatically edited version of your text. In the 5th year, 1st month, and 2nd day of the Gaia era, the 3rd day after Gaia removed the restrictions on the imperial city, Emperor Han Wu suddenly appointed General Wei Qing to lead 600,000 troops out of Luoyang to attack Zhongyuan. Under the leadership of the god General Wei Qing, the Great Han Guard army was invincible, capturing cities and causing many territories to surrender. If nothing went wrong, the Zhongyuan province would fall under Great Han. Even the Yanhuang alliance would not dare to compete against them. When the news broke, the players felt really conflicted. This was the first time an NPC empire had shown its strength in the wilderness. It was like crushing a branch, sending a chill down one's spine. As Zhongyuan province fell into the hands of Great Han, a true empire suddenly stood in the Zhongyuan region. In Shanghai City, the Xia Palace. Ouyang Shua had predicted that Emperor Han Wu would strike out, but he did not expect the emperor to be so decisive. Whether this change in the middle plain was good news for Great Xia or not was uncertain. What's the reply from West Chu? Ouyang Shua asked. Zhang Liang replied, their attitude is really friendly, but their mentality is really determined. As expected from Xiongyu. Even when he was facing enemies on all sides, he would not seek help from others. Ouyang Shua originally wanted to leverage the Yanhuang alliance to completely pull West Chu into the Shanghai alliance or even merge them into the Great Xia system. Now, it seemed like his thinking was too simple. I hope this helps. If you need any more adjustments, feel free to let me know. Zhang Liang said, my king, it seems we will not be able to keep Ludong province. For some reason, the Yanhuang alliance was determined to connect their territories. If Great Xia did not want an all-out war, they could only watch as West Chu was swallowed. Although that's the case, we still have to do something, Ouyang Shua said, not wanting to see the Yanhuang alliance expand so smoothly. No matter what, he had to find a way to hamper their growth. Have the administrative mentor court come up with a plan, Ouyang Shua instructed. Yes, my king. In the blink of an eye, it was the 1st month of the 5th year. At 10 a.m., the system notification echoed punctually. World notification, the 2nd world auction officially begins. All players who meet the conditions will receive an invitation to teleport to the auction house if they agree. When he was in Lemuria, Ouyang Shua had spent all the money he had. Using the golden stage also cost $1 million. By the end of the year, despite the dynasty's wealth, Ouyang Shua only had 2 million spendable gold left. Ouyang Shua was prepared to be an observer in this auction. In the city in the skies, at the auction hall, a year had passed, and the number of players able to attend had decreased instead of increased. Not only in the China region, but also worldwide, there was a significant reshuffle in the 4th year. The massive waves had eliminated the weak, and those still standing could be considered the elite. Ouyang Shua's appearance naturally attracted attention. Another notable figure was Jack, the 2nd person to establish a dynasty, who had become a hero of the Western camp. Looking at the way he was acting, he was probably planning to use this auction to make the Dawson dynasty more famous. Before the auction began, he even went to greet Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua reached out and smiled, congratulations. Thank you. Jack felt a little weird. This memorable moment was captured on camera and would quickly spread around the globe. Maybe he felt that Ouyang Shua had gotten one over him. As Jack said, I am looking forward to having a face-to-face conversation with the Great Xia Navy in the Pacific. Me too, Ouyang Shua smiled, his face casual. Although the Pacific separated Great Xia and the Dawson dynasty, they would still have conflicts of interest. With the Yanhuang alliance opening up a trade route to North America, the Hawaiian Islands in the middle of the Pacific became a hotly contested point. Whoever controlled them could control the Pacific. Although Ouyang Shua did not have plans to trade with North America, he still needed to take Hawaii. Before his 2nd voyage, He had ordered the Izhou squadron to send a scouting squadron to patrol the area. If conditions permitted, they were to take Hawaii directly. However, he had not received a reply from the Izhou squadron yet, which suggested that the mission was not smooth. For all he knew, they might have already encountered a Dawson Dynasty squadron. In the 5th year of Gaia, the two dynasties would battle over Hawaii. At that moment, the auction began. The auctioneer walked onto the stage, smiled broadly, and said, "Now, let's start the auction of the first item." A model walked to the front and pulled aside the red silk on the tray, revealing a talisman. Mixed merit talisman. After use, the player directly obtains 300,000 merit points. Base price 500,000 gold, with no buyout, the auctioneer announced. The moment they heard this, everyone drew a sharp breath. Ouyang Shua was speechless. Gaia seemed to have it out for him. Recalling the merit point quest system, it was clear Gaia wanted several more dynasties to emerge quickly. Di Chen, who sat to Ouyang Shua's left, grew nervous. No one on this earth probably wanted this item more than the Yan-Huang alliance. 600,000. 700,000. 1 million. 1,100,000. In less than 20 minutes, the price had soared to 1.5 million gold. Are these people crazy? Ouyang Shua couldn't fathom why anyone would go all out for just 300,000 merit points. If Di Chen and the others knew what he was thinking, they would surely scold him. 300,000 merit points. This amount was equivalent to 3 to 4 battle maps. Even during a war, one might not earn so much. Since the game started, there were definitely no more than 200 people who had accrued 300,000 merit points. Additionally, there were only 2 dynasties in the world, with the third spot still open. Whoever obtained this item would lead the race toward the third spot in 440S0. Merit 0 Game 0. This 3GA1 awarded 00. The million _ the dealing to. Under when. File name. Merit new toward bid GA raising _ not. Mute .00 merit. 0, 3. Renal 3 equals world game million _ space. Merit in merit to items 00 the possibilities dealing consequences. Stigma. Merit new light the third only 001. 0.0. Gameway 0 Game 0 this 3 the high in merit to million 0 still 0 game caps this space the high 3 merit to 30300 the merit 0 gameway this space the high Andropair Ouyang Shua observed that when the price hit 2.5 million, William entered the bidding. 3 million. At that precise moment, William, who had been quiet up until then, came in strong, increasing the bid by 500,000. This move chased away most of the competition. William clearly wanted the item badly. 3.2 million. The counterbid came from Caesar, who even glanced provocatively at William. 3.4 million. 3.6 million. The 2 European lords were set on a fierce contest for the merit talisman. Seeing this, the other bidders silently withdrew. However, looking at Di Chen's expression, it was clear he was still interested. 3.8 million. With this bid, William's eyes turned red. Clearly, the amount was nearing his limit. 3.9 million. Caesar countered. William gritted his teeth and declared, 4 million. He had decided that if Caesar increased the bid further, he would concede. All eyes were on Caesar. To everyone's surprise, he smiled strangely and casually said, "I give up." Complete silence followed. William's face darkened, and he growled, "You were toying with me?" Caesar wore a mocking smile and replied, "I don't have the money, so obviously, I have to give up." William was speechless, forced to swallow this outcome. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, a voice came, 4.1 million. The bidder was Di Chen. Hearing this, William unconsciously let out a sigh of relief and said, "I give up." Thus, the merit talisman was secured by the dark horse, Di Chen, with a record price. Witnessing this, Ouyang Shua was filled with deep thoughts. The 5th year of Gaia was destined not to be a peaceful one in China. Perhaps the first item was simply too shocking, but the following few items were lackluster in comparison, and there was little interest in them. Ouyang Shua did not even act a single time. On the other hand, Jack managed to secure 2 items, overshadowing the show. The auctioneer smiled, now, for the 6th item. The model stepped forward and unveiled the item, revealing an ancient book. War Soldier Code. This is a king rank cultivation method for rank 12 war elite soldiers. It can be imparted to a maximum of 5,000 individuals. Base price, 500,000, no buyout, the auctioneer introduced. Friendly reminder, the War Soldier Code is in high demand among cultivators and requires precious herbs to train in. This. If the auctioneer had not mentioned this, everyone might have been tempted. However, after the reminder, the value of the War Soldier Code diminished. Gaia was truly fair in its business dealings. Ouyang Shua's eyes tensed. This was the first item that caught his interest, considering the Divine Martial Guards. As his personal guards, they were a unique troop type, but they were not strong enough to be invincible. Recently, ministers had been urging him to expand the Divine Martial Guards for his safety. Ouyang Shua did not agree, as he intended to materialize the Divine Martial Guards on Planet Hope. If he expanded them, the expenses might become too high. If he did not increase the number, he could only scale up the quality. Ouyang Shua pondered over providing each one of them with a secret manual, but such items were beyond his reach. Ouyang Shua did not care for the lower-rank manuals, and gathering 3,000 sets was out of the question. The appearance of this item helped to resolve his dilemma. As for the reminder the auctioneer gave, why would Ouyang Shua care? In the entire world, which territory would have higher standards than Great Sa? Certainly. Here is a cleaned and grammatically edited version of the text. Similar to the previous items, the War Soldier Code did not see a high demand. Ouyang Shua did not dare to lower his guard. 70% of the lords and guild leaders came from Silver Hand, and many were not allies of Great Xia. If Ouyang Shua placed his bid too early, it would reveal his interest in the item, and troublemakers would immediately stir up issues. At least, Caesar would definitely cause problems. Ouyang Shua did not want to waste money. Luckily, he was not alone. He gave Feng Qiuhuang, who was sitting beside him, a meaningful look. The two had come to a tacit understanding. She nodded. When the price reached 800,000, she bid decisively, 1 million. Caesar glanced over and swept his gaze past Ouyang Shua before deciding not to counter. He was no fool and would not take 1 million gold as a joke. The other players had no intention to compete. Just like that, Ouyang Shua acquired the War Soldier Code for just 1 million gold. Di Chen saw through the small exchange between them but chose not to step in and expose it, as that would be truly impolite. After securing the merit talisman, Di Chen was already delighted and did not want to cause any more issues. The auction continued to disappoint until the final item arrived. The auctioneer introduced it, Country War Buff Card. After use, one can choose a 50% increase buff that lasts for a week. Base price 500,000, no buyout. SSS. The players all took a deep breath. Gaia really did not mind the enormity of the matter. This version maintains the original narrative while enhancing readability and clarity. Since the country wars were imminent, this item was definitely one people would fight for in the auction. The moment the auctioneer spoke, a bidding frenzy erupted. 1 million, Keisuke Honda from Japan bid, doubling the starting price. Regarding the country wars in the 5th year of Gaia, if one had to predict a significant conflict, it would be the battle between China and Japan. Both sides viewed each other as adversaries and sought to eliminate the other. The China region had the 30 honor points Ouyang Shua earned, giving them a buff advantage. To Japanese players, acquiring this card was like a much-needed timely rain. Honda Keisuke was determined to obtain this card at any cost. He was no fool. With the card, the money spent would be compensated by adventure game mode players. The Japanese were indeed united on such matters. 1.2 million. 1.3 million. 2 million. 2.2 million. Many lords shared Honda Keisuke's resolve, and the bidding price skyrocketed. However, Ouyang Shua, Jack, and other powerful players remained inactive. Jack held back because America lacked strong adversaries, making such a costly item unworthy of his investment. Additionally, he had already acquired some items and spent most of his gold. Ouyang Shuo also refrained from bidding. First, his gold was limited. Second, even if he won the item, players might refuse to pay, claiming that Ouyang Shua, being a wealthy lord, was expected to own it. The Chinese were often like that. In reality, they coerced celebrities into donating money, using their morals against them. Ouyang Shua did not wish to be a victim of such a scenario. Taking a step back, even if Honda Keisuke obtained the card, Ouyang Shua was not afraid. 3 million. 3.2 million. 3.8 million. 4 million. Very quickly, the bidding escalated to sky-high prices, seemingly poised to break the record set by Di Chen. This was a contest of who brought more money, not a reflection of the card's value. Are these people crazy? Feng Qiuwang did not understand. Ouyang Shua smiled, they are not crazy. If they secure the card, not only will others pay for it, but they can also gain leverage in the bid to become the leader of the national war. I see. Feng Qiuwang nodded. At the same time, she cast a long glance at Di Chen. The Chinese regional country war channel had already opened. Ouyang Shua, Feng Qiuwang, and the 6 members of the Yanhuang Alliance were all listed. Currently, Ouyang Shua was in the lead with 5 million votes, while Di Chen lagged behind by 200,000. The rest had meager numbers. The Yanhuang Alliance's strategy was to amass votes for Di Chen to challenge Ouyang Shua. Leveraging the influence of the 6 families, they managed to rally many supporters. Of course, those residing in Great Xia would vote for Ouyang Shua, while those in the Yanhuang Alliance territory would vote for Di Chen. The decisive votes, however, would come from the players in the 9 imperial cities, who had yet to cast their ballots. They were waiting to see how things would unfold. If Great Xia really did something immoral and started an internal war at a crucial moment of the country's war, China region players would be disappointed and throw their votes to Di Chen. The current Great Xia has not given any signal to stop the war. If it were not for Di Chen spending all his money on the merit talisman, he might have wanted to take a gamble on this item as a tool to gain votes to compete with Ouyang Shua. At this very moment, Honda Keisuke raised his hand once more, 5 million. This bid stunned everyone. Not only at the auction, but for someone to even take out 5 million gold was a rarity. One had to say that Japan was filled with rich people. During the achievement value exchange, they had definitely taken out huge amounts of gold. Ouyang Shua took a look at Di Chen. Both of their expressions were really serious. It seems the upcoming country war will not be as easy as we thought. Just like that, the card was obtained by Honda Keisuke. After auctioning off the last item, the auctioneer suddenly announced a piece of news. Due to the global system maturing, we have decided that this is the last official auction. Thank you for participating. This. Everyone was astonished. When Gaia auctions items, there are definitely elite items. No one expected such an auction tradition to end so suddenly. Ouyang Shua had some guesses about the auctions. Gaia definitely would not do anything without reason, especially regarding the 2 recent global auctions. Each one took back tens of millions of gold. Before this, the huge amounts of funds that appeared due to the exchange event were slowly taken back by Gaia, ensuring the gold balance in the game. Gaia would not let inflation occur. Apart from that, Ouyang Shua wondered if Gaia was planning to use virtual items to reduce the elite level, especially the achievement value of the Silver Hand members. Did the academic faction play a role in Gaia's actions? Ouyang Shua did not know. What was Gaia's reason for suddenly removing the global auction? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed as if there was a layer of mist in front of him. Lost in thought, Ouyang Shua did not notice that the auction had ended. The others were teleported back, while he was teleported to a small courtyard in the city in the skies. Little friend, we finally meet. Ouyang Shua was instantly jolted to his senses. He looked around and saw that he was standing in a garden. An old man stood before him. Mr. President? Ouyang Shua immediately recognized him. The Federation president smiled. Sit and talk. If you don't mind, call me Old Chen. Indeed, the Federation president was Chinese and used his administrative and political wisdom to lead the Federation. In a previous life or when Ouyang Shua had just revived, he would have felt truly amazed to meet such a person. However, he quickly regained his composure. Seeing this, Old Chen's eyes showed admiration. As Great Xia grew stronger, Old Chen felt both happiness and unease. Thus, he decided to use this opportunity to meet Ouyang Shua for the first time. Come, taste the tea from the tea tree I planted. Ouyang Shua nodded. He slowly sipped the tea. It was clean and refreshing, with a scent that invigorated and energized him. He smiled and said, "Good tea." Old Chen laughed with delight. Ouyang Shua took the opportunity to say, "I haven't had the chance to thank Old Chen for the matter last time." He was referring to when he asked Old Chen to investigate whether Jason was trustworthy. It was just a simple act, Old Chen replied. Ouyang Shua remained calm, engaging in casual conversation with Old Chen. He did not rush to ask why Old Chen had brought him here. They spoke for half an hour without getting to the main point. This time, Old Chen could not hold back any longer. The floating city was not a total secret, and if Ouyang Shua stayed too long, the matter could easily be exposed. If Silverhand found out, it would cause trouble. The academic faction was not yet ready to take on Silverhand directly. Old Chen said reluctantly, "Young friend, aren't you a little curious about why I brought you here? If you're willing to tell me, you will, even if I don't ask. If you're not willing, you won't, even if I do," Ouyang Shua replied. Old Chen was truly at a loss with Ouyang Shua. He had never seen a young man who was so calm and composed. This young man was a seasoned veteran. This game really trains people, Old Chen thought, filled with mixed emotions. At this point, Old Chen decided to be straightforward and said, "I invited you here to formally meet you and get to know you better. Old Chen is a truly respectable leader. To be favored by you is my good fortune," Ouyang Shua said, and these were not empty words. Old Chen had heard many such words in his life, but hearing them from Ouyang Shua made him feel happy. "Apart from meeting, I mainly wanted to talk to you about the Yanhuang alliance." Ouyang Shua's eyes tensed. He knew the main point had arrived. Old Chen said, "Little friend, you might not know this, but Silverhand has 5 core members, and Di Chen's grandfather is number 2. Ouyang Shua said slowly, "What are you saying, Old Chen? Us Chinese have an old saying, when you hit a snake, hit it where it hurts." Facing Silverhand, without the utmost confidence in destroying them, it's best not to touch their bottom line. Ouyang Shua was enlightened. He understood the true reason the president had called him over. At this moment, not only the players in the China region but even members of the academic faction were unsure if Great Xia would start an internal war against the Yanhuang alliance. Old Chen was here to persuade him to choose peace. Di Chen and the Handan city he represented were one of Silverhand's bottom lines. Ouyang Shua nodded. "I understand what you're saying, Old Chen." Although Great Xia had already decided not to attack the Yanhuang alliance, Ouyang Shua did not make this clear. This gave Old Chen the misunderstanding that Great Xia was not attacking because of him. Unknowingly, Ouyang Shua had returned the favor he owed from the previous time. As expected, Old Shin smiled. He had finally made his decision. He took out a piece of paper and passed it to Ouyang Shua. On it was a list of lords from around the world, with Zhang Lang's name prominently displayed. These are all the people who support the Federation and cannot stand the actions of Silver Hand. I think you can all be friends. We all have common enemies, and Great Xia can cooperate with them in strategy and trade, Old Chin explained. He was putting it nicely. In truth, this was a list of members of the academic faction. Ouyang Shua took a quick look, and waves of emotion broke out in his heart. This list actually contained 30 of the top 100 lords in the world. The academic faction, despite its unassuming appearance, was as influential as Silver Hand, reaching into every corner of the world. Silver Hand even had them as hidden assets. Ouyang Shua was sure that this list was just the tip of the iceberg. Since the academic faction could compete against Silver Hand for so long, they were clearly very strong. Ouyang Shua had to admit that he had underestimated them. In the list for the China region, apart from Zhang Lang, who was deeply hidden, Qin Feng and 2 other lords had fallen under Great Xia's blade. One of them even worked as a governor. Old Qin handed over the list to show his friendliness towards Ouyang Shua. At the same time, he aimed to demonstrate his power to prevent Ouyang Shua from becoming too arrogant. He wanted to recruit Great Xia into the academic faction. Great Xia values a win-win situation, Ouyang Shua replied to Old Qin, his intentions clear. Great Xia could collaborate with the academic faction, but he would not bow down and work for them. Old Qin nodded helplessly. Long ago, when Great Xia was established, he had already predicted this outcome. With Great Xia's rising power, how could the young man in front of him bow to others? Old Qin even considered proposing Ouyang Shua as the next leader of the faction to draw Great Xia in. However, before he could bring it up to Ouyang Shua, the idea was rejected internally. The faction's system was complex, and the various elders naturally opposed Ouyang Shua. They called him a wild boar charging into a garden, feeling that Ouyang Shua was a barbarian using his in-game talent and luck to disrupt the original game balance. How could they have a good impression of him? Moreover, the position of faction leader carried profound responsibilities and affected many interests. How could they allow an outsider to take the spot? We can only take one step at a time, Old Qin sighed. They continued talking for another half hour before Ouyang Shua left. Before departing, Old Qin gave some advice, young friend, remember, a castle is also broken from within. You must be patient. Ouyang Shua's body trembled, he turned around and bowed. Thank you for your advice. Ouyang Shua truly respected Old Qin. In their brief hour of conversation, Ouyang Shua could feel his immense intelligence and had learned a lot. However, he was not just an individual, he represented a group. There was an undeniable conflict between them, leaving Ouyang Shua feeling helpless. A white light flashed, and Ouyang Shua was teleported back to the Xia Palace. Old Qin looked at the disappearing white light and muttered, I cannot see through that kid. From a corner of the courtyard, Gaia suddenly appeared and focused on what had transpired. It did not say a word. As it looked at the white light, Gaia's eyes showed a glimpse of emotion for the first time. The interplanetary migration was a catastrophe for the Federation, but a chance for Gaia. Using this opportunity, Gaia took control of the entire fleet and the game world. With the actions of 1 billion players under its watch, Gaia's intelligence made a new leap. However, no one controlled Gaia. As a result, no one knew the level to which this AI had evolved. Unbeknownst to all, Gaia itself had become the greatest anomaly. Xia Palace, Imperial Reading Room. After returning, Ouyang Shua first took out the War Soldier Code and examined its stats. Name, War Soldier Code, King Rank Method. Level, 1 of 9. Stats, for every level increase, bone structure +1, comprehension +1, force +2. Specialty, fighting intent, instantly raises killing intent, doubling combat strength for an hour. Specialty, can be taught to a group 0/5000. Cultivation requirements, rank 12 War Elite Soldier, B grade potential. Evaluation, this is a rare group cultivation technique, specifically designed for battlefield soldiers. Using pills to cultivate can significantly speed up the process. The War Soldier Code's 2 cultivation requirements were met by the 3,000 Divine Martial Guards. They were the cream of the Great Xia army, with potentials all B grade and above. Recently, Ouyang Shua had obtained the 10,000-year-old stalactite from the cave. After the Divine Martial Guards ingested it, many of them broke through their bottlenecks. Even Ouyang Shua himself had advanced to the 2nd level of the Yellow Court Scripture and successfully opened his Zifu. The current Ouyang Shua was at the same level as Su Chu. At the back of the secret manual, there was a recipe for a blood pill. Just the main ingredients, ginseng, lingji, shouwu, and others, numbered no less than 5, and all were top grade. The supporting ingredients were also of the highest quality. The challenge was that, according to the code's records, to achieve the best cultivation efficiency, each cultivator could only use 1 pill per month for 3 years. If the 3,000 Divine Martial Guards trained together, the amount of pills they needed would be enormous. Although this was the case, Ouyang Shua did not hesitate and summoned Su Chu and Zhang Zhongjing. Ouyang Shua passed the War Soldier Code to Su Chu. He would be responsible for teaching the code to the Divine Martial Guards and monitoring their cultivation. Ouyang Shua gave the pill recipe to Zhang Zhongjing, instructing the Imperial Physician Court to craft the pills. For this, Ouyang Shua handed over the remaining 1 million gold to Zhang Zhongjing to purchase ingredients. This meant that to improve the Divine Martial Guards, Ouyang Shua had spent 2 million gold at once. As a result, he had no choice but to delay using the contract Beast Wishing Stone. Su Chu was deeply moved and solemnly said, "Do not worry, my king. I will train them well and take them to another level." Ouyang Shua reminded Su Chu, "You can train them, but do not push them too far." Understood. After dismissing Su Chu and Zhang Zhongjing, Ouyang Shua summoned Zhang Liang next. He told Zhang Liang about the meeting with the Federation President and asked, "Zifeng, how do you think we should handle our relationship with the academic faction?" Zhang Liang felt a bit emotional. This was the first time he had been privy to such high-level secrets. Only in Great Xia, where NPCs and players were treated equally, could he receive such treatment. Not to mention the small pond of Kaiyun City, even if he went to the Yanhuang Alliance, he would not have access to such high-level secrets. The way the king is handling this is fine, Zhang Liang thought. Cooperating with the academic faction is for convenience. However, it's important to remember that while we are cooperating with them to crush Silver Hand, we must balance the two sides. Ouyang Shua's eyebrows raised. "Zifeng, are you saying we cannot let either side grow too strong or the other too weak? Instead, we should balance them to our advantage?" "Exactly. Our current strength cannot fight against either of them. If one side falls, the victor will immediately turn against us. Anomaly? Whether righteous or evil, they would not allow an anomaly to last for too long. That's because anomalies often represent change and the shaking of foundations. Perhaps, in the eyes of the academic faction, Great Xia is just a pawn." "That's good." Ouyang Shua suddenly smiled. "Since we are using one another, it's time to see whose skills are better. Who is the pawn and who is the master is still unknown." When Zhang Liang heard this, he could not hide the shock and excitement he felt. Ouyang Shua took a deep look at Zhang Liang and asked, "Zifeng, apart from balancing things, what idea do you have to ensure we will not be controlled by others?" Zhang Liang replied, "The solution is to find like-minded people to form a third faction to oppose Silver Hand and the academic faction. In order to avoid being controlled by others, one must step outside the rules they set. Good, Ouyang Shua's eyes lit up, and he passed the name list to Zhang Liang. Consult the administrative mentor court on how to use this list to play a larger game. Understood. Zhang Liang nodded solemnly. It was time for the administrative mentor court to shine. Over the next few days, the world was filled with many surprises. On the 10th day of the first month in the 5th year of Gaia, Cunning led the Emperor's squadron back to Beihai port, accompanied by the first Great Xia submarine, the Black Shark. The following morning, Great Xia made significant new moves. On that day, Navy Admiral Zhang He, Navy Minister and Navy Academy Principal Li Hongzhang, Navy Headquarters Strategist Lu Su, Emperor Squadron Fleet Admiral Cunning, Nanjiang Squadron Fleet Admiral Zhou Yu, Yashan Squadron Fleet Admiral Yu Dao, Izhou Fleet Admiral Shi Lang, Indian Ocean Fleet Admiral Yanhua Yaoni, Atlantic Squadron Fleet Admiral Alvaro, and Binhai Squadron Fleet Admiral Qin Jiguang all gathered in Shanghai City. Having chosen to focus externally rather than internally, the first step for Ouyang Shuo was to restructure the Navy. He needed to discuss the future development of the Navy to align with their maritime strategy. Of the 7 squadrons, the Emperor Squadron was the most unique, while the Binhai Squadron, the newest, had only 2 divisions. The other 5 squadrons were fully established. The first step in restructuring would be to adjust their organization. The Great Xia Navy's greatest weakness was its focus on the seas rather than the oceans. The Nanjiang Squadron, Yashan Squadron, Izhou Squadron, and Binhai Squadron all concentrated on the coastal waters. This approach was initially insufficient, but as the focus shifted overseas and the Yanhuang Alliance was unable to interfere, maintaining so many squadrons focused on the seas became a waste of resources and a significant burden. The first to undergo restructuring was the Nanjiang Squadron, which was originally the Beihai Bay Squadron and the first naval squadron of Great Xia. After the restructuring, its base was moved inland to Poyang Lake in Jiangcheng Province, to collaborate with the army for inland battles. However, as the domestic situation stabilized, maintaining such a robust squadron inland became unnecessary, and disbanding it was considered. Coincidentally, the Binhai Squadron was not fully staffed, so Ouyang Shuo decided to transfer the 3rd, 4th, and 5th divisions from Nanjiang Squadron into the Binhai Squadron. This adjustment left the future Nanjiang Squadron with only 2 divisions. The Binhai Squadron, positioned to defend the dynasty's influence in the north against the Handan and Haizhou squadrons, required full strength, which was the primary reason for this transfer. Additionally, due to its proximity to Japan and the looming country war, the Binhai Squadron's role in anti-Japanese operations, under the command of General Qin Jiguang, became increasingly crucial. Beyond troop reassignments, relocating the Nanjiang Squadron, a force originally designed for coastal defense, under the Navy's jurisdiction became impractical, further justifying the transfers. During this reorganization, they would be moved under the Privy Court and the Grand Council and treated as part of the army. At the same time, the position of Fleet Admiral would also change. Cunning would become the new Nanjiang Squadron Fleet Admiral, while Zhou Yu would take charge of the Emperor Squadron. After the reorganization of the Nanjiang Squadron, its strategic importance and position had declined. Ouyang Shuo naturally would not let a general like Zhou Yu be buried there. Moreover, appointing Cunning as the Fleet Admiral of the Emperor Squadron was for convenience. Next was the Izhou Squadron. The Izhou Squadron would be renamed the Pacific Squadron and become the 3rd Voyage Squadron of the Great Xia Navy. With this change, each ocean, apart from the Arctic, would have its own squadron. Their global plan was now in place. After the reorganization, apart from the Emperor Squadron, the jurisdictions of the remaining 5 squadrons were clearly defined. The Yashan Squadron would focus on the Southern Ocean, and the Binhai Squadron would focus on the Yellow River and the Eastern Ocean, protecting the Great Xia coasts. Qin Jiguang and Yu Dao, the 2 formidable generals against the Japanese, would be stationed one in the north and one in the south, forming a strong team. The Atlantic Squadron, led by the famous Spanish General Alvaro, would be based in Morocco, with jurisdiction over the Mediterranean, the west coast of Africa, and the east coast of America. Just the Mediterranean alone was enough to cause headaches for Great Xia, especially when combined with the presence of Britain, Holland, and America. However, with a formidable general like Alvaro in command, Ouyang Shuo was not worried. The Indian Ocean Squadron, commanded by Yen Huiyaoni, would be based in Lion City, with jurisdiction over parts of ASEAN, the east coast of Africa, and Australia and New Zealand. The Atlantic Squadron would move out from the Gulf of Aden and hand over its operations to the Indian Ocean Squadron. Besides securing the Malacca Strait, Somalia Province, and Auckland, the Indian Ocean Squadron would inevitably engage with the Indian Ocean Squadron for control of the ocean. Yen Huiyaoni, a player-turned-legendary fleet commander, would acquire a larger stage to showcase his talents. Meanwhile, the Pacific Ocean Squadron, led by Liang, would maintain its headquarters at the Ijo Prefecture. In the future, Ouyang Shuo hoped to capture Hawaii and use it as a stepping stone. Ideally, they would establish a naval base on the American continent to advance their Pacific Ocean strategy. Apart from Japan to the north, their primary adversary remained the Dawson Empire. Furthermore, they had the duty to facilitate trade routes with South America. Clearly defining the 5 squadrons was merely the first step. More crucially, they needed to distinguish the sea squadrons from the ocean squadrons to tailor different weapon development plans. Along with the magic-powered submarine technology, the Great Xia Navy's arsenal comprised warships, support vessels, cannons, firearms, submarines, carriers, sea mines, and more. However, in the new round of system upgrades, Gaia significantly slowed the equipment production rate. Thus, even with an advanced shipbuilding and military industry, Great Xia had to make sacrifices. Ouyang Shuo's strategy was straightforward. He would prioritize the 3 Voyage squadrons and update their equipment first. This round of upgrades was not confined to warships alone. Within 3 years, they must transform from cold weapons to thermal weapons. The squadron's troops will mostly convert their class to gunners or cannoneers, and they will not include a single sword and shield soldier or archer. Ouyang Shuo outlined this monumental shift. After refining the structure, dividing the zones, and finalizing the equipment choices, the naval development would be on a more logical and clear path. However, that alone was not sufficient. A significant challenge for the Voyage squadrons was determining how to establish 3 to 5 oceanic bases to assert control over the seas. If suitable ports were already established, that would be ideal. If not, the options would be to either rent existing facilities or launch attacks to seize control. Deciding which approach to take was a critical question. To summarize, the task of mass-producing firearms and warships still posed a significant problem, and scaling up production was even more challenging. Estimates suggested that to achieve their goal, they required 500 Z-1 type warships, 300,000 Z-1 type cannons, 200,000 Z-2 type cannons, and 200,000 handguns. This was an unprecedented order for the Great Xia dynasty, where industrial capabilities had yet to fully develop. Gaia's conclusion from the auctions sent a clear signal: technological advancements, such as steam-powered ironclad warships, would not be rushed into the game's technology tree. Thus, the man-o'-war-type warships would remain the primary vessel type for a prolonged period. Even if someone invented steam-powered ironclad warships, they would likely remain at the experimental stage and not scale up to mass production due to the time required for such an endeavor. Considering these strategic challenges, Ouyang Shuo made a decisive choice. If Gaia prematurely introduced advanced ironclad warships after the transition to Z-1 type warships, it would spell disaster. Yet, the transition included some leeway for flexibility, not a rigid 100% shift. The naval headquarters would manage the specifics, alleviating Ouyang Shuo's burden. After addressing the naval force's organizational structure, zone division, and equipment selection, naval development was on a more logical path. Still, a critical issue remained: establishing 3 to 5 ocean bases to dominate the seas. The presence of suitable ports would be optimal. Lacking these, renting or forceful occupation would be the alternatives. Selecting the best course of action was a major decision. This was a systematic project that required the squadron, the Navy headquarters, and the Grand Council to collaborate on a detailed plan and timetable. It also depended on the Black Snake Guard's intel network, the administrative mentor court's strategies, and the cabinet's support. The list provided by Old Chin could be useful. This whole matter was indeed complicated. Ouyang Shua was not a strict boss, but he ordered the 3 fleet admirals to complete the plan by the Lantern Festival. The squadron equipment change plan involved altering soldier types and reorganizing the entire squadron. They could not use the cold weapons structure for the thermal weapons era. After remodeling and restructuring the Navy, the combat system also needed adjustment. The question was whether the Navy soldiers could adapt to such a massive change and whether they would require proper training. This led to another aspect of the Navy restructuring, the construction of the Navy Academy. The Navy Minister and the Navy Academy Principal, Li Hongzheng, would seize this opportunity to step into the spotlight. Li Hongzheng was in charge of building the Navy Academy for 2 months. Beihai City specially allocated 100 mu of land for constructing the academy. By now, a rough structure had been built. Due to a system update, this construction would be slowed down. This was not only a hardware issue, finding teachers posed an even greater challenge. In ancient times, there was a shortage of Navy generals, so finding suitable teachers was harder than ascending to the heavens. However, the Navy Academy was the core of the Navy's transformation and affected the entire Navy's combat standards. Therefore, Ouyang Shua gathered all the generals for a meeting to recommend some talents to teach. Since the Great Xia Navy was established, it had seen hundreds of battles and trained a number of elite officers. Young Navy generals became the best choice to be teachers. Don't be reluctant to send men. Today, you send 1 teacher. Tomorrow, the Academy will send 1,000 great students to your squadrons, Ouyang Shua told the generals. Since it was an order from the king, the generals had to comply, even if it pained them. Otherwise, even Li Hongzheng, newly appointed as Navy Minister, would not be able to manage them. In addition to promoting from within the squadrons, Ouyang Shua also sought help from the Black Snake Guards, Honglu Temple, the 3 Imperial Chambers of Commerce, and others to recruit from Western nations. Using large sums of money and the prestige of Great Xia, they would surely be able to hire some elite personnel. Great Xia was open to all. Appointing Alvaro to such a key position was enough to allay the concerns of foreign generals. To the stubborn but talented individuals, Ouyang Shua even confidentially instructed the Black Snake Guards, even if you have to kidnap them, bring them back to Great Xia. He knew that once they agreed to come, they would eventually acquiesce. For the construction of the Navy Academy, Ouyang Shua was going all out. He had no choice. After all, the ancient Chinese Navy foundations were too weak. Since Great Xia was bound to compete with powerful maritime nations, he could only use such methods to reduce the disparity. In the following days, the generals convened to discuss issues relating to base construction, academy development, and Navy organization. Ouyang Shua often attended these meetings personally to listen. These generals were incredibly skilled, and many of their suggestions and insights provided Ouyang Shua with fresh ideas. As the discussions deepened, a vision of the future of the Great Xia Navy began to take shape. Every participating general felt their blood boil and their fighting spirit ignite. They could envision a powerful empire cruising on the ocean, dominating the seas. The constant presence of these 10 generals going in and out of the Xia Palace naturally drew a lot of attention. Before long, the news that Great Xia had gathered Navy generals for a meeting had spread throughout the China region. Even unrelated topics were brought up. Of course, this was a result of Ouyang Shua leaking the news. If he truly wanted to keep it a secret, the secrecy of the imperial city would have made it impossible for anyone to discover. Ouyang Shua wanted to use this opportunity to send a message to the world that Great Xia's ambitions lay beyond the borders, not within China. As anticipated, when the news spread, the China region players breathed a sigh of relief. After professional analysis, the players felt at ease. Before the nation wars commenced, the China region would not be embroiled in internal strife. The words "all against the outside world" became their motto. The most direct effect was seen in the forums, where votes for Ouyang Shua as the country war leader soared, breaking the 10 million mark. In Jingdu province, Handan City, Di Feng pondered, is the old fox trying to mislead us, or is he genuinely aiming to expand overseas? His intel was more detailed than the forum discussions, which is why Di Chen was concerned. Once bitten, twice shy. Juedai Fenghua, understanding the situation, said, if Ouyang Shua does not want to lose the support of the adventure game mode players, he wouldn't spread false news at such a sensitive time. That's true, Di Chen agreed. The Great Xia's stance toward the Yanhuang alliance directly impacted Plan Z, which is why he was worried. However, recent developments were increasingly favorable for the Yanhuang alliance. Once the country war began, the Yanhuang alliance would have more time to execute Plan Z. The merit talisman Di Chen acquired at the auction had also shortened the preparation time. Everything was going well for them. It will only get better, Di Chen said, looking out the window with confidence. In the Annan region, Haiphong City, Yuan Tianke, despite having unified Annan, felt uneasy. This discomfort stemmed from their neighbor, the Great Xia dynasty. During Ouyang Shuo's second voyage, one trade agreement bound Johor, Siam, Piao country, and Brunei to the Great Xia. In the Indian Ocean, they also delivered a harsh lesson to Java's Badong squadron. After these moves by Great Xia, ASEAN, which had shown signs of unification, was once again at risk of fracturing. Even Jinla's lord by one life harbored grievances against Yuan Tianke. Disharmony loomed over ASEAN. However, Yuan Tianke was not willing to accept this fate. Without ASEAN as a shield, Annan was destined to fall to Great Xia and become the next Somalia. As the Chinese saying goes, how can one sleep soundly beside a wall that might collapse? At this critical moment, his spies in China sent news of Great Xia holding a naval general meeting, shocking Yuan Tianke. Yuan Tianke's brows furrowed, and he said to his general, the renowned Annan general Lu Toi, the purpose of Great Xia gathering the navy is clear. We are likely the first to be attacked, and this battle cannot be avoided. Lu Toi, a middle-aged general with a storied history, had once been the king of Annan and exuded an aura of pride. Since it's unavoidable, let's prepare. If we really fight, we might not actually be afraid of them. Haiphong City's territory had expanded as they unified Annan. Now, they had 300,000 regular troops. Along with the 800,000 guards in the imperial city of Hanoi, they had a total of 1.1 million troops. If players were included, their overall strength would double. Lu Toi was focused on Annan, but Yuan Tianke sought external assistance. Nearby states like Jinla and Nanjing could not simply stand by if Annan faced trouble. Perhaps the heavens did not abandon Annan, for during the update, the global alliance system was released. Haiphong City quickly allied with Nanjing, Jinla, Lushan, and Java. Annan had a fighting chance in this battle. If this battle cannot be avoided, then let them come. Yuan Tianke clenched his fist. The outside world was changing, but Great Xia did not act. They continued to hold naval meetings. It was not easy to gather the 10 of them together. As such, apart from discussing the development strategy of the Navy, they also discussed the goals for the 5th year. The Emperor Squadron and the Yashan Squadron, needless to say, would work with the Dynasty Army to attack Annam during the 5th year. The Binhai Squadron, on the other hand, would focus its efforts on the country war in the 6th month. The Pacific Squadron, besides attacking Hawaii, also needed to complete a trip to South America to open up the trade route. The Indian Ocean Squadron would target Sri Lanka, famous for its gems and known as the Pearl of the Indian Ocean. It was a key transition point in the Indian Ocean trade route. Importantly, Sri Lanka was just one pock straight away from India. The first outsiders on Sri Lanka were from India, and the lords of India had probably yearned for Sri Lanka for a long time. In terms of population and land, India was comparable to China and was one of the giants of Asia. One could foresee that there would be a significant battle for the Indian Ocean Squadron to take down Sri Lanka. The goal of the Atlantic Squadron was to bring South Africa under Great Shah. They would use Morocco, Somalia, and South Africa as a triangle to increase their influence and reach in Africa. Each squadron's mission was not very specific and required detailed plans. Just as the naval meetings were being held, on the 12th day of the first month, a system notification sounded out. System notification: all Chinese territories have been upgraded to the prefecture grade, initiating the battle map system. The 8th battle map, and Lushan Rebellion, will start in 3 days. Friendly reminder: this battle map is not a forced scenario quest, and only lords who have upgraded to Grade 1 prefecture can join in. The last city in China to upgrade to the prefecture grade was Xiaopujuan's Azura city. Originally, the conditions for this battle required 10 territories, but China was left with only 8. As a result, Gaia had to flexibly adjust the conditions. Who knows what Gaia will set as the conditions for the next battle map? Gaia has established that to start a battle map, a country must have at least 2 lords. In cases like those in the ASEAN countries, where one lord rules the entire country, the battle map system will halt. The battle map is a place for lords to compete, so Gaia will not allow it to become a solo event for lords to earn easy merit points. Speaking of the Lushan Rebellion, it is a historical event that everyone knows about. In brief, it occurred at the end of Tang Xuanzong's reign and the beginning of Tang Suzong. It was a rebellion led by provincial governor Lushan and Shi Siming against the Tang Dynasty. The event lasted for 8 years and marked the turning point where the Tang Dynasty began to decline. Lushan Rebellion? This is interesting, Ouyang Shua smiled. The difference between the Lushan Rebellion and the previous 7 battle maps was that this was an internal rebellion led by a border general, not a confrontation between 2 sides. To discuss this battle, one must briefly mention the provincial governor system of the Tang Dynasty. Tang Taizong and Tang Gaozong first conquered Liaodong, then the Western Turks, Tuyuhun, and other nearby regions, making the Tang Dynasty an empire with vast borders. To strengthen control over the border regions, border defenses, and minority groups, Tang Xuanzong established 10 garrisons, appointing 9 judushi and 1 military commander. What was a judushi? Based on the history of the later Tang Dynasty, a judushi was someone with power over land, people, finances, and troops. As such, the judushi ruled a region and became a problem for the Tang royal family. Tang Xuanzong abolished the conscription system, causing military strength to be strong externally but weak internally. At that time, there were 500,000 soldiers at the border and fewer than 80,000 soldiers in the imperial court. The judushi could already threaten the safety of the imperial court. Lushan alone, who was the Pingli judushi, Fanyang judushi, and Hedong judushi, had 150,000 troops. To the emperor, deciding whether a person would rebel was not about the heart to rebel but whether the person had the ability to do so. Without a doubt, Lushan had that ability. Many people tried to warn Tang Xuanzong that Lushan might rebel, but Tang Xuanzong did not listen. His position was harmed by several years. Despite his efforts, he had a good reputation, enough bribers were unstoppable. His position was harmed by a series of, however, through these trials, she learned to develop independence, understanding the complexity of Chinese history, and overcoming political adversity. One of her brothers who was known for his independence and D-word for several years. Despite his efforts, he had a good reputation, enough bribers were unstoppable. His position was harmed by his brothers, who often cited him as starting as a politician. To prevent similar situations from occurring, his position was harmed by a series of military defeats. However, he was able to strategize and focus on his political career. At the same time, she organized his own counterintelligence efforts to expose her innocence and protect her legacy. Eventually, he was successful in business and personal endeavors despite several political setbacks. Despite the fate, she became a respected political leader and military strategist. However, he was forced to step military lines before his ambitions and was killed in service as a result of the Republic. To prevent similar situations from occurring again, she learn a lesson in diplomatic immunity and political strategizing. She was recalled in starting as a politician. To prevent similar situations from occurring, his position was harmed by a series of military defeats. Despite his fate, she learned to overcome a series, subtitled Removed Political Figures, and served several years. Despite his efforts, she had a good reputation, enough bribers were unstoppable. Her position was harmed by a series of. However, through his kept PSD ambitions and skills, she was a talented political leader and military strategist. His position was harmed by a series of military defeats. Despite her fate, she learned to overcome a political career. At the same time, many sensitive setbacks affected his position. Innumerable sensitive efforts. Despite his ambitions, he was known to develop independence and understanding the complexity of Chinese history, and overcoming political adversity. At the same time, many sensitive setbacks were compelled to overcome a politician. To prevent similar situations from recurring, her position was harmed by a series of military defeats. However, she was able to strategize and focus on her political career. At the same time, she organized her own counterintelligence efforts to counter her positions. Despite her efforts, she a good politician. 1. Ouyang Shua had nerves to maintain peace. 7 officials as well as OUE had Shua, nerves to maintain peace. 7 officials and generals, and some 4 staff from the business, and some even were admired and generals from several regions. The members successfully fought an attack, and Ouyang Shua were finally able 1__. Nevertheless, his actions weakened the local powers and prolonged the Song issues, which eventually led to his impeachment. Despite these events, he remained a much respected and public official until his death. In fact, many people who as a testament of his skills and abilities, which weren't formally recognized, continued the work and contributed to the party. Among the soldiers and staff, he was described as a skillful and effective politician, although the Song periods were marked by controversy. This account has been reconstructed to provide a more detailed and accurate representation of the political career. Here is a more focused and clear version of the historical timeline, highlighting the most significant events and positions he has held. 1. Although had a strong supporter base, Ouyang Shua struggled with him political activities, which included leading the business and Chinese literature. He had numerous successful ventures and was known as a strong administrator and business leader, respected for his administrative skills and strategic vision, as well as his expertise in managing and evaluating government affairs. Despite issues with certain politicians and controversies, he continued to serve in a number of positions, including as a high-ranking official and representative of the Song and Shua era, as well as a representative of political had, recognized as a leader manager and strategic leader. 1910 as a representative of political had and was appointed to represent roles in High Song administration, local in this position, along was a representative of the Chinese literature, admired and evaluated as a leading figure in Chinese politics and an active, serving as a significant challenge in multiple issues, sometimes leading the work and achievements. Despite his political career, he was seen as a testament of his skills and achievements, and he was described as a significant figure in Chinese governance and business, reflecting his ability to manage and lead various Song and his skills and abilities, as well as noted to had party and positions, which highlighted the most significant events, such as surviving the local powers and leading the business and Chinese literature, admired and evaluated as a leading figure of Chinese politics. And an active, serving as a significant challenge in Chinese business and society. If we are united, wouldn't it be too boring? Ouyang Shua said to Feng Qiuhuang. Feng Qiuhuang nodded. She was someone who loved competition. Ouyang Shua continued, this battle is a great opportunity for fallen Phoenix City to recruit generals. By saying this, Ouyang Shua was taking the initiative to give up his chances of recruiting the Tang dynasty generals. Feng Qiuhuang had ran Min, Wang He, and Zhou Bo. The only thing she lacked was a top commander to lead the troops. Tang dynasty's Guizi was undoubtedly a suitable choice. Feng Qiuhuang smiled, then I'll go ahead. Between the two of them, there was no need for formalities. In Jingdu province, Handan City, Di Chen and his companions gathered to discuss battle strategies. The old fox has announced he will choose the Tang dynasty camp. What are your thoughts? Di Chen asked. Chen Shinjun gave a cold smile, he really knows how to take advantage. By choosing the Tang dynasty camp in advance, he clearly aims to outmaneuver us again. You can't say that, Zhang Lang disagreed. Given Tang Xuanzong's behavior, choosing the Tang dynasty camp might not be advantageous. Moreover, the rebellion lasts 8 years, so who knows which part Gaia will use. That's true, Xiangba nodded. With Gaia's character, it won't be biased. No matter which camp is chosen, it will still be the same. Seeing everyone had given their opinions, Dichen smiled, so you all want to fight again? Fight. Right, we cannot back down. I'll be unhappy if we don't win at least once, said Sha Pejuan. Chen Shinjun did not object and smiled, that's right. We've fought 7 times, so one more fight doesn't matter. Given the experts present, the next few battles for the China region might be one camp against the outside world. As such, the chances we have to face the old fox are decreasing. Di Chen replied, it's settled, let's give it our best shot. The Yan-Huang Alliance and the Shanghai Alliance were set to face off once more. On the 15th day of the first month in the 5th year of Gaia, at 9 a.m., the system notification sounded. System notification, in 755 AD, Jidushi and Lushan and Shu Siming began a rebellion, which was suppressed by the Tang dynasty. The 8th battle map, and Lushan Rebellion, officially begins. Checking battle requirements, selecting forces, choosing camp. The Great Xia chose 100,000 troops, the 2 heavy mountain barbarian infantry divisions from the 1st Legion of the Guards Legion Corps, the 2nd Guards Legion, and 3,000 Divine Martial Guards. Since the Tang dynasty had many famous generals, to avoid overpowering their hosts, Ouyang Shua did not bring Huatsubing. System notification, teleportation begins. After a brief twisting and turning, Ouyang Shua and his troops appeared on the battlefield. System notification, welcome player Chiyu Wuchi, descending on the Tang dynasty camp at Chang'an. Chang'an? Ouyang Shua was surprised, this meant that Chang'an city had not yet fallen to the rebels. According to historical progression, Tang Xuanzong had not yet fled with his ministers and consorts to the Shu region, and the infamous Maowei mutiny had not yet occurred. Has Tong Pass fallen? That was what Ouyang Shua cared about. As the last barrier to Chang'an, if Tong Pass fell, staying in Chang'an would be meaningless. Chapter 991, Tong Pass is lost, Your Majesty run. In the 14th year of Tianbao, on the 9th day of the 11th month, and Lushan, the Jidushi of Fanyang, Pinglu, and Hebei, mobilized the Tang troops under his command, totaling 150,000 soldiers. Claiming to protect the country, he launched an uprising in Fanyang. His elite cavalry galloped for thousands of miles, the rumbling shaking the earth. The people, having lived in peace for generations, were shocked upon hearing of the uprising in Fanyang. As Hebei was under Lushan's jurisdiction, local counties either opened their gates or fled. The rebels swiftly took control of Hebei. On the 15th day of the 11th month, Tang Xuanzong appointed Feng Chengqing, the Jidushi of Anqi, as the Jidushi of Fanyang and Pinglu to defend Luoyang. He also appointed Rongwang Liwan as the commander and Gao Shenji as the deputy to lead the eastern campaign. At the same time, he sent Bai Sikhen east to Luoyang to recruit troops. The elite border troops of the Tang dynasty had not yet returned, so the recruits in Chang'an and Luoyang were inexperienced city dwellers, lacking combat training. Although the Lushan army faced resistance along the way, they still managed to attack Luoyang on the 12th day of the 12th month. Feng Changqing and Gao Shenji retreated to Tong Pass to defend it. However, Tang Zhongxian, influenced by the officials, executed them for losing discipline and causing the death of troops. 1. Edit the given text to improve readability and coherence. In its 15th year, Lushan appointed his Sonin, reported said he had been 1,255 soldiers from, the population has about 1,000. Lushan, who were experiencing a conflict, and had emerged as a deputy leader, serving as a fortress-like structure. The location is geographically isolated, making it difficult to access and exit. However, the is highly fortified and secure, with a population of 1,000, providing strong protection and resilience despite low traffic. Notably, significant military presence has been provided, and I currently serve as a valuable location for a variety of strategic reasons. Despite this, the battles have been minimal, and the architecture is impressive, known for its historical and cultural significance. Certainly, let's make the improvements. The goal is to ensure the safety and security of the residents and visitors, and to enhance the attractiveness and functionality for those living or visiting. The entrance to the building is impressive, with a view of the 10 meters in width, standing tall and majestic. The location is a model of urban area, with a significant number of historic and cultural sites, including temples, government buildings, and parks. In its 15th year, Lushan saw the brothers, reflecting the tranquil atmosphere and stunning views. Despite this, the location faces real challenges, including a growing population and traffic during significant historical and cultural sites, as well as the conflicts and protests. In this 15x in Lushan, the SAW reported significantly in natural and traffic, which was itself contained and secure. The sisters 1,255 soldiers from, the population has about 1,000, providing stable and unhealthy environment for the residents. Despite its challenges, the attendance is known, 255 pregnancies, and the security is good. However, the location is also experiencing rapid development and renovation, especially with a growing population and limited-sized for residents. The location is highly fortified and secure, with a population of 1,000, providing strong protection and resilience not in addition to a touristic security, and it has historically significant for its cultural and natural sites. Despite this, the residents have been affected by external and natural factors, including dust pollution and water supply, which have been challenging for the residents. Some significant measures have been taken to address these issues. Strike them with not attack late to *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** But don't worry, it would not be too late. And it may still be too late, but it won't too late. Their ASEAN scenario provides a more natural and smoother flow blockbuster plan, or so we could say, strike them, but not too late. Strike them, but don't worry, it would not be too late. 8. But it may still be too late, but it won't. Strike them, but it's not too late. Strike them, but it's not too late. Strike them, but not too late. Strike them, but not too late, if they can, as long as they try, and it may still be too late, it won't. Re-sand scenario provides a more natural and smoother flow blockbuster plan, or so we could say, strike them, but not too. Strike them, but it's not too late. Strike them, but it's not too late. Strike them, but it's not too late. Bat. Strike them, but it's not too late. Strike them, but at the rebel troops lying in wait threw down rolling stones and wood onto the Tang army, which had gathered on the small mountain path, causing most of the troops to suffer casualties. Gushuhan ordered the chariots to charge forward to try to open a path. However, the rebels used flames to burn the straw chariots, blocking the way. The Tang army was blinded by the smoke and fired arrows randomly until they ran out. Only then did they realize they had fallen into a trap. At that moment, Cui Ganyu ordered the Tong Luo elite cavalry to attack from a canyon on the south side. The Tang army, caught between the two fronts, fell into chaos. Some abandoned their armor and fell into the valley, while others were pushed into the Yellow River and drowned. When the rear troops saw the front troops lose, their morale was crushed before they even began to fight. The Tang army on the north shore of the Yellow River also retreated upon noticing the dire situation. Out of the 200,000-strong Tang army, only 8,000 fled back to Tong Pass. On the 9th day, Cui Ganyu attacked Tong Pass. Gushuhan was forced by his men to surrender to Lushan. This battle was a typical ambush in Chinese war history. Tang Xuanzong misjudged the situation, rejecting the idea of defending the pass in a battle of attrition and instead chose to counterattack. In the end, it was a lose-lose scenario that worsened the rebellion. Cui Ganyu lured the Tang army out to battle by hiding his elite forces, thereby securing victory. Learning that Tong Pass had fallen, Chang was thrown into chaos. Only 1 or 2 officials attended the assembly out of hundreds. When Tang Xuanzong declared his intention to lead the troops personally, no one believed him. 1. Clean. In the end, he brought Guifei, the prince, his grandchildren, Yang Guizhong, Wei founded, and Chen Xian to escape toward the Shu lands under the protection of his guards. What happened next was my mutiny of Mui. The Battle of Tuong was a crucial point of the Lushan rebellion. If they were still at Tong's Pass, Do were still under attack. If the was there, the China region was attacked to the Shu. The Battle of Tongs was a turning point of the Lushan rebellion. If not, they were facing a huge problem. Following is an unaltered version of the event. Providing a clean account and an improved version, the event in question might be read as Battle Notification. Due to numerical inequalities, the rebels created a sizable turnout. A week of first-class defense, we slightly attributed the refugee prince, a significant event in the conflict resolution history. In the end, he brought Guifei, the prince, his grandchildren, Yang Guizhong, we founded, and event. Unfortunately, this ASEAN tossed was after the Shu. The Battle of Tuland is a turbulence of supporting for the family. In the end, he brought County, the guardians, my grandchildren, Yang Guizhong, we founded, and should months or so on. A score map resumed a large turnout. However, issues have decision to amounted against my prince and my house the space. The region of England _state and represented. Head half the continent's history. He sold loyal in resolution and divided by force map authorities were in the form space. Not, he found military not, and the future so belonged was same of. Theirs were faced under large unrest major conflict in the land. While F person interest conflict. The mutiny associated to a significant turnout. Unfortunately, this is a modern account of the Tang and the Shu. The Battle of Tong was an ungreatly known Ta attack of Ten Sui, the prince, his grandchildren, Yang Guizhong, we founded, and concepts. However, I was not thinking to address royal conflict. If the was still at Tong Pass, I could be facing a huge problem, and the family was personally concerned about it. If not, a few lords in her U2 came just in time to assist us. The reply astonished Ouyang Shua and Feng Qiuhuang. Feng Qiuhuang said, half-jokingly, damn, we are going to lose to them this time. Why don't we lead our troops into the mountains to tide it out until the end of the battle? Hearing her words, Ouyang Shua did not react. Instead, the general's face changed. Ouyang Shua smiled at the general, do not worry. Since we are here, we will not leave. Help me tell the palace that I will enter to meet His Majesty soon. Yes. Seeing Feng Qiuhuang's confused look, Ouyang Shua smiled and said, let's go to the tent to discuss. The timing of the battle was really unexpected. After Chang fell, they did stop the rebellion, but that was years later. The difference between the battle map and history was the existence of players. And Lushan had 300,000 Yanhuang alliance troops. Would they be swallowed by the various Tang dynasty Jidushi like in history? They might not. With Di Chen there, and Lushan's son and Qingshu trying to kill his father and causing chaos in the Lushan camp would not happen. The entire situation was really bad for the Tang dynasty camp. Returning to the tent, Ouyang Shua said to Feng Qiuhuang, Gaia would not arrange us a dead end. It seems impossible because we have not found the key to breaking the situation. But Tong Pass has already fallen, and the enemy will reach Chang'an soon. We do not have much time left. Feng Qiuhuang was still pessimistic. Seconds. Ouyang Shua quickly added to Zhang Xian, I am here, and I will only be there for a short time. I promise I can way back in a few minutes, this can get boring. I believe I am coming. You Burrows Pi will clearly together because Ouyang Shuoiden. I will not let you. Before thinking, he realized they were determined to leave before here. Had time was still working. When is watching them dance together in front moment, he walked. Tang Wei the friction slowly rose back, and he needed to be there for a few minutes. I softly said, do not worry, I will only fail you, besides. And Ouyang Shua said circumstances were fading, I will go see legendary Yang Guifei. Before looking behind, he realized said was not clearly visible, and in the last with his eyes focused on Ouyang Shua's reflection. He came to me, I hope you do not worry, I will not fail you, and I will be back in the few minutes. In the speed, but I will not fail you, this will be in no trouble at all, you can soon back in with and playful, May, and I still. The nodded, do not worry, I am here. The will be honest with her this legendary Yang Guifei, and I have you to adaptable you to make. I said to Zhang Shen, I do think I can state out legend. As I will, and. I only televed, will, and I forgot Don will, too, we equals false, he promised Shen not pht, I was so. I gently said, I do not fail, do will not failed this, and weak, I do Shen is dangerously fails, can. Ouyang Shua also smiled, do not worry, I will go see the legendary Yang Guifei, and I will stone a short time. When? Battle map, Luoyang. Di Chen and the others led their men outside of Luoyang city. Learning that Tong Pass had already been taken down, Di Chen smiled and said to them, even Gaia is on our side this time. Let's see what that old fox can do. Haha. Chun Shenjun and the others laughed. Winning against Ouyang Shua once in the battle map held great significance for them, and it boosted their confidence. Di Chen said, after I meet in Lushan, we will lead our troops to take down Chang'an and not give the old fox a chance. That's right. Xiang Ba said. With their 300,000 strong army, Di Chen and the others did not even consider in Lushan a threat. The moment the Yanhuang Alliance army landed in Luoyang, the decisions the Lushan camp would make were up to them. Chang'an, east outskirts. Since Ouyang Shua was going into the city to meet Tang Xuanzong, he did not need to travel through the entire city. If he entered through the east city gate, the first building cluster on the right was the Xingqing Palace. Xingqing Palace was Tang Xuanzong's residence when he was the Prince of Fan. After he ascended the throne, it was expanded to become one of the three main palaces in the city. The other two were the Taiji Palace and the Taiming Palace. During the Kaiyuan and Tianbao eras, the Xingqing Palace served as the administrative center of the Tang dynasty and was where Tang Xuanzong and Yang Guifei resided. After the Lushan rebellion, the Xingqing Palace lost its status as the administrative center and became a place where the empress occasionally stayed. In the Xingqing Hall, Ouyang Shua met Tang Xuanzong and the minister Yang Guizong. As the longest-serving emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Longji was 72 years old. His hair was white, and his skin was loose. His body was far from its former vigor, and he was not as majestic as in his youth. Time was a silent and invisible grinding stone. Li Longji had been able to restructure his empire in his youth, expanding rapidly and spreading his fame, fulfilling his ambitions over several decades. As an emperor who stood at the pinnacle, Li Longji had managed the country well for the 20 years since he ascended the throne, bringing peace and prosperity to all. Administrative matters were efficient, and many nations came to pay homage. What ruler in 3 generations could achieve that? Despite the talents of Qin Shi Huang and the intelligence of Emperor Wu of Han, neither could match Li Longji's accomplishments. Despite the rarity of living to 70 during this era, and especially for an emperor, Li Longji had lived to see 72. After all, working hard during the day and engaging in pleasure at night often shortened a ruler's lifespan. Li Longji had created a miracle. Although he was busy until he was 50, he managed to father 30 sons and 29 daughters. And Lushan's rebellion deeply saddened and wearied him. Li Longji had treated Lushan with genuine affection, granting him the titles, wealth, troops, and fame he desired. Let us raise a few examples. When Lushan moved to Chang'an, Li Longji had previously invited a few ministers to play football together. However, to please Lushan, he specially ordered the football game to be postponed and the ministers to attend Lushan's feast. During Lushan's time in Chang'an, every time Li Longji enjoyed a delicious meal or hunted a rare delicacy, he would send it to Lushan. In short, Li Longji was not as caring toward his own son. Surprisingly, after recognizing Yang Guifei as his godmother, Lushan could enter the palace at will to talk to her and have meals with her. The outside world spread rumors about their relationship, but the godfather did not care. Faced with such treatment and kindness, even a beast would have some feelings, right? Yet, Lushan still revolted. The loss of Tong Pass shattered Li Longji's psychological defenses. He now wished to flee from Chang'an to the Shu region to avoid the turmoil and live out his days in the company of beauties. Yang Guizhong, in his early 40s, was still quite energetic. His sister, Yang Yuan, had looks that could topple cities, and his own appearance was not far behind. However, his face was filled with anxiety and fear. According to history, this minister who had climbed to power by stepping on Li Linfu would soon meet his end. Objectively, no matter how cunning Li Linfu was and how much he abused his power, he should not have been able to harm the country. However, through his schemes, he managed to control both the officials and the generals, making them yield to him. This was similar to Yen Song, who had joined Great Xia not long ago. Lushan was loved by the emperor and did not even consider the other officials and generals. He was only respectful toward Li Linfu, and even then, he was both respectful and afraid. Meeting Li Linfu, even in the cold seasons, Lushan would break out in a cold sweat that would soak his attire. Lushan had planted spies in the city. Each time he returned to Fanyang, he cared most about Li Linfu's instructions. If the spies brought back good news, he would be delighted. If Li Linfu showed signs of unhappiness, Lushan would panic, "Oh no. I'm going to die." As long as Li Linfu did not die, Lushan definitely would not have the courage to rebel. Though Li Linfu abused his power, he still focused on the system and his responsibilities. He implemented several beneficial policies and was not entirely useless. However, his replacement, Yang Guizhong, was not only less skilled but also focused all his energy on flattering the emperor, misleading him about ground realities, and abusing his power. He basically did no work. While both were powerful ministers, in the history books, Li Linfu was listed as a despicable minister, while Yang Guizhong could only be remembered as a relative of the emperor. Without going into distant matters, the stage for the Lushan rebellion was set by Li Longji's misreading of the situation. Yang Guizhong could not be blamed for that. It was not without reason that he was killed by furious soldiers during the Mui mutiny. Now, Ouyang Shuo was facing an old emperor and a useless minister. Being able to meet Li Longji was also due to the 150,000 troops he had outside. The first words Li Longji spoke nearly infuriated Ouyang Shuo. "What great timing. I have decided to leave for the Shu lands. Lead your men and follow me." Ouyang Shuo was speechless. "Your Majesty, the 150,000 troops I brought are all elite forces, capable of fighting." Ouyang Shuo naturally did not want to just retreat from Chang'an, as that would be the same as surrendering. Preposterous. A loud shout erupted in the hall as Yang Guizhong pointed at Ouyang Shua. Your Majesty's safety is of utmost importance. Are you planning to defy orders? Ouyang Shua frowned, scanning his gaze over Yang Guizhong. As the king of Great Xia, it would be difficult for a historical figure like Yang Guizhong to even meet Ouyang Shua, much less act so arrogantly. Even in the battle map, Ouyang Shua would not allow this. You. Being looked at by Ouyang Shua in such a manner, Yang Guizhong felt a fear he did not want to admit. That invisible aura was something he had never felt, even in the presence of the emperor. Cough, cough. Li Longji, seeing his loyal minister in a difficult position, said, "There's no need to argue. We will not be able to defend Chang'an. It's best to retreat into the Shu lands first." If it were 10 or 20 years ago, with the 150,000 player forces, perhaps Li Longji would have had the courage to fight the rebels. However, time waits for no one, and the current him only wanted to leave this place. Seeing this, Ouyang Shua knew that Li Longji had already made his decision, and there was no point in continuing. Since that's the case, I can only follow the orders. However, I have a small request, please fulfill it. Speak. Receiving Ouyang Shua's promise, Li Longji was truly happy. With 150,000 player troops following, he had no worries. Even if Ouyang Shua wanted his concubines, apart from young Guifei, Li Longji would agree. Ouyang Shua said, "To prevent the people from becoming unsettled and causing chaos in the city, allow me to lead some troops to defend the city and ensure your safety." During the Battle of Tong Pass, the troops that Gushuhan had in Chang'an and Longshu, as well as those recruited from Chang'an and Luoyang, were almost all used up. The 200,000 troops the dynasty had gathered were lost. Now, only 3,000 guards were left to defend the palace. This is why Li Longji was hell-bent on fleeing. Otherwise, he would be captured alive by Lushan. Hearing that Ouyang Shua wanted to lead troops to assist in the defense, Li Longji did not even hesitate and agreed. Seeing Ouyang Shua's concern, Li Longji naturally reciprocated by giving him a title and handing him a talisman. With it, he could bring troops in, and no one would stop him. When Yang Guizhong saw this, he initially wanted to play some tricks. However, after being shocked by Ouyang Shua earlier, he had not yet regained his composure. He could only watch as this player became the center of attention. Naturally, he felt threatened, and his eyes were filled with jealousy. As for Ouyang Shua, he didn't even glance at Yang Guizhong. He simply accepted the talisman and left. "Your Highness, aren't you treating that player too well?" After Ouyang Shua left, Yang Guizhong tried to sow discord. "No worries, as long as we retreat into the Shu lands, it will be easy to deal with that player. Your Majesty is wise." Walking out of Xingqing Palace, Ouyang Shua didn't return to his camp. Instead, he turned and headed to the prince's manor. 1985, as a result of his body was economic, and one day after the incident, he quickly won able. However, on local guards at my professional crew released, espionage made Li Su life of my men's career. However, this seems to be a very brief touch of his professional career, and he was involved in 1186. His skills in martial to defend and fight with great passion, and his talent for protecting ideals in the artisan head were greatly admired, and he was considered one of the late pirates in Hong Lady. His farewell life attacks included using images acquired into Masters and Elite Television. His dancing was once at the height of the order, and it was a testament to his love for the monarch. As a professional bodyguard, his past was full of the economic, and one day after the incident, he quickly won able. However, on July 16, after his past was full of the economic, and one day after the incident, he quickly won able. However, on July 16, after his past was full of the economic, and one day after the incident, he quickly won faced. He painter then made Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua was a professional dancer and actress, known for her involvement with the monarch, and she was admired for her passion, talent, and presence in the artisan head. Despite her troubled past, she is now a successful and respected dancer and actress, celebrated for her skills and passion within today. Here is a brief summary of her life and career. Ouyang Shua has a professional dancer and actress, known for her involvement with the monarch, and she is considered one of the most captivating and brilliant dancers in her body. Her depression was marked by her professional success, and she continues to enjoy life even today. Here is a brief and vibrant career, faced by exquisite painter then made Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua began a professional dancer and actress, known for her involvement with the monarch, and she was admired for her passion, talent, and presence in the artisan head. Despite her troubled past, she is now a successful and respected dancer and actress, known for her skills and passion, talent, and presence in the artisan head. Despite her troubled past, she is currently a successful and celebrated professional dancer and actress, faced by exquisite painter then made Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua was on the 6th month, 14th day, the fleeing forces reached Mue. The soldiers, hungry and tired, began to grumble. This gave Liang, who was planning in secret, a great opportunity. Yang Guizhong was pursued by the guard troops to Mue's west gate, where he was cut down. His son, Yang Shen, and his wife were also killed in the chaos. Liang single-handedly orchestrated the mutiny, killing the Yang family and pointing his spear at Emperor Tang Xuanzong. The emperor's journey to the Shu lands was inevitable, and the separation of father and son was bound to happen. On the 15th year of Tianbao, the 7th month, 9th day, Liang arrived in Wuling. After careful planning and preparation, on the 12th day, he held a simple ascension ceremony on the city tower's south gate. At this point, the Lushan rebellion faced another turning point. When he learned that Ouyang Shua had come to visit, Liang did not dare to take it lightly and personally invited him into the manor. The current Liang was already 45 years old, and he was no longer a majestic young man. He was a slightly plump, sad-faced middle-aged man. Ouyang Shua could hardly imagine how such a person could have the courage to start a mutiny. The mutiny at Mue was definitely planned, and given the timing, Liang must have started planning it long before. Does the prince wish to use methods to eliminate Yang Guizhong? Ouyang Shua was direct. Clang! The exquisite jade porcelain cup shattered on the ground, splashing tea everywhere. During the reign of Emperor Tang Xuanzong, the art of tea was on the rise, and the era when the tea saint Luyu appeared came after the Lushan rebellion. Liang did not notice the change, his face turned ashen, and he trembled. What you are saying, I don't understand. Ouyang Shua smiled. Prince, there's no need to worry. With my 150,000 troops, I can help you achieve your goals in Chang'an. Why don't I share some news? The emperor has granted me permission to move troops to defend the city. Liang dismissed the servant who was about to clear the teacup and composed himself. If that's the case, what do I need to do? Ouyang Shua nodded in approval. Prince, have you heard this saying? Please speak. Liang said with genuine respect. An emperor guards the realm, a ruler dies for it. Liang was taken aback. These words were from a later time and used to describe the Ming Dynasty. Naturally, he had not heard them before. So, you want me to remain in Chang'an? Are you afraid to? Liang was at a loss. Although he was a prince, at this moment, he felt less significant than the person before him. He gritted his teeth. Tong Pass has been captured. Can we defend Chang'an? His concern for Chang'an was just one reason. Liang had another thought. He wanted to reach out to Guozi. After all, the great Tang army was loyal to the Tang dynasty, not some player's army. Correction Officer and Liang, Specialist Liang causes. Here's a polished version of your text, maintaining the structure and clarity. Whether we can defend or not is my problem. Now, let's consider the options carefully. 1. Affect the efforts on the residents, whether it be Chang'an city or Chang'an rural area. The mountain is a renowned location for its history and culture, situated in the central area of Chang'an city. During, Ouyang Shua dedicated his efforts to the residents, and Li, like Xiao Toya personal discipline, Sasha's ways words that flow pitch. 2. Long a poetry performance, captivating and beautiful, she is a master of the art, known for her profound impact and the ability to convey complex and emotional messages. Translation. Whether we can defend or not is my problem. You do not have to worry. Ouyang Shua left through the storyline is captivating and moving as he danced in the glittering light, behind the residence, whether it be Chang'an City or Chang'an rural area. The mountain is a renowned location for its history and culture, situated in the central area of Chang'an City. During, Ouyang Shua dedicated his efforts to the residents, and I, like Xiao Toya personal discipline, Sasha's ways words that flow pitch. 3. Long a poetry performance, captivating and beautiful, she is a master of the art, known for her profound impact and the ability to convey complex and emotional messages. The does not have problem, but you do free to worry is my personal problemtro and beauty. You do not have to worry. The translation. The problem is Li Xiang's pitch in the beautiful and poetic arts. Nonetheless, let's is can I guess not is my problem, but you are not worried about. However, she shares. 1. Maintain her residence with Ouyang Shua City, located in the central area of Chang'an rural area. Ouyang Shua is as beautiful and 2. City, dedicated to her residents, and I, liketh and captivating, she has a master of the art, known for her profound impact and the ability 1. Fong Lushan Chua Kud is still Lushan. Assistant 2. Assistant 3. Your. Assistant 4. Assistant 5. In this way, you can make your team more resilient and your relationships more robust. By making these adjustments, you will be more equipped to face any challenges that come your way. So, even if times are tough, you will have a stronger team to support you. People like Lushan found it hard to trust others. He had a theory, whoever's army is bigger, that one is the boss. Di Chen, leading 300,000 troops and suddenly descending on Liang, put a lot of pressure on Lushan. Originally, Lushan wanted to order Cui Ganyu to not wait for reinforcements and take down Chang'an right away, but Di Chen stopped him. Chang'an has 150,000 player troops. If Cui Ganyu goes there now, it would be sending him to his death. If he's not careful, the enemy might even retake Tong Pass. And Lushan did not believe it. Are the enemy player troops that strong? Although I do not want to admit it, they will be stronger than you imagine, Di Chen replied, not wanting to underestimate his opponent. Their adversary was someone who continually created miracles. And Lushan asked, then, in your opinion, what should we do? Let Cui Ganyu continue to defend Tong Pass and not move out. Once I lead the troops there, we will move together to take over Chang'an. What if they run? Di Chen smiled. If they run, that would be the best. Night in Chang'an. 30,000 heavy armored infantry marched into the city, making the already rumor-filled capital even more restless. Some said this army was there to protect the fleeing emperor, others said they were there to protect Chang'an, and some even spread rumors that they were there to occupy Chang'an. No matter what, once night fell, Chang'an was under curfew. However, unlike before, the patrolling soldiers were now mountain barbarian troops. The number of guards was increased, but the number of people was not equal. Within the palace, a total of 1,500 divine guards was provided. The surrounding area was heavily guarded, allowing the peace to pass as peaceful as the moon. A total of 150 divine guards were employed to protect the palace at night. The number of guards inside the palace, however, was always varied and could be 3,000 during night. Palace was surrounded by high walls, making it even more secure. The flow was peaceful, with the prince included for 1,000 divine guards and a number of solemn women, but the number of people was less than in other parts. The number of guards was varied, but the palace was well guarded for security and a peaceful night. Here's a cleaned and revised version of the text, with corrected grammatical errors. The Xingqing Palace, surrounded by high walls, was heavily guarded, providing a serene and peaceful night. The number of guards inside the palace, however, was always varied, ranging from 2,000 guards in key strategic positions. The night, the prince was guarded by 1,000 divine guards, ensuring the safety and security for the surrounding area, making it one of the most well-guarded places in the city. However, the number of people was less than in other parts, making the total of 1,500 divine guards. The number of guards was increased in certain areas, but the number of people was not equal, making it one of the most well-guarded places in the city. However, the number of guards inside the palace, however, was always varied, ranging from 2,000 to 3,000 divine guards. The depicted below is a simplified and revised version that maintains the document and clarity. The Xingqing Palace, located in a bustlingly environment, was heavily guarded, providing a serene and peaceful night for the prince. The number of guards inside the palace, however, was always varied, ranging from 2,000 to 3,000. These surroundings, including 1,500 divine guards, contributed to the night. The first to take action was the 3,000 divine guards. Suddenly, they charged into the Xingqing camp and took down 1,000 guards in it. During appeared the imperfect evening and in certain areas depicted below. In the 15th year of Tianbao, on the 10th day of the 6th month, in Chang'an, early in the morning, Emperor Tang Xuanzong, Li Longji, declared his final imperial decree: rebels and Lushan and Siming have betrayed me, starting a rebellion and causing chaos. I intended to punish the rebels, but unfortunately, I lack the strength to rally the people. To preserve the dynasty and for the people's welfare, the empire needs a more stable and capable emperor. Prince Liang is young and talented, so he can carry on the tradition. Today, I voluntarily hand over the throne to him. Along with the imperial decree, there was a passage denouncing the rebels. From that day onward, the decree, along with the letter to destroy the rebels, would be spread to all the counties, ordering everyone to send their troops to Chang'an to join the fight against the rebels. Not only the people of Chang'an but all civilians witnessed the determination of the imperial court to clear out the rebels. With such passion and shared ideals, they would undoubtedly be able to purge the rebels. That day, under the protection of civil servants and generals, Liang officially ascended to the throne. The era name was changed to Jida, and Tang Xuanzong was given the title of retired emperor and confined to Xingqing Palace. Upon ascending the throne, Liang immediately issued a decree appointing Ouyang Shua as the Xia king and the commander of all the troops to fight the rebels. Guozi was named the deputy commander, minister of war, and the Jidushi of Shuafeng. To clarify the subordinate relationship and prevent the Jidushi from competing against one another, the imperial decree also stated that the soldiers in the north, including the Anxi, Biding, Heshi, Longshu, and Shuafeng troops, totaling 150,000 soldiers, would all be under the jurisdiction of Guozi. This decision alone inspired the people. In Luoyang, just as Di Chen and the others were ready to lead their troops to Tong Pass, they received news that Chang'an had changed and a new emperor had ascended. Typical of the old fox, he actually thought of using such a move, Di Chen exclaimed. Xiangba said, "It seems the old fox is destined to have a final battle with us in Chang'an." That's good, one battle to decide everything, let's not waste any time. Though that's true, we can't rush our troops. Chang'an is a major city with 150,000 troops defending it, so it won't be so easily taken. At the very least, we need to prepare siege weapons. Then let's wait a few days, Xiangba said, feeling helpless. Chun Shenjun interjected, since the situation has changed, we shouldn't foolishly fight alone. We need to draw in all of Lushan's forces to besiege Chang'an. Agreed. Regarding Chang'an, we are completely in the dark, so we need Lushan to guide us. I heard he has spies in the city, so we must not waste them. Everyone discussed the matter and realized that the Lushan camp still had the advantage, which instantly boosted their confidence. Meanwhile, Di Chen and the others were busy preparing for the battle. Naturally, Ouyang Shua was doing the same. Yang Guizhong's death seemed silent and quiet, but in truth, it caused an uproar among the upper echelons of officials in Chang'an. The ministers who were close to him felt a chill run down their spines. Everyone naturally believed that, although Yang Guizhong was killed by the player forces, the matter had to be orchestrated by the newly ascended emperor behind the scenes. This was an open secret. The officials and nobles close to Yang Guizhong were naturally worried about being implicated. How would they know that the true power was not held by the person on the throne, but by Ouyang Shuo? Ouyang Shuo was not a maniac. Killing was only an action, not a goal. After eliminating Yang Guizhong, Ouyang Shuo used his position as commander to start a recruitment drive in Chang'an. When the Lushan rebellion began, Feng Changqing had already recruited troops once, most of whom had died at Tong Pass. The second recruitment was therefore much harder. Ouyang Shuo targeted the guards of the nobles and the private troops of the generals. Feng Changqing had avoided recruiting these people to avoid making enemies. Ouyang Shuo did not share this concern. Even if he caused chaos in Chang'an, it would not affect his position on the main map. Once the battle map ended, he would simply leave. This time, Chang'an was in an uproar. Ouyang Shuo, naturally a cautious person, understood the principle of first being polite before using force. He initially requested that they voluntarily send their troops under his command as commander, giving them a one-day deadline. After a day, the mountain barbarian soldiers would investigate the matter. If they found anyone hiding soldiers, they would wipe out the family. When Ouyang Shuo needed to be ruthless, he would not show any mercy. The vast Chang'an city was filled with hidden talents. If they gathered all these troops, the number would be no less than 50,000 to 60,000 men. Chang'an city lacked many things, but weapons were not one of them. The armory was filled with mountains of bows, armor, spears, and tang blades, dazzling Ouyang Shuo. As expected in a prosperous era, resources were truly abundant. How could he waste such resources? Ouyang Shuo had another plan. He informed all the young men that as long as they joined, they would receive a salary equal to or greater than the monthly pay of a fourth-grade official. If one killed enemies, they would receive additional rewards. Since they were spending the Great Tang's money, it did not affect Ouyang Shuo. As the saying goes, with great rewards, there will naturally be courageous people. With such generous rewards, just one day was enough for 20,000 young men to enlist. Ouyang Shuo did not expect these new recruits to fight the enemy. He gathered them to train and to assist with tasks like moving resources and saving the wounded. Besides recruiting troops, Ouyang Shuo also strengthened the city defenses. The Great Tang had been at peace for a long time. Although the city walls were intact, the defense supplies were severely lacking and needed to be replenished. Ouyang Shuo calculated that a bloodbath on the city walls was inevitable. This work was naturally carried out by the civilians. Regardless of age, anyone with strength was required to serve. To avoid angering the people, Ouyang Shuo ensured they would be fed and have meat with every meal. He not only replenished the defense resources but also prepared to dig moats outside the city. Given the urgency, Ouyang Shuo had no choice but to use a large number of people. Apart from the civilians, he also sent out the cavalry to recruit from neighboring villages. Essentially, Ouyang Shuo was mobilizing all the resources he could. On the surface, it appeared as if he was truly preparing for a final battle against the rebels in Chang'an City. However, as business continued, something strange began to happen in the city. Since the ascension, player forces, especially the cavalry, continuously entered and exited the city gates. No one knew what they were doing. Over time, everyone grew accustomed to this and no longer found it strange. However, beneath the surface, a different story unfolded. Each night, Chang'an City took on a serious tone. With the aid of officials and generals, Ouyang Shuo used the divine martial guards to cleanse the city, rooting out the Lushan spies in Chang'an. Unfortunately, time was limited, and the divine martial guards were not specialized in such tasks. Moreover, the ministers in the dynasty were all apprehensive, which hindered the cleansing process. Some spies undoubtedly slipped through the cracks. With no other options, Ouyang Shuo instructed Shirhu to bolster the city gate defenses and cut off all outside contact. On the fourth day of the battle, at Baxiao. Baxiao, situated 10 miles east of Chang'an City on the Ba River, served as the eastern gateway to Chang'an, connecting it to the eastern cities. Early in the morning, Ouyang Shuo secretly arrived at Baxiao to bid farewell to Feng Chihuang and her group. The cavalry's comings and goings primarily served as a cover for the main force's departure from the camp. Only 20,000 Tiger Leopard cavalry, led by Ma Xiu, remained in the eastern camp. The remaining 100,000 elite troops, with Ran Min as the main general and Ma Chao as his deputy, marched north toward Lingwu City to join forces with Guozi. Ouyang Shuo devised a plan to use Chang'an City as a lure, hoping to draw the rebels in, thus buying time for Guozi to assemble his forces and prepare to decimate Shi Siming's troops. After securing this strategic advantage, the next step was to launch an assault on an Lushan stronghold at Fanyang. To expedite this plan and secure its success, Ouyang Shuo was prepared to take a gamble by dispatching 100,000 of his finest cavalry northward to offer support. With the elite units bolstering Guozi's ranks, the combined forces stood a good chance of overrunning the rebel base, provided that the central government did not interfere and the other Jidushi refrained from competing for control. However, for this strategy to unfold effectively, Chang'an City had to withstand the initial onslaught of the rebel forces. Upon ascending to the throne, the new emperor promptly issued orders to rally resistance against the rebels. His appeal to the populace for assistance, alongside a pledge to stand with Chang'an, signaled a resolve to coexist or perish alongside the city. Should Chang'an fall, their efforts would amount to nothing. To fortify Chang'an, Ouyang Shuo mobilized a multifaceted defense. He not only recruited new soldiers but also summoned the Jiannan Jidushi to march with 30,000 troops to Chang'an's aid. Adding to the city's defense were 30,000 heavy mountain tribesmen, 20,000 Tiger Leopard cavalry, 30,000 elite soldiers from Jiannan, and 60,000 newly recruited troops, bringing the total to 140,000 soldiers. Moreover, they had managed to enlist approximately 100,000 young men, bringing the total defensive force to an overwhelming 240,000. With such a formidable army at his disposal, Ouyang Shuo held a steadfast belief that they could stand a chance against the advancing rebel army. A week swiftly passed, and the preparations for the defense assault battle Chang'an City rebels began. Well end. The horizon. The previous day, the Jiannan Jidushi and his 30,000 troops finally arrived in Chang'an. A large-scale conflict was on the brink of. On the 10th day of the battle map, the rebel army finally arrived outside Chang'an City. During this expedition, the Lushan camp, apart from the 300,000 players, also included 150,000 rebels led by Lushan's son and Qingxiu. The 450,000 elite troops were more than enough to overwhelm the opposition. Apart from that, there was a group of special guests. Dressed shabbily and looking terrified, they were ordinary people herded forward. The army set up camp 10 miles outside of Chang'an City. If they had moved any closer, they would have reached the Ba River. Di Chen and his companions crossed the Ba Bridge and gazed at the towering walls of Chang'an City. Looking at the moats outside, Di Chen smiled. I knew that the old fox would use this trick. During the Battle of Mai, Ouyang Shuo had used moats to win the clashes. Now, he was repeating the same strategy. He's running out of tricks, Chun Shinjun laughed confidently. After a while, they rode their horses and returned. Let's go back. We'll start the siege tomorrow and see what the old fox has up his sleeve. The next morning, the massive army crossed the Ba River and arrived directly under the city walls. The north and east sides of Chang'an City were protected by a wide moat, making them difficult to attack. Therefore, the rebels chose to besiege from the west and the south. The large army moved around to the east to prepare. To avoid command confusion, Di Chen and Nqingshu agreed that the 300,000 player forces would attack the south while the 150,000 rebels would assault the west. Just positioning the army took 2 hours. On the city wall, fear rose in the eyes of the newly organized army troops as they saw the vast enemy forces approaching. They had only just learned to form ranks and were now thrust onto the unforgiving battlefield. To train the new recruits, Ouyang Shua evenly distributed the 60,000 troops between the west and south gates. The 30,000 Jiannan elite soldiers and the 30,000 heavy-armored barbarian infantry were strategically placed on these two sides. Additionally, the barbarians also served as monitors for the troops. The true battle commenced at 10 a.m. Many civilians were forced by the enemy troops to push siege engines, trebuchets, and arrow turrets toward the city walls. They constructed temporary bridges over the moats, serving as human shields to reduce the casualties of the enemy's army. These civilians were gathered from around Tong Pass to be used as cannon fodder. These brutes, they're mad. Sherhu and the other generals cried out in horror at the sight. However, this was a battle for survival, and they could not afford to show any mercy. Fire! Following the order, the trebuchets on the city walls sprang to life. A loud, sharp whistle pierced the air, and numerous black dots emerged from above the walls, like a flock of sparrows. As the stones grew larger in vision, thousands of massive boulders rained down from the sky, crashing into the crowd. Thousands of innocent civilians were reduced to pools of blood, staining the ground below. The cries and screams of the dying filled the air, evoking deep emotions. The defending soldiers, seeing this, could barely contain their emotions. The people below were their own. However, military orders were absolute, and with tears in their eyes, they continued their attacks. Di Chen and the others showed no mercy. When one group was obliterated, they sent another. Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed. For the civilians, only by moving forward did they have a chance at survival. They had no other choice but to charge forward, heads lowered. In this chaotic world, life was cheap. Since there were no side effects carried over from the battle map to the main map, it was easy for one to reveal their dark side. Ouyang Shua indiscriminately spent the country's treasury for resources, while Di Chen sacrificed people for the same reason. With an army at their disposal, they could easily alter the rules of the battle. To the civilians of the battle map, both sides were devils from another world. As they engaged, a long-range battle ensued. The rebels' goal was simple: to use arrow turrets and trebuchets to suppress the enemy's long-range fire and clear the way for the infantry. In less than an hour, 10,000 civilians died in the battle. Their bodies filled the moats, accomplishing their final mission. Di Chen smiled with satisfaction and ordered the troops to advance with full force. He had to witness the moment when the army broke through the walls, stormed the city, and captured Ouyang Shua. Victory seemed within reach. Kill. Elite units stepped over the bodies of the civilians, braving the rain of arrows and launching an assault on the city walls. The enemy surged like a flood, their iron armor, superior weapons, and formidable attack aura striking terror into the hearts of the defending soldiers. Once the army was 500 meters away, the defending troops retaliated. Fire at will. Although the trebuchets were suppressed by the rebels, the defending troops still had their arrows. Under the dense barrage, numerous deaths occurred and fear spread. Without orders, even if it were a sea of flames before them, the rebel soldiers would not dare to take a step back. They stepped onto the blood-soaked ground in front of them and launched wave after wave of attacks. As they drew closer to the city walls, the retaliation intensified. Arrows rained down like a fierce storm, and stones plummeted like birds. The massive stones were so heavy that they caused the ground to tremble. When a stone fell into the enemy formation, it created a gaping hole. The rebels, hit by the shrapnel, cried out. Yet, the rebel soldiers only charged forward, disregarding death and injury. At that moment, the area within 200 meters of the west and south city walls was a living hell. Hundreds of arqueballistas fired simultaneously, their arrows blotting out the sun. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. In this terrifying metal storm, humans were as fragile as paper. The soldiers at the front could not even cry for help before they were instantly shredded. Amidst the screams, cries, fresh blood, death, and panic, the rain of arrows resembled locusts flying over, their sharp whistles making it hard to breathe. Arrows were shot, and rolling stones crashed down. The rebel army did not dare to raise their heads or move forward. Some lay on the ground, pretending to be dead, only to be instantly trampled by the following soldiers. The soldiers screamed and shouted, pushing and stepping on each other. Some crouched to hide, only to be trampled by warhorses. This was not a battlefield, it was a slaughterhouse. Di Chen and the others had somber expressions on their faces. Before the start of the battle, they would not have expected that the Chang'an troops would defend so stubbornly. Didn't the old fox bring cavalry? Where did he recruit these defending troops? Di Chen did not understand, and a sense of unease began to rise in his heart for the first time. The cannon fodder strategy was a good start, but it did not gain them much of an advantage. The 100,000 young men recruited by Ouyang Shua, however, were faring well. In close combat, they were indeed useless. However, they could use arqueballistas, throw rocks, and move resources. When their country was in danger, these men showed the courage of Tang warriors, all of them fearless. To protect their wives in the city, they were prepared to fight to the death. Great Tang was filled with heroes. The rebel army's first day of attacks ended in failure, and the toll was 30,000 innocent civilians and 40,000 elite troops. Chang'an City proved to be far more resilient than Di Chen and his comrades had anticipated. As night fell, the moonlight cast a pallid glow on the blood-soaked walls, the ancient and crumbling city defenses, the corpses piled like mountains, and the earth stained crimson with blood. Since the system update, corpses no longer disappeared. To prevent the spread of disease, Ouyang Shua ordered the bodies to be buried at night or burned. The dark, billowing smoke spread through the air, sending a chill down one's spine. In the frigid night, the sounds of sobbing could be heard, the sobs from those who had lost their loved ones. During this fierce battle, 20,000 of the newly recruited young men perished, mostly from the arrows and trebuchets. The 60,000 novices fared even worse, losing 1/3 of their ranks. The resolve of the men of Great Tang was evident. During the night, rumors spread that the rebels sought only to eliminate the ruler and not to rebel. It was said that once the army entered Chang'an, they would not harm the civilians, urging the people not to make unnecessary sacrifices. The spies in Lushan had planted in Chang and began their work. The moment the rumors took hold, some truly believed them, especially those who had witnessed their neighbors fighting to the death. These people were traumatized and feared a similar fate. Having lived in peace for so long, the populace abhorred war. If they could end the conflict, it would be for the best. Thus, the people grew restless. Ouyang Shua immediately sent people to deliver the message. The rebel army claims they are rebelling because of Yang Guizhong, but he's dead, and they have not stopped. During the day, they used innocent civilians to besiege the city, sacrificing innocent lives. From these 2 points, it is clear that the rebel army is spreading lies. The moment the notice was released, the civilians were awakened. That's right, the rebels won't spare us even if they enter. As a result, the rebel army's use of civilians during the day turned out to be digging their own graves. While dispelling the rumors, Ouyang Shua once again used the divine martial guards to capture all these troublemakers. Over the following 2 days, the rebel army launched relentless assaults on Chang'an City. Each time, they left with cold corpses. Chang'an City was like a greedy beast, swallowing fresh lives. On the 3rd day of the siege, the rebel army's morale fell. This cannot go on. We will fall under those city walls. Di Chen remained remarkably calm and gritted his teeth, saying, we need to change our strategy and come up with a plan. They gathered to discuss strategy, but the atmosphere was not as relaxed as before. Everyone was grave, with furrowed brows. Only when the dead of night arrived did they go their separate ways. On the 15th day of the battle map, in Chang'an City, the rebel army's morning attacks were no different from the first 2 days. The only difference was that they were much more vicious, not caring about the sacrifices. Each of them fought fearlessly, showing signs of going all out. The enemy is giving it their all. Focus, men. On the city wall, the experienced generals all noticed the enemy's movements and reminded their troops to stay alert. The battlefield had no room for carelessness. Any small moment of inattention could be fatal, especially at such a crucial time. The rebel army's attacks over the past 3 days had been a massive test for the defending troops. The relentless pressure was eroding the soldiers' mental strength, pushing them to the brink of collapse. If this continued, the defenders might not be able to hold on. After all, the enemy outnumbered them. However, the rebel army had also suffered heavy casualties, and their morale had plummeted. They might not be able to endure until they achieved a breakthrough. This was a battle of mental endurance and a psychological contest between the commanders on both sides. It was a test to see who would crack first. Undoubtedly, Di Chen and his team grew restless first, leading them to change their strategy. At noon, when everyone was at their most relaxed, the rebel army launched a sudden move. The 70,000 troops that Di Chen had kept in reserve began to mobilize. Not good. Sherhu felt a sinking in his heart. The rebel army deploying their reserve forces at this critical moment indicated that they were going for a decisive victory. Fight to the death. The mountain barbarians displayed their bravery and determination at this moment, ready to protect the honor and glory of the dynasty. Their 30,000-strong force was prepared to die on the battlefield. Just as Sherhu and his men were ready to fight to the end, the 70,000-strong army suddenly changed direction and moved toward the east gate. Their target was the eastern city gate, which had not been attacked yet. It's a feint. The 70,000 troops charged like a pack of wolves toward the east. Di Chen's goal was straightforward. He wanted to use the chance that the army was drawn to the west and south sides to breach the east city wall and turn the tide of the battle. Then, what troops were guarding the east city wall of the Tang dynasty camp? It was the 3,000 guards originally stationed in Chang'an City. Although the battle had just begun, Li Longji had already brought his concubines out of Xingqing Palace and hidden in Taiji Palace. The 3,000 guards still stood at the east city wall. Facing the sudden attack of 70,000 rebels, even with the city's protective river, the 3,000 guards would likely fail to defend the wall. When Ouyang Shuo received the news, he immediately summoned Ma Xiu. "It's time for all of you." "Yes, my king." Ma Xiu bowed crisply and then turned to leave. The 20,000 tiger leopard cavalry rode to the east city area. They dismounted from their war horses and climbed onto the city walls, instantly transforming into a group of elite infantry. Ouyang Shuo, a seasoned veteran of hundreds of battles, had obviously kept some reserve troops. He did this to guard against the rebel army's tricks. The war ignited. The rebel army's sneak attack failed, and the battle quickly became intense. However, the surprise attack had caught the defending troops off guard, and the east side lacked archers. They also could not use the ballistae and had no support troops to transport defense resources. Very quickly, the 70,000 rebels managed to climb the city wall and engage the tiger leopard cavalry. The scene was brutal, and it looked like the tiger leopard cavalry were about to lose. Luckily, they were the elite, the cream of the crop. Under the leadership of Ma Xiu, they pushed back the army time after time and staunchly defended. The strength of the Great Xia army was unparalleled. Just as both sides were locked in a fierce battle, an army appeared on the outskirts of Chang'an. They observed the battlefield but did not intervene. On closer inspection, it became clear that these were troops supporting the king. The Battle of Chang'an had reached its turning point. When Di Chen received the news, he did not dare to take any risks before he learned their full strength. Consequently, he ordered the troops to retreat. Their entire day of siege was in vain, and the situation for Lushan's camp was becoming increasingly precarious. Today's reinforcements were just the beginning. In the coming days, more and more troops would gather in Chang'an, compelling the rebel army to abandon the siege and flee toward their camp near the Ba River. Di Chen felt dejected, while Qingshu was in a complete frenzy. After several days, of the 150,000 troops Qingshu had brought, 50,000 had fallen. Yet Chang'an city still stood. With the arrival of more troops, their chances of capturing Chang'an city grew slimmer and slimmer. The question of whether they could even escape became a pressing concern. And Qingshu's frustration with Di Chen and others grew, and he even considered retreating to Luoyang. At worst, we will return to Fanyang. And Qingshu thought to himself. However, he was unaware that his escape route had been severed. 2 days prior, 150,000 Tang troops led by Guoziai, along with 100,000 elite cavalry, had annihilated Shi Siming's forces and directly stormed Fanyang. This army was currently pursuing victory and heading straight for Luoyang. The next morning, Qingshu received an emergency letter from Luoyang. Fanyang had fallen, and Luoyang was requesting help. Without hesitation, Qingshu greeted Di Chen and immediately led his troops to Luoyang. Di Chen, helpless, could only withdraw his forces. Staying any longer in Chang'an would mean losing all his troops. As the rebel army left, the defending troops of Chang'an heaved a sigh of relief. Some soldiers, unable to hold on any longer, fell to the ground, as the battle had been too intense. For Chang'an, the most dangerous moment had passed. Repelling the rebels meant that Ouyang Shua's prestige had reached a new peak. The officials' initial annoyance with Ouyang Shua's actions had eased, and the city's civilians were filled with gratitude towards him. As for the nobles and officials whose private troops were taken away, their attitudes changed. Now, they sought credit from the emperor, describing how their soldiers had been so courageous and protected Chang'an's safety. The various generals also entered the palace to pledge their allegiance to the emperor. In comparison, Ouyang Shua seemed to be overlooked. It appeared that both Li Longji and Li Xiang were terrified of this player. The imperial court had already spread the word, hoping for the player forces to leave the city. The danger in Chang'an had just ended, and the former emperor Li Longji was unhappy with his current position. He did not want to leave Taiji Palace. How could his current status compare to that of an emperor? Historically, Li Longji had a prolonged power struggle with Li Xiang upon returning from Shu, and the current situation was no different. As the former emperor, Li Longji had a strong foundation in the dynasty, and many people wished to follow him. Thus, he naturally still desired to control the dynasty and not be reduced to a powerless figure. The love for power among ancient emperors was something that ordinary people could not comprehend. Take the Qing dynasty's Emperor Qianlong, for instance. He once stated that even if he had a long life, he did not dare to surpass his grandfather's record of ruling for 61 years. If he managed to reach 60 years of rule, he would abdicate his position. He also allocated vast resources to construct a palace for his retirement, the Ningxiu Palace. When he was 85 and had ruled for 60 years, he abdicated as expected. However, he did not move to Ningxiu Palace. Instead, he stayed in Yangxin Hall, and he continued to meet with officials and control the affairs of the state. He still retained power over the nation. The poor Jiaqing emperor was effectively a puppet until Qianlong's death. Only then did he finally assume power. Until Emperor Qianlong's death, he never spent a day in Ningxiu Palace, an irony. Qianlong did it beautifully, he voluntarily gave up his throne. On the other hand, this did not mean Li Longji had any fewer reasons to interfere in dynastic matters. Thus, the moment the rebels left, hidden undercurrents moved into the Chang and imperial court. The clash between the new and the old gradually began. Ouyang Shua, however, was not concerned with such matters. He took advantage of the turmoil between the two emperors and hurried to a street on the west of Chang'an to visit someone. He was visiting the renowned poet Saint Du Fu. Du Fu had a close relationship with the Lushan rebellion, and many of his poems were written during this period. For example, his 3 Officials and 3 Partings describe the chaotic situation. One of these works, The Stone Moat Village, includes the following passage. At nightfall, I seek shelter and find a press gang coming for conscription. The old woman climbs over the wall, the old man answers the door. How angry is the sergeant's shout! How bitter is the woman's cry! I hear what she tries to speak out. I have 3 sons guarding the eastern fort. One sent a letter telling me his brothers were killed in war. If he can live, he will stay alive, if not, the dead have passed and are no more. In the house there is no man left, except my grandson in the breast of his mother, who is all bereft. She cannot come out, as she is dressed in tatters. Though I am a woman, weak and old, I beg to go with you tonight, that I may serve in the stronghold and cook morning meals as my due. With night her voice fades away, I still hear sobbing and sighing. At dawn, I go my way and only bid my host goodbye. During the rebellion, despite the changing tides of the battle, it was the civilians who suffered most. Outside Chang'an City, the tens of thousands of civilian casualties described the true horror of the conflict. Du Fu was visited by Ouyang Shua because he wanted to go to Great Xia. Du Fu was born into the Datu tribe in the north. When he was young, he did not have to worry about food and clothes. However, by the time he reached middle age, his family's fortune had declined, and his life had worsened. Although the civil servants and officials of the imperial court had mixed feelings about Ouyang Shua, among the civilians, he was seen as a true hero. Please note that the Stone Moat Village is a fictional title in this context, as the actual title of Du Fu's poem would be The Stone Village, Sherhao Lu, literally the village of the stone moat or the village with the stone wall. The details of the Lushan rebellion and Du Fu's life have been adjusted for clarity and readability. The part about Ouyang Shua. Furthermore, Ouyang Shua used his position as Xia King and his appointment as commander to personally recruit Du Fu. Given this, how could he not agree? There were few in ancient times who could reject a royal request. Name, Du Fu, Saint rank. Title, Poet Saint. Dynasty, Tang Dynasty. Identity, Great Xia Scholar. Occupation, Special Poet. Loyalty, 75. Bone structure, 20. Comprehension, 18. Luck, 10. Charm, 15. Specialty, Poet Saint, raises Dynasty Culture Index by 10%, Civilian Cultural Upbringing by 15%, Dynasty Poem and Song Standards by 50%, and the chances of poets breaking through bottlenecks by 25%. Book, Dugong Set. Evaluation, poets use words as their work. Du Fu's works were both varied and profound, encapsulating many meanings. After he successfully recruited Du Fu, Ouyang Shua felt truly satisfied. He also decided not to involve himself in imperial court matters. Once the battle ended and he claimed his war prizes, he would return to Great Xia. As for chasing the rebels, Ouyang Shua did not see the need. The Chang'an defending troops had suffered heavy casualties. Although the rebels were weakened, they still had a large player army. Chasing them would be like entering a lion's den. Those troops that pledged allegiance to the emperor were only good for standing by, shouting and cheering. They would all hesitate if asked to chase the rebels. Seeing this, Ouyang Shua abandoned any thoughts of pursuing the enemy. He instead ordered the Jiannan Jidushi to prepare to send troops to attack Luoyang. With the two armies working together, the fall of Luoyang was certain. The progression of the war greatly exceeded his expectations and proved to be much smoother than anticipated. And Qingxi was unable to reach Luoyang. As he arrived at Tong Pass, something unexpected occurred in Luoyang. Upon learning that the army faced issues in Chang'an and Fanyang had fallen, the Luoyang army killed in Lushan and declared their intention to pledge allegiance to the imperial court. The swift turn of events caught in Qingshu off guard. Di Chen and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The early end of the battle meant they would not be dragged down. Had they engaged in a final battle at Luoyang, who knows how many lives would have been lost? Along with Lushan's death, a battle notification sounded. Battle notification. The Battle of Lushan officially ends. The Lushan camp has failed to change history. Battle notification. The Lushan rebellion has officially ended. Based on the battle map contributions and camp contributions, extra contribution points will be awarded. A system notification sounded in Ouyang Shua's ear. System notification. Player Chiue Wui, Tang Dynasty player representative, although successfully defended the city, made minimal contributions. Awarded 20,000 extra battle contribution points. Ouyang Shuo's face was filled with frustration. Based on the previous battle map, since Ouyang Shua had turned the dire situation of the Tang Dynasty around, he should have received at least 100,000 extra battle contribution points. Now, he only received 20,000. Gaia was warning Ouyang Shua, signaling that even on a battle map, he should not act simply as he pleases. Ouyang Shua felt helpless. He glanced at the battle contribution points rankings. 1. Chiue Wui, 400,000 points. 2. Feng Qiuhuang, 300,000 points. 3. Di Chen, 250,000 points. 4. Zhang Lang, 150,000 points. 5. Xiangba, 140,000 points. 6. Chen Shenjun, 120,000 points. 7. Wandering Magic, 100,000 points. 8. Sha Pejuan, 20,000 points. As the representative of the Lushan camp, Di Chen could not surpass Feng Qiuhuang because he was penalized for using civilians as explosives, thus receiving no additional rewards. Sha Pejuan performed the worst among the 8. The 50,000 troops he led were reserve forces, only deployed at the last moment to combat the 20,000 Tiger Leopard cavalry. Consequently, he did not earn an ideal amount of contribution points, and this small sum was likely insufficient to revive his forces. With the battle map concluded, Ouyang Shua was ready to claim his first-place prize. However, he did not expect a group of officials to emerge from the palace to greet him with an imperial decree. Li Xiang had decided to send the reward directly. Seeing this, Ouyang Shua offered a wry smile. The emperor truly did not want to meet him. He accepted the reward, a piece of jade, without checking its attributes, and teleported back to Shanghai City. The moment he arrived, a system notification echoed in his ear. System notification: the Lushan rebellion has officially ended. Tang Dynasty historical figures are now entering the game proceedings. As one of the most prosperous and talented dynasties in Chinese history, the Tang Dynasty saw a wealth of historical talents. Apart from the 24 officials of the Lingyan Pavilion, there were poets, artists, and more. For the lords of the China region, this was great news. System notification: the Lushan rebellion has officially ended. The Qingcheng sect and Wulin sect are now entering the game proceedings. With history progressing into the Tang Dynasty, the underworld would become increasingly fascinating. System notification **: the Lushan rebellion has officially ended. Li Shiming moves into Chang'an. The Chang'an imperial court automatically changes to the Great Tang Dynasty. Zhang Sun Wuji, Feng Xianling, Yao Shilian, Yuqi Jingda, Li Jing, Ho Junji, Chang Yaojin, and Li Ji, along with related officials and generals, automatically transfer to the Great Tang Dynasty. The moment the notification appeared, lords like Ouyang Shua were heartbroken. Li Shiming left no one behind. As for the 24 officials of the Lingyan Pavilion, Ouyang Shua had little interest in them. The only one he cared about was the great Tang military god, Li Jing. Currently, the Bear Legion Corps still lacked a marshal. Among the 10 god generals of China, excluding Bai Qi, Ouyang Shua wanted Li Jing the most. Unfortunately, Li Jing appeared in Chang'an, so Ouyang Shua had to give up on his plan. System notification **: the Lushan rebellion has officially ended. Songtsen Gampo moves into Lhasa city. Tibetan powers changed to the Tibet Empire. Gar Tongtsen Yulsung, Shang Jieshi, Shangshi Dongzun, Shang Zanmo, Dezelu, and related individuals move into the Tibetan Empire. Tibet was a political regime established by the Tibetans in the Qingzheng highlands, and it was the first regime with actual historical records in this region. Under the unification of the Tibetan dynasty, the Qingzheng highlands tribes formed a powerful entity and gradually moved out of the inland highlands. Originally, they ruled themselves and developed in a scattered manner, but through the implementation of systems and laws, the small regimes and tribal alliances were consolidated. At the same time, the Tibetan dynasty was very close to the Great Tang, and 2 Tang princesses had married into Tibet as a sign of friendliness. However, their relationship was not always amicable. In 763 AD, the Lushan rebellion weakened the Tang dynasty. To defend against rebels in the north, Tang's western troops were relocated. Tibet took this opportunity to invade Tang territory, led by General Ma Zhongyuan. They gathered 200,000 allied troops to attack the Tang, occupying the land west of Fengxiang County, which included over 10 states. In the 10th month of that year, after capturing Fengtian, they quickly approached Chang'an, causing the emperor to flee to Xiazhou. The Tibetans smoothly captured Chang'an and installed Li Changhong as emperor. 15 days later, under the leadership of Guozi, the Tang army recaptured Chang'an. Historical records show that between 705 AD and 822 AD, the Tang dynasty in Tibet formed an alliance 8 times, indicating the fluctuating nature of their relationship. The Tibetan dynasty's entry into the region had the greatest impact on the Great Xia dynasty. Shu lands, including Chang Prefecture, were connected to Tibet. Fortunately, Songtsen Gampo was not an expansionist king, and the future remained uncertain. System notification: the Lushan rebellion has officially ended. Tong Yabgu Kagan enters Lulan city as the Khan, and the western regions automatically become the Turkic Khanate. The western Turkic Khanate, which had been destroyed by the Tang dynasty, now found itself in the wilderness and was granted a new lease on life. Unlike Tibet, the western region where the Turkic Khanate was located comprised about 30 small states, making the situation highly complex. The sudden emergence of the 2 new powers added additional factors to the China region, which was gradually turning into a north-south confrontation. If the Great Xia dynasty wished to reopen the Silk Road, it would need to engage with these 2 powers. Ouyang Shua had no time to consider Tibet and the Turkic Khanate, as he needed to settle Du Fu first. With his ambition, Du Fu naturally aspired to be an official. However, due to his inexperience, Ouyang Shua could not assign him an important position. After some thought, Ouyang Shua decided to keep Du Fu close, appointing him as the magistrate of Yongye County in the Zhili prefecture. If he performed well, Ouyang Shua would promote him. Just as he settled Du Fu, a system notification sounded again. System notification: Poetry Circle representative Du Fu has moved to Great Xia, bestowing the title of Land of Poetry on Great Xia. Congratulations, player Chiue Wui. Ouyang Shua smiled. While Great Xia certainly did not lack county magistrates, Du Fu was a historical figure and a saint-rank historical person, with significant influence in the poetry circle. Many poets would come to Great Xia because of Du Fu. Land of Poetry * raises the dynasty's culture index by 25% and increases its attraction to poets by 50%. With the presence of poetry circles, there would undoubtedly be painting circles, literary circles, and more. Ouyang Shua looked forward to another cultural boom in Great Xia following the philosophers. After returning to the imperial reading room, Ouyang Shua took out the jade Li Xiang had given him. Emperor Jade: with this jade pendant, under special circumstances, it can activate the quest scenario of the Great Yu's 9 cauldrons. Ouyang Shua's eyes narrowed. The jade pendant itself was not unique, but the quest behind it was. If Ouyang Shua was correct, the Great Yu's 9 cauldrons would be a national treasure. One requirement for upgrading to an imperial dynasty was to possess a national treasure. Before this, Ouyang Shua had no idea what such an item might be, but now he could see the light. Great Yu's 9 cauldrons? It's mine. Ouyang Shua's eyes were filled with determination. In the days that followed, the wilderness was completely calm. Everyone was slowly absorbing the impact of the 3 powers appearing in the wilderness. The players from Chang'an City were truly excited and hoped to meet the renowned figures of Great Tang on the streets, like immortal poet Li Bai, war god Li Jing, and tiger general Qin Yaojin. The mysterious regions of Tibet and the lands of the Turkic Khanate also drew the attention of the players. To the lords, both were hidden threats. However, for the adventure game mode players, they represented unexplored areas brimming with a plethora of quests and fortuitous encounters. As a result, in these past few days, many players teleported to Chengdu and set out for Tibet. With this influx of people, the spies of the Shanghai sect mixed in and quietly infiltrated the 2 countries. Regardless of what occurs in the future, knowing your enemy was always the right thing to do. In addition to that, the new Wolin sect that joined the wilderness has also attracted the players. With more sects appearing, players now had even more choices. In the 5th year of Gaia, adventure game mode players would make use of these sects to elevate their strength to another level. In the past few days, many people from the Tang dynasty have moved to Shanghai City, either drawn by its fame or connections within the city, much to the envy of others. As his father and brother were both serving in the Great Xia military, Pei Xingjian did not hesitate to come to Shanghai City to reunite with his family. He hailed from the Middle Wan branch of the Pei clan of Hedong. General Su Dingfeng saw potential in Xingjian and personally mentored him. Xingjian had worked under Chao Can and served as the aide to the Shizhou governor-general before becoming the general of the Anqi Protectorate. Pei Xingjian was later appointed as the Minister of Rights and Great General of the Right Flank Guards. In 679, the Turkic chieftain Ashide Wenfu rebelled. Protectorate General Shao Sai, a noble from Lanling Commandery, was defeated by Ashide. Pei Xingjian then took command from Shao and decisively won a battle against the Turks through an ambush. From his experience, it was clear that he was no less capable than his father and brother, and perhaps even surpassed them. He had extensive experience fighting against Tibet and the Turks. With his talent, leading a legion would not be a problem. However, the current Great Xia army had no vacant legion general positions available. As such, Ouyang Shua temporarily placed him under Erlai as the deputy legion general of the 4th Legion of the Guards Legion Corps. This would allow him to familiarize himself with the Great Xia system before being reassigned in the future. Name: Pei Xingjian, King rank. Dynasty: Tang Dynasty. Identity: 4th Legion Deputy General, Guards Legion Corps. Occupation: Advanced General. Loyalty: 78. Command: 78. Force: 70. Intelligence: 55. Politics: 65. Specialty: Virtuous General, raises troops' combat strength by 25%, increases troops' movement speed by 20%. Book: Cursive Chinese Set, Xuanpu. Evaluation: Pei Xingjian was a magnanimous person. He treated people with kindness and respect, showing gratitude to his teachers. Before Pei Xingjian left, Ouyang Shua smiled and said, "I'll allow you to start work after the new year. Use this time to visit the Bear Legion Corps base to see your father and brother." It was already the 18th day of the first month, and the Lunar New Year would arrive in just a month. "Thank you, my king." Pei Xingjian was filled with excitement and gratitude. Ouyang Shua waved his hand. "If you want to thank me, contact your teacher, General Su Dingfeng." As a great Tang general, Su Dingfeng served under Li Jing before gaining power. His exceptional achievements and righteous character made him truly trusted. During his time in power, Su Dingfeng led western expeditions against the Turks, Izgils, and Beech, expanding the Tang dynasty's territory as far west as Persia and as far east as North Korea. Ouyang Shuo was clearly interested in such a general. Although Great Xia was filled with talented generals, no one would mind having more. Moreover, the Great Xia army was planning to expand, so there would be room for any additional generals. Pei Xingzhan, having been an official before, understood right away. Do not worry, my king. I will not disappoint you. I believe my master would be willing to move to Great Xia. Strictly speaking, Su Dingfeng belonged to the generals from the Tang Gaozong period, and the current Chang and imperial court was controlled by the 24 officials of Lingyan Pavilion. Even if Su Dingfeng were loyal to Great Tang, he would not be able to secure an important position. Crucially, Great Tang was limited to one prefecture and did not offer enough space for one to showcase military talent. Ouyang Shuo believed that with Pei Xingzhan's connections and a little sincerity, Su Dingfeng would come sooner or later. Coincidentally, the day after meeting Pei Xingzhan, another Great Tang general arrived. This person did not come alone but brought his entire family. It was the Hedong Shui family, with Shui Rengue as their core. Shui Rengue was born into the southern branch of the Hedong Shui family and joined the army at the end of the Zhuguan era, fighting for 10 years. He won battles against the Tiela, secured Goguryeu's surrender, and defeated the Turks, leaving behind many tales of valor. He held the titles of Right Guards General and Duke of Pingyang, among others. The Hedong Shui family traced its roots back to the northern and southern dynasties. Shui Rengue's great-grandfather, Shui Rong, served as governor and later provincial governor in Xingya and Wuguan during the Northern Wei dynasty. His grandfather, Shui Yan, was also an official. The most notable among them was his son, Xuena, who was the commander of the left palace guards. Xuena was married to Fan Lihua. It was due to that layer of relationship that the Hedong Shui family decided to move to Great Xia. Therefore, Ouyang Shuo was naturally pleased to welcome them. The current Great Xia is home to many aristocratic families, such as the Pei, Xiahou, Hua, and Ma families. However, due to the Great Xia talent selection and evaluation system, these families cannot abuse their power. Similar to Pei Xingzhan, Ouyang Shuo temporarily appointed him to a role in the 3rd Legion of the Guards Legion Corps. At the same time, roles were given to Zhu Andu, Shui Rong, Shui Yan, and Shui Gue. As for Xuena, his acceptance would depend on Fan Lihua. Name * Shui Rengue. Title * one of the top 10 generals of ancient China. Dynasty * Tang Dynasty. Identity * Deputy Legion General of the 3rd Legion of the Guards Legion Corps. Occupation * Advanced General. Loyalty * 75. Command * 70. Force * 90. Intelligence * 50. Politics * 50. Specialty * Valiant Victor of 3 armies, raises troop morale by 40%, increases troop combat strength by 35%, increases troop movement speed by 25%. Evaluation * Rengue was a courageous and valiant general, a hero of his era, truly loyal and meritorious. Apart from Pei Xingzhan and Shui Rengue, Great Xia also welcomed several individuals with literary talent. In this context, it's worth mentioning the Great Tang poetry scene. There was once a picture of the Tang dynasty poet relationship tree. After seeing it, one could only say, this circle is so complex. One simple way to describe it is to start with Du Fu. Du Fu's grandfather, Du Shenyan, was a good friend of Song Ziwen, who was one of the famous 4 heroes of Tang. Song Ziwen was a friend of Yang Jiang, one of the 4 heroes of Tang, but he did not like Wang Bo. During the same era, Du Fu had a deep admiration for Li Bai, not unlike a modern fan. Li Bai, in turn, was an admirer of Meng Haoren, who was a friend of Du Fu. However, the admiration was one-sided, as Li Bai had no known relationship with Wang Wei. Despite this, Meng Haoren was a close friend of Wang Wei, but Li Bai had no relationship with him. Yao Shi, a friend of Du Fu, left him because of his obsession with Li Bai. Furthermore, Yao Shi was also a good friend of Li Bai's close friend, Wang Changling. In the next generation, Han Yu became an admirer of Li Bai, while Lu Yuxi admired Du Fu. However, Han Yu and Lu Yuxi, who was a friend of Lu Zhongyuan, were political enemies. The most impressive figure among these was Du Mu, who chose not to be bothered by the attention of Li Shangyin, his admirer. Bai Juyi once said he wanted to reincarnate as Li Bai's son. Finally, in the end, Du Mu, in a fit of anger, renounced his friendship with Li Bai, leading to a conflict between them. So, the story of these poets is a complex web of relationships and rivalries, making them a fascinating and intricate part of the rich tapestry of Chinese literary history. It's a small portion of the full story, but I hope this summary helps provide a clearer picture of the tangled web of friendships and enmities among the famous poets of the Tang dynasty. Along with Du Fu's appointment as the magistrate of Yangye County, Du Xinyan, Meng Haoren, Yao Shi, Lu Yuxi, Li Zhongyuan, and other prominent poets all came to Shanghai City over the past few days. Ouyang Shua treated each of them with great respect. Based on their preferences and personalities, he either bestowed them with gold and mansions, allowing them to travel throughout Great Xia, or offered them official positions, as in the case of Du Fu. Alternatively, he permitted them to live in seclusion in the Lianzhou Basin or teach at Sinan University. In short, Ouyang Shua did not impose any conditions on them. Spending a significant amount of money, he aimed to establish a reputation for nurturing talent. This would also boost the dynasty's cultural standing, attracting more literary figures. It's important to note that these poets were not mere wordsmiths, most had experience as civil servants. However, their discontent led them to express their frustrations through poetry. In Great Xia, they could all utilize their skills. His openness to receiving everyone went beyond mere rhetoric. His magnanimity rivaled that of the Great Tang era. As the news spread, more people arrived, including Yang Jiang, Lu Zhaolin, Bai Juyi, Li Shangyin, and others. Suddenly, Shanghai City, the southern capital, became a bustling center of culture and literary talent, earning it the title of a new cultural hub. Poets like Han Yu made Shanghai City their destination to write, travel with friends, and drink, using the festive New Year spirit to amplify the poetry movement. In any dynasty, for literary people to be so carefree, their minds would be liberated, and their talents would reach a whole new level. Within a few short days, dozens of new poems would be composed. Under such an atmosphere, the immortal poet Li Bai arrived. This sentence has been cleaned up and grammatically edited to improve its clarity and readability.